Our protagonist seems to be a dutiful disciple outwardly, only focused on the Dao in the eyes of his master. But behind the scenes, our main dude often sneaks into the master's quarters, not just stealing the master's cute underwear, but also forcing the master to drink concoctions that would drive even sows wild. So let's dive in to see what made our protagonist such a pervert. On the 9 provinces continent, there exists a famous immortal sect. It's said that beyond the southern mountain range lies a mysterious place, with the immortal sect situated in the southern part of the 9 provinces continent. It is one of the 5 largest sects. Only those who have reached the Lianqi stage or beyond, and can fly on a sword, can easily enter and leave Lanyu sect. As for me, my name is Lu Chuan. The name says it all. I am a transmigrator, Lu Chuan, disciple of Zhao Zhu Peak, part of Lanyu sect. But what's special isn't just the name. I also have a super helpful system. Lu Chuan just needs to complete the tasks assigned by the system to gain experience. Therefore, Lu Chuan spends his days not only honing his skills, but also taking advantage of the master. Daily task of practicing swordsmanship completed. Character experience plus 100, swordsmanship experience plus 300, current swordsmanship level, LV 2425 thousandths. Done. Task completed. So, it has been over 21 years since I transmigrated into this game world. Luckily, I still have the in-game system panel with me, giving out daily tasks, just like playing a game. Daily task of house cleaning completed. Character experience plus 100, place cleanliness plus 1. Just like that, consistently completing daily tasks can yield loads of experience. Current character experience meets the requirement for leveling up. Do you want to level up immediately? I just need to meet the necessary experience to level up, and I can break through to the next realm. There are no bottlenecks. The strange thing is, despite the character level continuously increasing, the cultivation stage progresses relatively slowly. Outward appearance of the realm, yet for some reason our protagonist's cultivation level remains stuck at Lianqi level 4. Fortunately, Lu Chuan's actual combat power is assessed by the system level. Name: Lu Chuan. Age: 17. Level: LV 50, 268 500ths. Swordsmanship skill: LV 5. Cooking: LV 5. Craftsmanship: LV 3. Construction: LV 2. Medical arts: LV 3. Alchemy: LV 4. Artifact crafting: LV 3. Talisman making: LV 2. Formation arts: LV 4. Finally, but relying solely on these daily tasks is still too little. The remaining experience at least allows me to level up 7 more times. Well, better to stockpile it. Anyway, if I can't break through the realm, these minor level ups are meaningless. Day in and day out, Lu Chuan practices formation arts like every other day. Just as he completes the task, feeling proud, a dignified voice rings out behind him. It's Lu Chuan's master. Disciple, it's time to cook. Lu Chuan hurriedly responds. Master, I'm here. As he runs back, Lu Chuan ponders. What should I cook for master today? Then suddenly remembers something. Oh no, almost forgot. While running, his steps come to an immediate halt. From Lu Chuan's hands emerged a raise, along with a shout. Go! Echoed a sound. The daily task of cultivating formation arrays was complete. Character experience increased by 100. Formation array experience increased by 300. Current formation array level: LV4, 12 2000ths. Lu Chuan was checking the system when Liu Muyuan spoke up in complaint. Disciple. Okay, that's enough for now. Here at Lanyu sect, who are you setting up all these arrays to defend against? Liu Muyuan rolled her eyes, perplexed at what Lu Chuan was up to. The master of Zhao Peak, Liu Muyuan, said, Alright, I won't bother you anymore, just focus on setting up the arrays, but remember not to set up any more attack arrays, or else Zhao Peak will not have any messengers coming by anymore. But as soon as Lu Chuan heard that, he immediately started explaining. Master, rest assured, this disciple knows the limits. Formation arrays must be frequently updated to ensure the master's safety. In his heart he thought, my master is really good, just a bit naive sometimes. Hearing this, Liu Muyuan felt a headache coming on, and quickly instructed. Finish up and come cook. Yes, this disciple is on it. Lu Chuan finished up and went to the study. Lu Chuan asked his master. Master, what would you like to eat today? Beef tongue noodles? Or hot pot? But the master replied. Lately, I've been feeling a bit overheated, so let's have something light. This made Lu Chuan curious. Light dishes are great. A perfect chance to complete the medical skill quest. Lu Chuan immediately pretended to be concerned, took his master's hand to check her pulse. Master, we can't be careless. But there's someone taking advantage while I'm not here. Master, you've been poisoned. This declaration left Liu Muyuan dumbfounded. Lu I'm fine. Lu glad you care. It's just that I tend to overthink things, and you're overthinking too. Little did she know these were just excuses for Lu Chuan to squeeze money out of her. Daily medical skill cultivation task complete. Character experience increased by 100. Medical skill experience increased by 300. Current medical skill level: LV3, 901 thousandths. Daily filial apprentice task. Current progress 2/5. Seeing this scene, Lu Chuan thought happily.
completing 2 daily tasks at once. What a bargain, what a bargain.
No matter how she explained, Lu Chuan still insisted on finding antidotes for her to take.
Master, to be safe, you should take an antidote pill.
Master just feels a bit overheated. Why take an antidote pill?
There are many kinds of antidotes. Some counteract toxic fumes. Others specifically neutralize snake venom. Master, how about I make you some fruit-flavored antidote pills to make them easier to take?
Alright then.
Make me one with peach flavor. The daily mission of filial piety from disciple to master. Current progress 3/5.
Better to be safe than sorry, Master. This one can nourish your meridians and, combined with the detox pill, will clear heat and toxins. That way, it's absolutely safe. But she couldn't bear to reject her disciple's kind heart, so she had no choice but to follow his instructions and swallow it. Seeing her disciple's dedication, Liu Muyuan couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat, her face turning a shade of red as she wondered. Why does it feel like you're the sect leader?
Master, you're overthinking it. It's late. I should go prepare dinner. Soon enough, Lu Chuan started cooking, thinking back. If Master hadn't saved me before, I might have been dead by now. Even though I use Master to complete missions every time, I genuinely want to treat her well. Lu Chuan cheerfully brought the food from the kitchen, saying, "Here's a nourishing dish. Master, your cooking skills just keep getting better." Seeing her happy also made him feel joyful. As long as you're satisfied, Master. Speaking of which, Master never used to eat anything at all. For a cultivator who has reached the Jindan stage, do they still need to eat? As the saying goes, the way to a woman's heart is through her stomach. The mission of filial piety to the Master is complete. Task reward, character experience points increased by 500, and a random fruit portion.
It seems like Master was quite satisfied with dinner tonight, but skills are not free. Even Master isn't immune to the laws of delicious food. Shortly after dinner, Lu Chuan suggested, "Oh, by the way, Master, I noticed you have a lot of dirty clothes in your room. Should I do the laundry for you?" Hearing this, Liu Muyuan immediately agreed.
Alright, thank you for helping. But then she suddenly remembered something. Her expression changed, and she rushed into the bedroom to stop him. "Dirty clothes!"
She burst through the door, yelling at Lu Chuan.
"Wait, undergarments!" But when she saw her bra in Lu Chuan's hand, Liu Muyuan was instantly so embarrassed, her face turned bright red.
She hurriedly snatched it back, saying, "Disciple, I just remembered. You've been busy all day, and it's been tough, so I'll handle the laundry myself." But Lu Chuan, knowing he could earn experience points from doing laundry, refused to give in. "No way. Backbreaking tasks are a disciple's duty, and, well, daily laundry means 100 experience points. How could I miss that? I know how kind-hearted you are, but let me handle the intimate clothing myself." No matter how much Master explained, Lu Chuan wouldn't let go. "Master, your esteemed self shouldn't be doing laundry. Leave it to me." This immediately made Liu Muyuan lose her temper. "You foolish disciple. Do you even understand what intimate clothing means?" At this point, Lu Chuan still pretended to look confused, asking with an innocent face, "Oh, so Master's embarrassed? I can stop mentioning it in the future if you want." These playful antics happened every day, and perhaps they didn't realize that their master-disciple relationship had slowly transformed. Seeing his master all flustered like that made Lu Chuan ponder a bit. They're both Jindan experts, over 100 years old, yet they still get embarrassed so easily? Clearly, they've focused only on cultivation and neglected life experience. She looked at Lu Chuan, face awkwardly flushed, and said, "Anyway, from now on my clothes will be washed by myself. You shouldn't interfere anymore."
Could rejecting you have caused you such heartache? Seeing Lu Chuan's face, she thought he was hurt. But she didn't realize her refusal made Lu Chuan regret not getting experience points from it. No one really understands that. Looking at Lu Chuan, she said seriously, "Lu Er, men and women are different, and not to mention you and I are master and disciple. Besides, in 2 or 3 years you'll come of age, and if people talk badly, it might affect your search for a Dao partner."
Hearing her bring up finding a Dao partner, Lu Chuan was startled and asked, "Do you want to help me choose a Dao partner?"
Then, he pulled out a wisdom book, lecturing, "Childish love will only slow my sword. So, this Dao partner thing, please don't mention it again." Alright, I won't bring it up. But at that moment, Lu Chuan was thinking wildly, if I get a Dao partner, will there still be time to fulfill my duties of respecting my master? It's a mistake not to seize benefits, Master sighed.
Then focus more on your cultivation.
My Lu Er. Formation, pill-making, weapon refinement, swordsmanship, even cooking, whatever aspect it is, you're truly versatile, but cultivation is always tough. And you've been stuck at the 4th level of Lianqi for so long. No matter how good you look, it's not a long-term solution. If you continue like this, 100 years from now, survival might still be an issue for you. Seeing his master look at him so sadly and worriedly, Lu Chuan turned back and said, "Master, don't worry about your disciple. Cultivation is a path of gradual progress. Moreover, I'm still young right now. Even if progress is a bit slow, who can say for sure what the future holds?" Hearing her disciple's optimistic view made her even more worried, mostly feeling helpless, thinking, I don't want your talents to be buried. Must I watch you fade away without being able to do anything? Lu Chuan smiled. "Master, the path of immortality is inherently ruthless. Besides aging and dying, even dying young is normal, so you don't need to worry about me. As long as I'm alive, I'll strive to seek immortality. If you know how harsh immortal cultivation is, why aren't you diligently cultivating, instead of studying all those superstitious things all day? She couldn't help but ask.
Isn't it just wasting time?
Not at all. If those things can bring you more joy, I'd be satisfied too.
Hearing this from Lu Chuan,
For some reason, her heart skipped a beat. Feeling touched, speechless, Lu Chuan leaned close to her face and asked, Master, why is your face so red? Are you catching a cold?
she, appearing stern yet deeply caring for her disciple, tried her best to hide the discomfort when asked about her blushing. Instead, she pointed and scolded him profusely. Not only that, she punched him, dunking Lu Chuan's face into the hometown river, giving her quite a fright. A cold, my foot. I'm a pinnacle Jindan cultivator. Scene changes to the evening.
With a serene moonlit night. First things first, Lucaire. The sect's grand event is in a month. Have you prepared anything yet?
Hearing her mention this, Lu Chuan was a bit taken aback. Master, given my current strength, participating in the sect's grand event seems a bit premature. It's best to wait until I've broken through to the late Lianqi stage before considering participation.
Then, Lu Chuan fell into contemplation. I'm just an ordinary guy, and besides, I've participated before. The rewards were only so-so, nothing too enticing. Most importantly, they didn't give experience points. This crappy thing, I'm not doing it.
She looked at Lu Chuan, pondering for a while. This time, the competition's prize is that thing, with so many people vying for it. But Lu Chuan's words also made sense. With your abilities, entering might.
Suddenly, the system activated a series of new tasks. Main quest has been issued. Participate in the sect's grand event, quest part 1. Register for the sect's grand event, quest reward. Unspecified. Note: this is a clearance quest, with the reward determined by the level of completion. After reading, Lu Chuan's eyes became clear. After all these days, that damn system kept sending me on errands to steal master's underwear, or mundane daily tasks with nothing interesting. Today, the main quest has finally opened, he couldn't help but think. The system finally came to life. With a beaming face, Lu Chuan looked at his master and said, Master, I want to join the sect's grand gathering. Hearing this, she was taken aback, and incredulously asked,
Luther, didn't you just say you weren't going to participate?
Lu Chuan replied, When a task falls into your lap, how can you let it slip away? He began concocting 100 schemes in his head, and laid them out.
After all, I'm the chief disciple of Xiao Zhu Peak. If I don't participate, won't it bring disgrace to Xiao Zhu Peak? Inside, he was crying tears of joy. Heaven knows the system hasn't been working for years, and now it's back in action. Truly divine providence. Listening to Lu Chuan, she couldn't help but question, isn't Xiao Zhu Peak's only disciple you? Luker, if you want to participate, I'll naturally support you. But from the moment you decide to join, you must give it your all, and not quit halfway. Understood? Don't worry, Master. I'm unbeatable under the 4th level of Lianqi. Thinking about this, she felt compelled to go somewhere. Before leaving, she turned to Lu Chuan and reminded him, Luer, I've got some matters to attend to. Don't idle around. The sect's grand gathering is imminent. You must make the most of this month to elevate your strength. Yes, Master. As she flew, she resolved in her heart, Lu Chuan, I will definitely help you solve your cultivation issues. The difference between immortals and mortals must never become an issue. With that thought, she transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the universe. Last night, Lu Chuan was fidgeting, holding his master's wrist to take her pulse. Who would have thought? Offering her a bag of fruits as a tribute, and the fruit bag randomly. Shortly after, Lu Chuan began opening it. A screen appeared with 3 cultivation techniques. Congratulations! You've obtained a top-grade Earth-level technique. Zhu Huang Xuan Jing. This is just too shocking, Lu Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. A top-grade Earth-level technique. I know the highest technique I currently have is the Xinglian Xin Zhu from Lanyu sect, but it's only a mid-level Earth technique. This is truly opening a pack with an S-class. It turned out to be an illusion technique for disguise. Though it can't transform directly, it can help me camouflage my cultivation level quite nicely. Even though my realm is advancing slowly, with the Shu Huang Xuanjing, I can create the illusion that my cultivation is steadily increasing. From there, I can steadily show my strength without arousing any suspicion. Lu Chuan smiled, satisfied. This way, under the 4th level of Lianqi, I'm invincible. My vision was too narrow. If Master knows my cultivation can progress normally, she'd certainly be pleased. Scene shift. At the Baikao Peak, Elder Liu waited outside the door, softly saying, Please wait a moment, I will report to the Master immediately. Inside the house, a lofty voice called out, No need to report, Elder Liu, come in. She said nothing, and coldly stepped inside. Behind the curtain, the woman asked again, Why are you here? Is it about that disciple of yours again? This woman was Feng Hongmei, the peak master of Lanyu sect, and the owner of Lanyu Hall. For Lu Chuan's sake, Liu Muyuan thickened her skin to ask for help. The two ladies began sipping tea and chatting. Yuan Chair, I've told you already, your disciple Lu Chuan's body doesn't have any unusual signs. Our medical skills at Baikao Peak may not be on par with Yaowang Valley,
but they're not too shabby either.
Hearing this lady's words made Mu Yuan puff her cheeks a bit, retorting, Hong Mei, it's not that I don't trust you, but how can you not be concerned about this situation? Hualing Dan is considered a miraculous elixir, yet Lu Chuan had it with no response whatsoever. I just want to find out the real reason. After listening, the lady sighed and said, I get it. Hualing Dan is a spiritual elixir that can help Jindan realm cultivators break through to the Wanying realm. Saying it's a worldly treasure isn't incorrect. Hong Mei, while holding her teacup, lightly tapped her head and muttered, I meant to give it to you, and you gave it to that disciple instead. Mu Yuan quickly grabbed Hong Mei's hands, her voice full of earnest pleading. Sister Hong, the medicine can still be refined. I know you treat me the best. Or maybe you can try some other way.
Yuan Fear. I know you care a lot for that disciple, but cultivation is a path that goes against the heavens. If you, as his teacher, shoulder everything for him, what is there left for him to cultivate? The next second, Hong Mei pinched Mu Yuan's cheek in mock anger, scolding, You're spoiling him too much. Mu Yuan rubbed her sore cheek and replied, still looking sincerely at Hong Mei, but I really don't want to see him like this.
Think of something, won't you? Surprisingly, for Lu Chuan's sake, she put on a coquettish demeanor, pleading with Hong Mei. Won't you? Pretty please. Seeing this look of hers made Hong Mei's heart soften, and she reluctantly nodded in agreement. Turning away, she warned, I'm telling you, if you let Lu Chuan have the next Hualing Dan again, I'm done with you. Seeing that, Mu Yuan jumped for joy, quietly cheering. Great! The two of them then ventured outside, enjoying the fresh air, and continuing their conversation. Yuan share. Let's analyze a bit. First, there's nothing wrong with your disciple's body. Second, although his progress is slow, he's not completely stagnant. Hualing Dan might not have unleashed its full potential, but it's not useless either. You even said he's a rare genius in 100 years in other aspects.
Seeing Hong Mei's cryptic look, Mu Yuan asked in confusion, Sister Hong, what do you mean?
Hearing that, she pointed upward, continuing, Have you considered that maybe there's nothing wrong with your disciple's cultivation? Perhaps he's been hiding his true abilities.
This startled Mu Yuan a bit, and she looked at Hong Mei, countering, No way! He's only been in the sect for 2 years. Could someone without any foundation pull that off? Hong Mei, still trying to prove her point, said, But how could a Lianqi realm cultivator eat Hualing Dan and show no significant reaction after taking it? He acts like an ordinary person.
Despite her doubts, no matter how hard they thought, the two ladies couldn't figure out that their young disciple, that pill, didn't elevate his apparent realm. But in reality, his combat power was system level. So, that's why I said his cultivation might have an issue, a kind of vicious cycle. If you ask me, there's only one last option. As they were chatting, a disciple's voice came from outside. Elder Yu, please hold on a moment, while I report to my master.
Then I have urgent business with Elder Fang. You may leave.
At that moment they noticed someone arriving. Elder of Lianyu's sect, Yu Linglong, just arrived. This lady, with an annoyed face, looked at Mu Yuan and inquired, You Mu Yuan, what are you doing here?
Disciple Lang Yunbang, also Liu Elder's disciple, said, I'm sorry I couldn't stop them. It's okay, you may leave for now. Mu Yuan thought to herself in response to the woman's inquiry, Why can't I be here?
She pointed to the disciple and introduced, Do you know who she is? That's right. She's the one who hasn't even trained for 2 years, and already broke through to the Zhuji realm, realized sword intent at the age of 5, and is hailed as the strongest sword genius in centuries at Lianyu sect. Also the #1 beauty of Lianyu sect. It's me, Yu Linglong, the beloved disciple of Lang Yunbing. She got furious, as the two ignored her, yelling, Hey, have you two not eaten? Can you hear me? Are you deaf? It seems that her sharp temper at Lianyu sect isn't unfamiliar. They chose to ignore her, not even batting an eye. Behind, another disciple spoke up, Elder Fang. This disciple is here to request the elder's assistance in refining a Shen nurturing Dan. Hearing this, Hong Mei moved closer, examining while asking, Are you injured? The disciple replied. Today, I went to retrieve a sword from an ancient grave, encountered some unexpected events, and my divine sense was damaged. After hearing this, Hong Mei glanced at the sword Yunbing was clutching, and felt a bit puzzled. This sword looks pretty familiar.
Mu Yuan was equally surprised and asked, Is this the Shuangyu sword? Lanyu's sect was established 1,000 years ago, with only one female sect leader 200 years ago.
When Lanyu's sect was invaded by enemies, in a crisis she sacrificed herself, dissipating her primordial spirit and perishing, ferociously slaying the enemies to secure a chance for Lanyu's sect's survival. She was a legendary figure and the owner of the Shuangyu sword, our ancestor Yao Xuan.
This made Hong Mei rather impressed. Unbelievable, after 200 years, someone has finally managed to gain the acknowledgement of the Shuangyu sword. You know, the Shuangyu sword is recognized by Lanyu's sect as the most difficult spiritual sword to acknowledge an owner. Hearing this, she raised her nose and patted her disciple's head, saying, There's no other way. Who told you my disciple is a sword genius? Having a little spiritual sword acknowledge her is no big deal.
Who said my disciple is this amazing? No one in Lanyu's sect could compare, way beyond the level of some people's disciples. She glanced at Mu Yuan, trying to provoke. Elder Liu, I remember you also ventured into the deepest part of the sword tomb back then. Why didn't you try letting the Shuangyu sword acknowledge you? Mu Yuan responded gently. I could have taken it, but I chose not to. Hearing this, she was a bit irritated and looked at her disciple holding the sword, saying, So anyone can get acknowledged by this spiritual sword, huh? It's like, it isn't such a great spiritual sword after all. The spiritual sword seemed to have a consciousness as well, and upon hearing her words, it immediately communicated with Yunbing. After sensing this, Yunbing looked at her master and relayed what it said. Master, Shuangnier says she wants to hit someone.
Shuangnier? Wants to hit me? Crazy! Shuangnier is the name of the spiritual sword. It also said that, with you only in the Jindan stage, it could take you down with one slash back then. Hearing this, she was extremely furious. A little spiritual sword, not only did it hurt my disciple's divine sense, but it's also this arrogant. Show yourself and let me see what you're like.
Meanwhile, Hong Mei watched her perform foolishly, chuckled quietly, and reminded, Elder Yu, did you forget the purpose of your trip here? Oh right, I came to ask for some medicine but somehow almost ended up fighting a spiritual sword? Let's put it off for later.
Hong Mei looked at the young girl thinking, You managed to escape the spiritual sword's divine sense so quickly, you're no ordinary person. Then she further explained to the two.
Lianqi dye, pill refining for nurturing the divine sense isn't difficult, but the herbs are quite rare. Among them, 2 are extremely scarce, available only through Wanbao Pavilion.
Rare herbs? Don't worry, even though they're scarce, Wanbao Pavilion can deliver them, it's just the spirit stones needed for the purchase. Don't worry, we'll prepare what's needed. No matter the cost, what's crucial is getting what we need soon. Just boasting. But when holding the list of necessary herbs, she couldn't even smile. Shocked, feeling a bit overwhelmed, she exclaimed, Too expensive! Meanwhile, Hong Mei, overhearing this, sighed.
It's just a small matter, yet who'd expect her to encounter a master like that? She's on her own. Beside her, Mu Yuan couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Seeing this, Hong Mei angrily knocked on Mu Yuan's head, scolding. Laugh, 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 all you do is laugh at others. You haven't even resolved your own issues. Speaking of your disciple, be gentle, senior sister. There is a way, of course.
But seeing the change in Hong Mei's expression made Mu Yuan somewhat worried, looking over and asking again. What is it? Ling Lung, unable to take it, punched the wall to vent her anger.
She sneered, eyes filled with anger, mumbling, even a Hualing pill she was willing to let that brat eat. Liu Mu Yuan, you really are foolish.
At that moment, Lu Chuan had completed his daily mission of practicing pill refinement, gaining 100 character experience points, 300 pill refining experience points. Now at level 4 pill refining, he held the pill in his hand, feeling jubilant. His pill refining level was almost level 5. What was the name of the pill his master told him to eat back then? He remembered it was quite valuable. Oh right, it was the Hua Ling pill, a highly treasured 5-color pill, perfectly beneficial for his master's ascension. Unfortunately, that time it got wasted by me carelessly. Then he confidently declared, But no worries. Once I reach level 5 in pill refining, I'll help master with her breakthrough. After hearing a handy tip from her good friend, Mu Yuan felt a jolt like she'd been struck by lightning, and asked again, Can the Yaowang Valley diagnose the abnormality in Lu Chuan's body? I've heard Yaowang Valley is a reclusive sect, usually very discreet, with few disciples venturing out. Inviting them might not be easy.
Seeing Mu Yuan's hesitation, Hong Mei urged her. It's precisely because they're so elusive that I'm saying this is a last resort. The sect conference is our best shot.
Let's not talk about all that for now. Do you think I have some decent medical skills?
Seeing her friend ask, Mu Yuan didn't hold back her thoughts. In Zhao Qingzhao, your top 3 material. Truly a great friend. Listening to this, Hong Mei felt a sense of satisfaction and admitted without any fuss. Compared to Yaowang Valley, I'm still lacking. To be perfectly honest, their medical skills lead the entire Qian nation. Despite her confidence, there was a hint of doubt within Hong Mei. For cultivators like them, they preferred a life of solitude in their chosen places, not often meeting unless bonded closely. Only during the grand immortal gathering would they really have a chance to see each other. Mu Yuan shared the same worry, her mind on the island where Yaowang Valley resided, mulling it over. Even if Yaowang Valley is as good as you say, what if they can't solve Lu Chuan's cultivation issue? True to good friendship, Hong Mei tugged her closer, reassuring with a cheerful smile, Don't worry, Yaowang Valley's expertise, they'll surely find a solution. Regardless, even if the transformation elixir doesn't work for Lu Chuan, I can concoct a more potent pill for him. I can't believe a mere Lianqi novice can't be helped. Hearing this, Mu Yuan was immensely grateful. I truly appreciate it, Sister Hong.
Then, with urgency, she said, I'll immediately go find the sect master to ask for his help in inviting Yaowang Valley. Seeing this, Hong Mei quickly grasped her skirt to stop her. It's already late, aren't you scared of getting scolded for bothering the sect master? How about you rest here for the night and head out tomorrow morning, alright? Leaving tomorrow works too. But if I need to rest, I can manage on my own. Just stay here with me, we haven't had a heart-to-heart in ages. Though, feeling a little shy, Mu Yuan eventually agreed. After hearing Hong Mei's request, Hong Mei grabbed Mu Yuan's hand, pulling her to her room, ignoring her slight embarrassment. When she lay on the bed, Mu Yuan exclaimed with delight, Sister Hong, your bed smells amazing. What fragrance is this? If you want, I'll give you a cartload tomorrow. No need for that.
Meanwhile, over at Xiao Bamboo Pavilion,
Lu Chuan was diligently completing tasks to gain experience points.
standing in the moonlight for quite a while.
His daily quest of moon gazing was completed in the lunar glow.
Character experience points increased by 100. Current character level is 50, with 269,300 experience points.
A 1-hour boost pen was received, and Lu Chuan quickly reached out to grab it.
The Ju Yin True Scripture pen
Could enhance his enlightenment significantly, massively improving cultivation efficiency. Having just started the Ju Yin True Scripture, it was the perfect time, a chance to test the power of this S+ ability.
By channeling his energy,
Lu Chuan slowly advanced from Lianqi stage 4 to 5 and then to 8.
If it were just a change in the Lianqi realm, it wouldn't be too alarming, but surpassing certain limits could easily draw unwanted attention.
A drastic shift in realm compared to one's foundation would make the aura unstable, shaking like a leaf in the wind. At that point, don't even mention Liu Mu Yuan at the peak of Jindan. Even those with superior spiritual sense at the Lianqi stage could spot the clues.
The Juming True Sutra has a total of 3 stages. Stage 1, when looking at a mountain, see it as a mountain, and a river as a river. Stage 2, when looking at a mountain, it's no longer a mountain, and a river is no longer a river. Stage 3, when looking at a mountain, it's still a mountain, and a river is still a river. What the heck? I'm 70 years old this year, and have never heard of such a cultivation method. Makes no damn sense.
Every time you advance a stage, there's a qualitative change. With my current progress, just cultivating to the first stage's great perfection might be enough to handle the sect's grand assembly. There's only 30 days left until the sect's gathering. Yet it's already this late, and why hasn't Master returned? How about making a little snack? Maybe some rice wine cakes with red dates or something? The next day, as soon as they opened their eyes, the 2 ladies rushed to seek help from the sect master. However, the sect master was quite displeased to see them. Probably too busy wooing someone, Elder Liu exclaimed. Are you trying to cause me trouble? Do you even know how busy I am right now? She too was exasperated, telling the old sect master.
If the sect master can't help with this small matter, then what kind of sect master are you?
Hearing this, the old man got a bit angry and shouted. You know, the Medicine King's Valley is elusive and mysterious, yet you're asking me to find someone at this moment. I don't have the time or the ability. After hearing what sect master Zhang Yufeng said, she argued back. You say that, but how will we know they won't come if we don't try? Talk is cheap.
At this point, Mu Yuan was also frustrated, turning away and saying, in that case, if there aren't many people in the sect, I'll find a way to send someone myself. When the time comes, just prepare the seats for the viewing ceremony.
Hong Mei also chimed in. Yuan Juror, didn't you promise me? Well, it doesn't affect cultivation. I'll keep helping Lu Chuan. Mu Yuan, visibly upset, shook her shoulders, wagging her head. This is the only option now, and giving up just like that isn't something I can accept.
But the old sect master also voiced his concern.
Elder Liu, I didn't pursue the incident where you had your disciple drink the Dan transformation elixir, but if you continue to be stubborn like this, it will only complicate matters and affect your future path of cultivation. Hearing that the sect master had no intention of helping and even seemed to scold her, Mu Yuan couldn't care less and replied angrily, My path, I'll walk it myself. Hearing her, the old man felt a jolt of electricity running through him, angrily retorted, Nonsense. Are you planning to protect that disciple of yours for life, just relying on your Jindan stage? At this moment, she was quite fed up, turned her face away, and answered, So what if it's the Jindan stage? Even without the Dan transformation elixir, I can still break through to Yuan Ying.
Seeing her willingness to defy all odds for her disciple, the sect master was speechless, sighed, and said, If you insist, then you bear the responsibility. However, I must remind you, even if you invite the Medicine King's Valley, with their 3 don't save rules, they might not assist you. The first is not saving an enemy of the Medicine King's Valley. The second is not saving those who force them to act. The third is not saving those beyond help. Hearing these 3 conditions, she still remained determined, saying, I've prepared my heart for this. Just arrange for me to participate in the ceremony at Medicine King's Valley. Upon hearing this, the old man dismissed them with a wave, saying, Go on, go, stop bothering me. Hong Mei watched the sect master's irritated demeanor and thought happily, After all these years, I thought she had faded, but Mu Yuan was just biding her time. She's as confident as ever. If she knew Mu Yuan would go to such lengths for Lu Chuan after getting peeped at during every bath, and because of his considerate gestures, bit by bit, like kindling finally catching fire, how would she react once she realized this?
The sect master, noticing Hong Mei still standing there lost in thought, asked irritably, What are you still doing here? Don't you have anything to do for the grand sect assembly?
She heard this, offered a polite gesture, and said, With your leave, I must bid farewell. After the 2 left, the sect master called out, Everyone's gone. Why are you still hiding here?
Ling Long stepped out from her hiding spot with a smirk. So I guessed right.
Liu Mu Yuan indeed came for her disciple's sake.
Little junior sister, from your tone, it seems you're not very pleased with Elder Liu's disciple, are you? I wonder who tricked her into drinking a love potion. The old man, seeing her adamant denial and sarcastic tone, teased, If you dislike them that much, why were you sneaking around here eavesdropping on her business?
Right away, Linglong flew into a rage and shouted angrily, "Who's eavesdropping?
I just came to talk to you. Happened to pass by.
The elder got scared and quickly changed the topic. "Junior sister, what do you think about the Valley of the Medicine King?"
This tactic worked like a charm, like making her think about something else instead of the current issue, she replied. I've heard my father say the master of the Valley of the Medicine King has profound knowledge in medicine and poison, with extraordinary strength. Even those in the Dao Cheng stage don't provoke him easily.
The elder rubbed his sore cheeks and thought, even I'm just in the middle stage of Huashen, and above Huashen there's Lianqi, then Heti, and finally Dao Cheng. Though the master of the Valley of the Medicine King is as elusive as a dragon, I've heard there's a new elder there with amazing talent in medicine, rivaling the Medicine King himself. If we could get that elder to help, maybe even someone like Lu Chuan, who isn't all that talented, could be saved.
Do you think Elder Liu's disciple is just of mediocre aptitude rather than having trouble with cultivation? When he asked, she paused to think before replying. 2 years ago, when Liu Muyuan accepted Lu Chuan as a disciple, I observed him. He absorbed spiritual energy very slowly. In terms of talent, there's nothing special.
Hearing her say that, the sect master, despite his experience and 3 generations of selling herbal pain meds,
didn't dare voice his thoughts, only pondering silently. And to say she doesn't care about him, I warned her 2 years ago, but she was stubborn. I adopted Langer to show her what true talent looks like, but it backfired.
The elder asked further. So what do you plan to do? Sneakily send someone to help her search too? Send someone to find them?
Ha! What does Liu Muyuan's disciple's life or death have to do with me? Besides, who could find someone in just a month anyway?
Where are you rushing off to?
You think I'm just lounging around? I'm busy, a ton of work is waiting for me, no more talk, I'm out.
But honestly, senior brother, maybe she does have some fate.
You better keep that spot for the Medicine King Valley open.
Your heart's not the same as your words. You two are quite alike. 7 days later, the first complete mastery of the Mystical Illusion Sutra was reached, and pill refining skills reached level 5. At this rate, in 3 more days I can definitely achieve the first complete mastery of the Mystical Illusion Sutra. Not being able to feast his eyes on his master's charms made Lu Chuan incredibly restless. He wondered what master was up to these days since she's been out of sight all day. Maybe she's out there looking for medicine to cure me? Daily task of cultivating skills completed. Character experience points plus 100. Skill experience points plus 300. Current skill level, level 3, 7, 810,000. I remember master frequently visits Bai Kao Peak. Let's head to Bai Kao Peak first for inquiries. Just as I was about to leave, Liu Muyuan returned. Seeing master's figure, Lu Chuan was all excited like a little puppy, barking non-stop. Master, haven't seen you for days. Where did you go? Master, you're finally back. She approached Lu Chuan and explained. These past days, I went to visit other sects. Time was tight, so I didn't have a chance to leave a message. Was this trip for my sake, master?
I heard there might be a solution for your cultivation troubles. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan was deeply moved, thinking, it's all because of me that master's working so hard. Just a little bit more, once I cultivate the Mystical Illusion Sutra to the first complete mastery. When the time comes, even if I've been deceiving her, she won't be disappointed. That would actually let her down more than if I were just useless. He tried to calm himself. Gotta hold on. Master must be tired. Go rest first. Master, you've worked hard again. All this hard work, it's for me this time. That evening, in a garden, Lu Chuan went all out cooking to delight master, with a feast from the heart. After the meal she praised. Disciple, your cooking skills have improved yet again. As long as master is happy, it's all good. Actually, it's not just my cooking skills that have improved. My cultivation has too.
Hearing this, Liu Muyuan was startled and exclaimed, huh? Lu Chuan then used the ethereal illusion technique to make his cultivation level seem slightly higher than it was before.
This really shocked Liu Muyuan, causing the chopsticks in her hand to fall to the ground. She looked at Lu Chuan and exclaimed in disbelief. Peak of Lianqi stage 5?
She then went berserk with joy, rushing over to grab Lu Chuan's hand and ask, Disciple, has your cultivation truly increased? Lu Chuan had to fabricate something to prevent his master from getting suspicious. While master was away, I had a sudden insight, and my cultivation unexpectedly increased a bit. I feel like I can break through further very soon.
Liu Muyuan's eyes lit up like car headlights. Liu Muyuan leaned in closer, saying, though the aura is a bit thin, this truly is the peak of Lianqi stage 5, no mistake. Lu Chuan quickly felt a surge of heat throughout his body, and his cheeks began to burn red. He hurriedly moved aside, saying, Master, to be honest, I have a hunch that my cultivation might keep rising soon. Upon hearing this, Liu Muyuan looked puzzled and asked, a hunch? Can one really have a hunch about this sort of thing?
Lu Chuan pointed upward, explaining,
it might be that the pills I took previously are now taking effect. I feel like I'm in a state of accumulating strength and could soon break through my current stage. Accumulating strength from those pills taken before? It's like being submerged in the deep sea, and now they're finally showing their power. Is it the delayed effect of the pills? Or does Lu Chuan have a special physique? If so, why not come with me to the Bai Kao Peak, and have Elder Fang examine you a bit. Seeing that his master wanted to bring him for an examination, Lu Chuan panicked and hurriedly said, "No, no, it's just a guess. If things go wrong, wouldn't that stir up a big fuss?" He thought, "My ethereal illusion technique can only deceive the nascent soul cultivators. If they probe and discover the truth, we're all done for." After thinking it through, he spoke up, "Master, I also need to maintain some face. I've already been mocked within the sect. If it happens again, I won't be able to live with it."
Hearing Lu Chuan's reasoning, she reconsidered and said, "That makes sense. Better to wait until it's certain before checking."
"All right, I'll listen to you. But if anything's wrong with your body, you must let Master know." "Yes, Master. Try this new dish I just whipped up. Oh, it's delicious. And this one, Master, you should try it too. I'm sure you'll love it."
Scene change.
At this point, a flying boat is soaring across the sky. The sheer size of the flying boat made everyone below look up in awe.
Its gigantic form made it stand out against the sky like nothing else.
"Hey, is this the Lianqi sect? Just the outer mountain area alone is almost as big as our entire sect's territory."
Among the 5 great sects,
The Lianqi sect holds the largest land. From south to north, they command the entire Kuomin mountain range. As for the 5 great sects, Elder Qi Siyuan from the Lianqi sect boasts, "Lianqi sect may have vast lands, but when it comes to scenery, they can't compare to our Lianqi sect. Our sect is indeed better."
Who are all those people down there? Many of the ordinary folks you see are those who've come to the Lianqi sect seeking immortality but were turned away. So, they gather here. Many have come to seek the Tao. Still, it's futile. These people can't even qualify for the Lianqi test. So they just haha, don't talk nonsense.
Feeling a bit hungry. At the Lianqi sect, where the upcoming grand competition between sects is about to take place. Just 2 days left before the sect competition, Elder Qi has arrived quite early this time. He's the elder of the Tianjian Peak of the Lianqi sect.
Lu Zhen,
take the disciples out to explore the world. Hopefully, Elder Lu won't be stingy, and will show everyone some rare treasures to broaden their horizons. Look over there. Sure, is that the sword and tent? Up there? Exactly, and at this moment a bald guy suddenly jumps in. He boldly stomps on the boat right in front of the elders and seniors. This sword wall is the eternal indestructible sword intent that Venerable Wu Quan of the Lianqi sect used to defeat the Demon King, splitting the heavens with a single sword here. Thousands of years ago, the sect master at the time named this place Banyu Peak in memory of Venerable Wu Quan. Let me introduce this bald dude who looks like Saitama. This is Duan Hai, a disciple of the Kangjian Peak. Thanks to this guy's knack for exaggerating, wherever he talks, a bunch of nosy cultivators flocks there. 100-year-old indestructible sword intent. This truly is a formidable power. Elder Lu Zhen breaks into a sweat and says, "Disciple, this is nonsense. Please don't blame Elder Qi. It's all right. Young ones should socialize more." The bald dude sweats as he speaks. "Honored Taoist, I notice you've been staring at the demon sword wall. Are you gaining insights from it?" "Not really insights. I'm just admiring the divine sword techniques of Ancestor Wu Quan. A bit of yearning in my heart. It's just a pity we can't be in the same era and witness his grandeur. Though we can't be in the same era as Ancestor Wu Quan. I heard from Elder Qi earlier that your sect currently has a swordsmanship genius. I'm quite curious. Could Brother Duan perhaps introduce us?" The guy, who looks like a playboy, named Zhu Tianyu from the Lianqi sect, stands behind eavesdropping, says, Exactly, Brother Duan. Where's that genius from? Quickly take us to meet them."
Duan Hai hears this and sweats too, rubbing his hair then scratching his head, saying, "Oh my bad. I mean scratching his head as he says, I can't make the call on this one. I don't know this person. Just taking folks over might seem a bit disrespectful." You're right. Since they're a swordsmanship genius, we should treat them with respect. "If you truly want to meet, I can ask around. But whether she'll want to see you all or not, I can't guarantee," Zhu Tianyu also adds. "Before the Sifang secret realm begins, we'll all stay at the Lianqi sect. During this time, please trouble Brother Duan to introduce us."
"Sorry to trouble. Brother Duan, I'll do my best. Thank you." Lu Zhu Tian thinks to himself, "A swordsmanship genius rare in 100 years, huh?" Duan Hai continues to chatter. "Let me take you to look around."
"Sorry for the trouble." Zhu Tianyu sticks out his tongue, nearly reaching his ears, and with a weird voice says, "Interesting. Please follow this way."
Scene change. Main hall of Banyu Peak.
Everyone. The reason for gathering the elders today is to discuss the matter of the Sifang secret realm. The secret realm has been around for 100 years now. Everyone knows it opens every 30 years, and only cultivators below the Jindan stage can enter. This year, it's our Lianqi sect's turn to preside over the grand occasion. To safeguard the treasures and resources around the secret realm, we have no choice but to step in. An elder with a white beard stands up, loudly proclaiming, "But first, I want to ask, are we really going to use the Xuanling Pearl as the reward for the top spot in the sect competition?" This elder's name is Ji Yu Hong, an elder of the Lianqi sect. He says, "The Xuanling Pearl is what the first sect master, Fu Rufeng, left behind. It contains the complete cultivation technique of his path. He never promised it before.
If it were to be used, it should be by the sect master. The current sect master Dufeng breaks into a sweat, forcing a smile. The Xuanling Pearl contains ancestral insights into swordsmanship. Swordsmanship again? Why not inner energy? The ancestor was a pure sword cultivator, so it's useless to me. Elder Ji Yu Hong speaks again. In the history of sect masters, if we're talking about pure sword cultivators, only Elder Wu Quan fits the bill. But why have I never heard him mention this? Yu Linglong sighs, glancing over, says,
In terms of pure swordsmanship, Ancestor Fu Rufeng couldn't compare to him.
Elder Ji Yu Hong hears that, and sweats buckets, snot running, exclaims in shock. Ancestor Fu Rufeng couldn't compare to him? Isn't it a bit too casual to just toss the Xuanling Pearl out as a prize for the top spot? Even if they're not pure sword cultivators, handing the Xuanling Pearl to those elder sword specialists might just help them break through. Yu Linglong chimed in. Have you forgotten? My disciple is a once-in-a-century sword genius.
Oh, so that's the reason.
Elder Yung's words implied he'd already got the Xuanling Pearl in the bag, didn't they? So what if he does? Besides my disciple, who else is qualified to lay claim to that Xuanling Pearl, huh?
The old guy trembled with anger but still conceded.
You're right. Elder Yung's disciple is a rare talent, with extraordinary swordsmanship.
Disgusted, Yu Linglong continued. Elder Wang Yu shouldn't worry about my disciple. I've got it all under control. I've made the decision about the Xuanling Pearl, so let's put that aside for now. The Lin Jia sect has arrived at our Glimpse Moon sect today, and they'll be bringing even more sect cultivators soon, old Dufeng added. During this time, I hope everyone sticks to their roles and doesn't let any villains take advantage. Understood. Sect leader Dufeng, drenched in sweat, clung to a pillar and said fearfully, Junior sister, though I've managed to bear all the pressure to secure that Xuanling Pearl, can your disciple, Lang Yanbing, really clinch the top spot? Him? She scowled and responded, So, senior brother, this is what you're worried about? He trembled and replied, It's crucial. If we lose, I'll be in a pickle. Yu Linglong was steadfast in her faith in her disciple.
Rest assured, senior brother, in this sect competition, Linger will surely seize the top spot. She's already broken through to the middle stage of the Zhuji realm. With the comprehensive strategies Linger has now, surpassing levels to battle late-stage Zhuji cultivators isn't even a challenge. Hearing this, old Dufeng sighed in relief, jubilant. If that's the case, I'll stop pestering you, as long as you've got plans. By the way, have you contacted anyone from Medicine King Valley? She broke into a sweat and turned around. Why should I be looking for someone from Medicine King Valley? So should we keep the viewing spot, or not?
She said no, but angrily turned and grabbed old Dufeng by the head, shouting, Keep it! She shot him a sharp look, face flushed red, causing old Dufeng to flee in a hurry.
Ran so far, didn't even think to come back. What a fool. Liu Mu Yuan and old Dufeng were left to lament. Just what mess have we gotten into?
Scene shift. Ancient small bamboo peak. He poked Duan Hai, leading the group of disciples on a tour, beaming with excitement. Wow, this peak isn't bad. It's a very calm environment.
Brother Chu's eye for places is sharp. Old Yuan really scored with this spot. I just wanted to find a random rest stop, didn't expect such a unique vibe here.
Choosing this secluded place for a peak, the elder here must be an otherworldly sage, a hidden Zhuji stage elder. Duan Hai quipped. The elder of this peak is a woman. She's not that old either. Hearing this, they eagerly rushed off. Really? If we're already here, why not pay respects, so nobody can say our Lingay sect lacks manners? Duan Hai, sweating bullets, yelled out, Hold on, Brother Huo, don't go that way! Why not? They both froze on the spot the moment he said that. Pointing at his shining bald head, he explained, You don't know. The elder likes peace, her disciple too. There are lots of hidden formation traps. Without the host's invitation, wandering in casually could land you in a trap, and escaping won't be easy. I just walked right in once and ended up in trouble myself. Du Tian, with his twisted sense of thrill-seeking, was secretly delighted at the thought of danger. This is a prime hunting ground. If we've come all this way, it must be fate. Surely no one in Glimpse Moon sect would be evil enough to capture us. If we can't participate in the sect battles, why not exchange insights on formations with fellow cultivators? It's not breaking the rules. Yeah, let's see how formidable these formations really are. I'm itching to try, Duan Hai, panicking, stammered as he tried to dissuade them. Wait, hold on. I'll only give you an hour. If you're not out by then, I'll go find the elder. Min sensed someone intruding into the formation area, and was surprised. Looking off into the distance,
he stared at the chessboard-like formation, saying, Dare to recklessly charge in. 3 of them, 3 representing 3 black pieces. Perfect for testing out my new formation. Knew you'd try to escape from this side. So I threw in a few surprises in certain spots. He began to deploy his hidden pieces. Consider this my welcome gift. The 5 elements illusion formation automatically activates when someone enters. One by one, they step into the formation. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. This formation is interconnected. and once it's activated, it traps you in an endless loop. Tian Yu fell into the formation, shouted in fear, "Stay calm. It's all illusions, mere deceptive shadows." He glanced at the formation board, rubbing his chin. "Seems like you guys are unlucky. Stumbled into the toughest, the water formation. Oh, not bad." A disciple from Lianqi sect managed to get past the first step. Looking for the formation's eye to break it. If you succeed, it wouldn't be fair to others. Family should stick together, you know. Meanwhile, poor Tian Yu was struggling in the formation, standing on a rock that was cracking beneath him. In no time, he was submerged in water. As he raised his hand, shouting, "How come?" But as the current dragged him deeper, he remained obstinate. "Why am I stuck in an illusion?" With that said, he drew the sword from his side, slashed forward, parting the water before him as he charged. But soon after, the water level rose higher than his head. He was startled. Cold sweat began dripping from his forehead. Moments later, water surged towards him accompanied by eerie black jellyfish, all lunging at Tian Yu simultaneously. He quickly lost his footing and sank once more. Suddenly, a giant green dragon appeared right in front of him, utterly overwhelming. Outside the formation, all that could be heard was a mournful scream, "Ouch! Ah, ah, oh, oh ah." Duan Hai, standing outside, watched the trio fall into the formation. Sweating as he spoke, told them not to enter. But they didn't listen. Now they're trapped in illusions that bewilder the mind. Especially Chu Yu Tian, being so reckless. Inside, the blonde one screamed, echoing out, "Brother Duan, your death was truly tragic." Inside, he hugged the tree stump, picturing himself making someone cry endlessly. "It's over. Brother Duan, I'm late by a step. I am sorry to you. If I had known it would turn out so badly, I wouldn't have dragged you into this mess." Brother Duan, he worriedly thought, this guy, he can't be serious, right? If they keep this up, they won't be able to distinguish between reality and illusion, and they'll end up chi deviation. Seeing this, he mustered all his strength and rushed in, shouting, "I am a disciple of the Tarnished Sword Peak. The person trapped is a cultivator from the Lianqi sect who came to visit and accidentally stumbled into this formation. They don't mean any harm. Please, fellow cultivator, be lenient and forgive them. I humbly request that you disarm the formation so they can leave." While he was pleading, he was sweating nervously, thinking, "Can't resolve it. Looks like I'll have to seek the elders' help." As soon as he finished speaking, the formation was dispelled. The three people inside fell out along with a voice saying, "Just this once. Not again." He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, fellow cultivator." The two in black robes sat on the ground sobbing, trembling as they said, "Strange. Has the Earth Dragon's flip ended?" "No, that was an illusion. I'm still at Xiaozhu Peak. The sea is terrifying. I'll never go to the East Sea Island again." He said, "Fellow cultivators, everything you just experienced were illusions. I requested the formation to be dispelled. Don't mix up reality and illusion." One of them ran over and hugged him, sobbing, "Brother Duan, thank goodness you're okay. Boo-hoo-hoo. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do." He also started sweating and asked them, "What exactly did you see?" The guy named Yu Tian behind him said, "Not bad. Not bad. The formation set up here is indeed exquisite. Even knowing I was inside an illusion, by the time I realized it, I couldn't distinguish between what was real and what was fake anymore. I once tried to dispel the formation, but just dealing with the changing illusions alone drained all my energy." Although he said that, he thought inside, even if there was no one around, with this body's condition, trying to break the formation, I can't expose my identity. I am Chu Yu Tian of the Lianqi sect, here visiting Xiaozhu Peak, and I find this formation incredibly profound. I wish to invite the fellow cultivator to reveal themselves, if possible." The blonde fellow pulled him back and said, "Brother Chu, let's leave it at that. We've already trespassed into the formation, and troubling anymore would be inappropriate. Brother Duan is right there." Yu Tian snapped, gritting his teeth and glaring at him, causing the blonde to be startled, sweating as he stammered, "Brother Chu." Yu Tian then said, "I'm fine. I've been wandering long enough and am tired. Let's go back now. What's up with him? Maybe he still hasn't fully recovered. Let's not stir up inside Xiaozhu Peak anymore. It's terrifying." As Yu Tian walked away angrily, he thought through gritted teeth, hunting ground. How did it end up with the prey striking back? Annoying. Mian saw him fuming over the chessboard. Rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Chu Yu Tian of the Linga sect. This guy definitely has some secrets. Oh well, it doesn't concern me anyway. As he was pondering, he noticed a white chess piece flying towards him. He happily exclaimed, "Master, you're finally back." Mu Yuan gently descended onto the boat from the sky. On the boat, there was a woman with a covered face, seemingly waiting for her. She looked at her and thought to herself, this time, Lu Xuan will definitely be saved. 2 days later, at the sect competition stage of the Lianqi sect, the old sect master, Du Feng, held up a glass of wine and said, "In this competition, any of you fellow Taoists got your eyes on any disciples?" Elder Zhang laughed and said, "I've heard that there's a bald guy, looks just like Saitama, under Elder Zhu Zhen, named Duan Hai, who's pretty talented." Elder Zhu Zhen turned his face, holding his wine, and cried a river over his disciples' tall tales, saying, "Honestly, it's embarrassing. My disciple just ate a turtle a few days ago. Making it to the top 16 would be a miracle." The 2 elders behind him looked bewildered. Doubtful. Elder Qi Siyuan rubbed his head and said, "Isn't it the same guy who went off with our Lianqi sect's Shuji disciples that day? What's it called again? Xiao Zhu Peak. Could this guy be the dark horse of this competition?" Hearing that, Elder Chu Wanfeng pondered, lacking the will to speak. Behind them, an unnamed elder remarked, "Elder Lu's disciple, Lu Xuan. Right, that guy, although gifted, has his undisclosed issues. What a pity." Elder Siyuan reached out again and asked Du Feng, "What do you mean by that?" "They said he's competing this time. We'll see soon enough." Du Feng glanced at the arena, wondering if he would end up being the dark horse. Or perhaps a black tiger. Down below, Lu Xuan was disguised, surrounded by a green aura of martial energy, stroking his chin while looking at the system. Pondering. Ding. System reminder. The main quest of registering for the sect competition has been completed. Reward received, skill book and experience. With a ding, the skill book and experience were acquired and successfully used. Swordsmanship experience increased by 10.00. Current level, level 5. 21.400, 200.00 experience points. Lu Xuan smiled at the system screen. Swordsmanship is about to level up to 6. System initiated the second main quest, top the sect competition. Reward unknown. Note: this quest is a checkpoint quest, with rewards based on completion level. Some follow-up quests require preconditions to unlock. Failing will mean they can't be activated. Lu Xuan stroked his chin in thought while fiddling with the system. Failing means the next quest can't unlock. That's a bit troublesome. Drawing last lots is fine, but the competition's just begun and it's full of experts. My own Lianqi 8th level peak cultivation seems a bit lacking. He swept his gaze over the disciples nearby, startled, because they were all noisily chatting. "You Lianqi sect people usually fight so viciously." "Huh," one disciple chimed in. "Do you guys know about the spots for entering the 4 phases secret realm of our sect? Only those in the top 64 qualify to enter. And in the secret realm, there are thousands of clues related to ancestor to Nhu Feng." The fella nearby perked up eagerly and asked, "Oh, is it that great? What is it? Tell us." The golden-haired, flower-clad fellow smugly put a hand to his mouth and laughed. Can't tell. Lu Xuan glanced over, thinking to himself, were those the people barging in that day? The Xuan Ling bead, though good, doesn't quite help me. He slammed a hand on the wooden railing, sighed, propping his chin, glancing at the fancy roby fellow, thinking, this guy's aura is getting more chaotic. It really resembles some demonic sect cultivation technique secret. Then he looked up and mused, I wonder if the person up there feels something's amiss. At that moment, the golden-haired, black-robed fellow pointed to a competition ring with an array formation set, saying, look over there. Someone even set up an array during the battle. Could that be someone from Xiao Zhu Peak? A formation genius. The broad-faced fellow was sweating bullets, like a giant boulder had dropped on his head. The referee shouted, the winner is Xiao Jingwen. The golden-haired, flower-clad guy sweated and said, no way. Huh, you all know about Xiao Zhu Peak? Even though I've been in Lianqi sect for a while, I still don't really get that place. The golden-haired cloaked fellow chimed in. True, Lu Xuan Taoist friends' formations are mysterious, trapping even us in the Zhuji stage. Responding to Lianqi 9th level disciples is as easy as flipping your hand. The guy on stage hearing this was smoke steaming furious, while his face showed deep despair, clinging to the railings and sinking down, thinking, hey, stop gossiping about people right in front of them. Besides, you guys rudely barged in first. The golden-haired, round-clothed guy continued, did you know if it weren't for Brother Duanhai bailing us out, we might have been trapped inside forever. Although if not for him, I wouldn't have figured some things out, so I should thank him instead. The fancy roby fellow was equally enraged, keeping his face dark. The golden-haired, flower-clad guy said, as for that, I remember, but it isn't as you said. That Xiaozhu Peak disciple still Lianqi stage 4 after 2 years. A black hole, a muddy pond that can't be understated. Notorious in Lan Nawet sect. The broad-faced guy listening turned utterly black with fury, feeling like boulders were being tossed onto his head continuously. At his level, he'd never dare enter this competition. No way, the fancy roby guy thought. Darn it, I came up with all sorts of ways to gather intel on him but didn't see him show up. Footsteps approached from behind, saying, are you guys talking about Lu Xuan? Well, I know him well. This guy squandered a ton of resources but only ever took in without giving back. If it weren't for his master's foundation, he would have been kicked out of the sect long ago. Nobody knows why they keep this deadweight around. The slightly bald old man with the meddlesome mole on his face. That's Lu Tuji, a disciple of Lan Yue's sect. After finishing his sentence, he moved in closer, gave a condescending pat on the shoulder, and sneered, you agree, don't you, Dao Yu? Everyone else nearby was left scratching their heads, thinking, who is this guy, anyway? Lu Tuji continued, with so many miraculous pills and elixirs, if they were given to us, we'd certainly have achieved greatness by now, whether it's looking for a master or looking for someone of the opposite gender. Maybe he just lacks ability in that area. Hey, another guy with a top knot, previously unknown, jumped in for his 2 cents. I heard that before Lu Xuan joined the sect, Elder Lu saved him near Wanjia village, on Bitter People's Mountain. It's quite possible he was soul damaged at the time, which affected his cultivation later. The buddy glanced over at him, sweating and fed up. Some stayed silent, others spoke. Dao Yu, it's better if you just say a couple of words less. The old master replied, don't make excuses for that dead weight. Spouting nonsense can make sense. Right, Dao Yu, you look kind of familiar. What's your name? As he listened to the group discussing and bad-mouthing him to his face. He got so mad his face turned all sorts of colors. Just as he was fuming, an announcement rang out from the arena, next match, contestant 107 against 451. He tugged his hood down, saying, it's my turn now. This left 2G in shock. Sweating, face darkening as even his nose started running, stammering, why you're Lu Xuan? He was indeed Lu Xuan. The guy strutted out with the swagger of a warrior, sword strapped to his waist, shocking the crowd that had been gossiping earlier. At that moment, Lu Xuan dashed towards the arena with lightning speed, landing gracefully to face his opponent. The other guy clasped his hands in greeting. Name and disciple Li Cheng, he casually responded in kind. Oh, Xiaozhu Peak, Lu Xuan, even the scattered voices in the crowd piped up. Finally found you, Lu Xuan, as per the round-faced cultivator's account. Being at the 4th level of Lianqi, where does he get the guts to join the sect competition? The neighboring person was sweating buckets, thinking, he seems really intimidating. Li Cheng stood on the platform, saying, Lu junior brother, as fellow disciples, we should help each other. However, for this competition, if by chance you get hurt, it would surely be difficult. Well, doesn't Li Cheng come off a bit too confident? Hearing this, he said, it's fine, I'm about to break through soon. Might as well spar a bit with you. Dao Yu, with those words, he clenched his fist, releasing a surge of blue spiritual energy that enveloped him. Spiritual energy flowed in waves, converging from all directions, flooding the entire arena, causing the earlier gossiping crowd to shout in shock. How is this possible? Isn't he supposed to be at Lianqi level 4? Unless he's resolved his cultivation issues. The scattered voices chuckled, not frightened but still sweating. The sect leader at the top was all flustered, not believing his eyes. Elder Qi Si Yuan grinned with amusement. Yue Ling Long and Fang Hongmeng were so surprised they gaped and perspired with disbelief. At that moment, the guy was beyond cool, summoning formation magic with a stomp as blue spiritual energy flowed all around. The scattered voices sounded dangerous, thinking, great, great, fantastic, raising Lu Xuan's importance to the same level as Leng Yanbing. It'd be best if he could enter the Four Corners secret realm. Controlling him to work for me. Seeing this, Li Cheng smirked confidently, saying, if that's the case, complying is better than showing false courtesy. Lu Xuan gave a sly smile, softly saying, please. The arena was ablaze with intense combat. Li Cheng was an ice element magician, at the 8th level of Lianqi, while Lu Xuan was considered a swordsman also at the 8th level of Lianqi. Before the duel, the two exchanged brief nods. Li Cheng meticulously planned that to deal with a swordsman, keeping a distance was key. When Lu Xuan couldn't react, he'd unleash an ice snow move to secure victory. So, without missing a beat, Li Cheng launched his ice snow technique, everything heading straight for Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan reacted swiftly, dashing forward with his sword to counter Li Cheng's attack. Li Cheng followed up with more ice and snow moves, but Lu Xuan deftly dodged them. He leaped into the air and landed with incredible grace. Li Cheng touched the ground once, summoning numerous ice blocks, all aimed at Lu Xuan. Li Cheng thought to himself, the earlier was just a trick. Let's see how you dodge this time. Lu Xuan was momentarily caught by the ice blocks. Sensing the perfect opportunity, Li Cheng summoned a massive ice sword, known as the Hangzhou Giant Sword. Shouting loudly, he controlled the sword with his hands. The ice sword, under Li Cheng's command, flew toward Lu Xuan, but with a simple flick of his wrist, Lu Xuan shattered the Hangzhou Giant Sword effortlessly. Unable to believe his eyes, Li Cheng exclaimed, how is this possible? Lu Xuan soared towards him, moving so fast that Li Cheng couldn't react. He had underestimated his opponent. But Lu Xuan stopped suddenly, the hilt of his sword poised at Li Cheng's chest. Modestly, Lu Xuan remarked, you've let me win. Li Cheng laughed and replied, I lost. My skills are shallow, but Lu Shidi's strength is extraordinary. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. At Xiao Zhu Peak, Lu Xuan won, but as Lu Xuan's victory echoed, the onlookers buzzed with discussion. That was over the top. They're both at the 8th level of Lianqi. Truly a crushing victory. His swordsmanship is exquisite. And you called him a waste. Was he just trying to lower our guard before the Sifang secret realm opened? Definitely not ordinary. Could it be he's always hidden his true strength? Shocked by the sudden transformation of someone they called a waste, Huo Tao exclaimed, no way, isn't Lu Xuan supposed to be a formation master? How'd he become a swordsman? Lu Qi, feeling pained, pondered, my swordsmanship can't compare to his. Meanwhile, Chu Yutian schemed, the better his aptitude, the more valuable he is. Though his tricks are many, I'll need to eventually crush him with lightning physique. Can't be careless. The elders of Lan Yue's sect were left dumbstruck. One elder spoke up. Who would have thought that while Elder Lu was away, her disciple unexpectedly resolved his cultivation issues? Truly something to celebrate. Qi Si Yuan laughed heartily. Your sect is indeed brimming with talent. Each a remarkable hero. Truly something to celebrate. However, Zhang Yufeng felt slapped in the face by those words. Yu Linlong remained calm, stating, what's to celebrate over one duel? The road ahead is long. Even if he's luckily resolved his cultivation issue now, what if he can't secure a spot in the Sifang secret realm? What then of his future cultivation? Would Lu Muyuan really support him his whole life? Zhang Yufeng, regaining composure, slyly remarked, you're even stricter on Elder Lu's disciple than she is. Yu Linlong retorted, I just say what's on my mind. Suddenly, the two siblings began arguing in front of everyone. Zhang Yufeng taunted, after all these years, do you still want fame like Lu Muyuan? Yu Linlong, too lazy to bicker, replied, what would an inept man like you understand? After the argument, Nok Ling Long suddenly became contemplative, thinking about Lu Xuan. I hope you don't waste her efforts. At least her hard work to find the Medicine King won't be in vain. She then thought about Lu Muyuan. How much longer until you come back? If you don't hurry, I won't be able to save you a good spot. When Ling Yanbing won first place, Zhang Dufeng lost and just lay there, ignoring everyone's concern. After the match, Li Cheng and Lu Xuan ran into each other. Li Cheng spoke first, saying, I once heard rumors that junior brother Lu became introverted due to issues in cultivation. Which is why he stayed at Xiaozhu Peak, not interacting with the outside world. Now it seems those rumors have unjustly tarnished your reputation. Lu Xuan replied, the path of cultivation is inherently uneven. Previously, without solving my cultivation issues, I would only attract more criticism. It's best to calmly improve oneself, and rumors will dissipate on their own. While Li Cheng was talking, Lu Xuan saw a system panel appear. Main quest: secure the first victory in the sect competition. Completed. Receive stage reward, memory fragment. He received the memory fragment and the quota to enter the Four Directions secret realm. As Lu Xuan wondered what this was, the memory fragment invaded his chest. At that moment, memories suddenly flooded his mind. Lu Xuan witnessed the entire scene with his own eyes, feeling utterly baffled. Previously, he and Li Cheng had once dueled in a sect competition. Back then, Lu Xuan didn't hold back, arrogantly saying, Lianqi Stage 8. Senior brother Li Cheng, you're not my match, you might as well concede. But Li Cheng maintained his calm demeanor, replying, Junior brother Lu, I appreciate your kindness, but I must compete in this match. There's no backing down. The original Lu Xuan observed this firsthand, exclaiming in shock, that's me. That time, the two of us really duked it out. And Lu Xuan didn't show any mercy, striking with his sword. In the end, he injured Li Cheng to the brink of collapse. The referee healed Li Cheng while announcing Lu Xuan's victory. As he turned away, he coldly said, you brought this upon yourself. This bloody spectacle stirred public opinion, clearly stronger than his opponent. Yet showing no mercy. Lu Xuan, you're truly ruthless. He's basically unfit to reach the Zhuji stage, and will surely face disaster in the future. Upon returning, Lu Xuan still sought pills to heal Li Cheng. He said, you obviously knew you couldn't win, yet you were so stubborn. Thanks to the memory fragment, Lu Xuan saw another match where the Lu Xuan from his memories and the elders of the Lan Yue sect fought against thousands of demons. Lu Muyuan appeared there too. Lu Xuan, in the midst of the encirclement, kept striking down foes. His face was resolute, splattered with fresh blood. While he was focused, he didn't notice a demon approaching him from behind. The one who came forward to take the hit for him turned out to be Li Cheng, with a blow piercing through his chest. As Li Cheng lay dying on the ground, Lu Xuan rushed over, saying, why would a Jindan stage cultivator like you just join the fray for fun? As Li Cheng weakened, he still tried to say, it looks like I can't use your pills this time. Junior brother Lu, survive. In reality, seeing the odd expression on Lu Xuan's face, Li Cheng shook him and called out, Junior brother Lu. Junior brother Lu. At that moment, Lu Xuan's face was pale, drenched in sweat. He had just seen his own memories. Lu Xuan turned to ask senior brother Li, if fellow disciples face a major disaster, would you step in to help? Upon hearing this, Li Cheng became all serious. It's only natural for me to help a fellow disciple in trouble. Lu Xuan added, even if it means sacrificing your own life. Li Cheng suddenly burst out laughing. Well, I might have to think about that a little. Leaning against the railing, Lu Xuan said, you know, I was just casually asking earlier. Don't take it seriously. Still, I appreciate you answering me. Senior brother Li. Just then, Huo Dao and the others rushed over. Huo Dao called out, hey, brother Lu Xuan, remember us? Lu Xuan pretended not to know them and asked, may I know who you are? Earlier, he'd been badmouthed so badly that saying he didn't know Huo Dao and his crew was a blatant lie. Huo Dao reminded him that they were the ones who accidentally landed on Xiaozhu Peak and needed his help to break the formation and get out. Along with Huo Dao were Lu Zhao, Zhao Baiyi, Zhu Yutian, and Lu Qi. Lu Xuan gave an awkward smile and said, sorry about earlier, it's like we're not truly acquainted until we've clashed. He pointed at Zhu Yutian and said, actually, I do remember this fellow Taoist. Huo Dao was surprised. Oh, why's that? Lu Xuan replied, back then, everyone else was trapped in the formation, but only senior brother Yutian managed to break through my water formation. That comment left everyone in astonishment. Zhao Baiyi was a bit skeptical, although brother Yutian isn't bad in terms of skills. If I recall correctly, he's not exactly an expert in formations. Could it be? Zhu Yutian thought quietly to himself. Is this kid doing it on purpose? Huo Dao approached and asked. Maybe Brother Yu Tian has a secret interest in formations that he usually keeps hidden. Right, Zhao Baiyi thought silently, there's no way it's just luck. With a normal Zhuji aptitude, if he wasn't diligently cultivating, how could he break through Lu Xuan's water formation? Seeing Zhao Baiyi so intensely focused, Zhu Yuqian quickly tried to cover. You've got it wrong, fellow Taoist. I'm not skilled in formations at all. I just stumbled upon the formation's weakness by sheer luck. Lu Xuan had only tested the waters, not expecting to give Zhu Yuqian such a fright. He said, oh, so that's how it is. Looks like I was lucky. If Brother Zhu was truly skilled in formations, that 5 elements illusion formation would have been broken by you long ago. Zhu Yuqian felt a bit relieved and responded, Brother Lu Xuan, you're flattering me. But just as he finished speaking, he thought to himself, since entering this world, I've never been humiliated like this. Huo Dao, full of admiration, said, but really, Brother Lu, your positioning in the match earlier was impressive. Lu Xuan simply replied, we're all brothers in arms here. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuqian suddenly turned and walked away. Lu Xuan noticed Zhu Yuqian's actions and thought to himself, there's this rumor that if you reach the nascent soul stage, you could practice demonic arts to see someone else's body. Outwardly, Zhu Yuqian seems ordinary, but his aura is chaotic, and some of his actions are quite odd. Even those close to him find it strange. It's hard not to suspect that he might not be the real Zhu Yuqian anymore. At that moment, Huo Dao turned to the arena and said, look over there, I think that's Lang Yanbing stepping onto the stage. Lu Xuan also focused on the arena. As soon as Lang Yanbing appeared, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Is that really the sword Dao prodigy Lang Yanbing? She's carrying the Frost Rain sword, the legendary sword of Grandmaster Yu Quan. Rumor has it that she's only been cultivating for 2 years and already reached the middle Zhuji stage. Truly a dragon among humans. Her grace is unparalleled. Lang Yanbing stepped out with her slender figure, carrying her sword, her beauty stunning everyone. Zhu Yuqian was thinking, wouldn't it be amazing if I could completely crush this beauty? The judge remarked, even though it's a competition for victory, don't overexert yourself too much and know when to stop. He thought to himself, after all, they're not on the same level. Lang Yanbing's opponent hailed from Bai Lian Peak, named Wang Shi, a craftsman. Wang Shi glanced at his opponent, thinking, my master must be watching the match from somewhere, so I can't back down before the fight and embarrass Bai Lian Peak. He summoned sharp iron claw chains, launching them straight at Lang Yanbing. Swiftly, she drew her sword and charged ahead. With a swift move, she knocked her opponent's weapon off its path. Seeing his weapon sent flying, Wang Shi used one of his own techniques. And suddenly, many chains sprouted from that iron claw. Wherever Ling Yanbing went, the chains would rush to attack. But she effortlessly dodged them. Each chain struck the arena floor with force, showing how powerful his technique truly was. Ling Yanbing leaped up, swinging her sword towards Wang Shi. Immediately, he gathered energy in his palm. Just as Ling Yanbing's sword came slashing down, that energy formed a deep red shield, with an incredibly aggressive aura. Ling Yanbing was momentarily surprised. She lightly jumped, skillfully evading the attack. From above, Yu Linlong watched it all, feeling a bit disdainful. They're not at the same level at all. All that dodging is just wasting time. Can we change the drawing lots method next time? Zhang Yufeng felt a chill run down his spine hearing that. And someone noticed something strange on the arena. That black shield is about to explode. This is bad. Elder Bai Lianfeng, observing the scene, could only shout, Rebel, have you lost your mind? If that shield explodes, both you and your opponent might get seriously injured. But at this moment, Wang Shi didn't care. He only wanted victory. That thing above him looked like it was going to blow. Yet Ling Yanbing remained unfazed, charging forward at top speed. Her eyes fierce and unwavering, showing no trace of fear. With a mighty swing, her sword directly shattered the dangerous weapon. Her strike was so powerful that it ripped Wang Shi's clothes to shreds. Everyone watching was utterly captivated by this match. In the end, the result was clear. Tana Wet Fong's Ling Yanbing won. Standing before her opponent, she humbly said, Thank you for letting me win. Wang Shi, in despair, sat on the ground and laughed heartily. Ha ha, I lost. His master walked onto the arena after the match, seemingly concerned while being bluntly honest. You've only trained for 2 years and already thinking of self-destructing like the others. Seems like you're tired of living. Don't need your life anymore." The audience showered praises upon her. "She's so strong." Senior brother Wang Shi tried his hardest yet couldn't even touch a strand of Ling Yanbing's hair. "That sword aura of hers is unbeatable below the Zhuji stage," Ling Yanbing reminded him. "Even though your magical artifact is good, it can't always protect you fully. You should go get treated first." Elder Bai Lianfeng, while pulling his disciple's ear to lecture him, replied graciously, "Fellow cultivator, thank you for showing mercy." Wang Shi, tears streaming down his face, admitted his mistake. "Master, I was wrong." At that moment, Ling Yanbing's gaze landed on Lu Xuan. Her eyes were filled with an unyielding strength. He was a bit startled, wondering to himself, "Is she looking at me?" The duel was still going strong. That fellow cultivator charged in, delivering a deadly blow to his opponent. Once the opponent was beaten and sprawled on the stage, the crowd below began to murmur, "Duan Hao Dian lost. Isn't he the youngest in the late Zhuji stage?" But the gap was too wide. Clearly not on the same level. Don't even mention Duan Hao Dian. Was it about strength or sheer luck in the end? A nearby elder was trembling with anger. "My disciple spent over a decade painstakingly cultivating, and he can't even make it to the top 64. This is outrageous. Is he really inferior to those at the 8th level of Lianqi?" Elder Gu Hong turned, addressing the sect master. "It seems that the discontent among everyone during this sect competition is quite intense." Zhang Dufeng also surveyed the other elders for their opinions. Gu Hong promptly shared his thoughts, looking back at previous sect competitions. "It seems only when the 4 directions secret lands are involved do the disciples have such disputes. I wonder if we should improve the competition rules." An elder nearby also firmly added, "For fairness' sake, we must change them." Bai Lian Peak Master chimed in, "If your skills are lacking, do you blame the rules?" My disciple, Wang Shi, faced just as much injustice against Ling Yanbing. Zhu Zhen also voiced his opinion. "Once or twice is understandable. But if this keeps happening every time, we definitely need to change the rules. After all, this competition, which occurs once every 30 years, is a precious opportunity for everyone." Zhang Dufeng, who had ambitions of his own, remained steadfast, considering the relevance to the 4 directions secret lands. "I understand the zeal of the disciples seeking the Tao. However, the competition is already halfway through. Changing the schedule without a viable plan won't be ideal." Yu Ling Long, passing by, chimed in support of her senior. "If all the elders believe their disciples deserve to enter the secret lands, it's simple. Allow those who were eliminated a chance to challenge the top 64 competitors. Whoever wins can claim a spot in the secret lands." This suggestion seemed well received by everyone. An elder proposed, "Then let's use the thrusting thunder stance. But if we start a thunder platform battle, how long until the disciples stop fighting?" Yu Ling Long stepped forward. "The thunder protection battle only allows disciples at Zhuji stage and above to challenge the Thunder Master. Each person only has 1 chance, and the Master must defend at least 3 times. After 3 rounds, if no one wins, then time's up." After hearing that, everyone's eyes brightened. Zhang Dufeng smiled internally. "If no one objects, let's proceed with that plan." Finally, an announcement was made. The rewards for entering the top 64 will remain unchanged. Even if someone succeeds in the challenge, they will only gain a slot in the 4 directions secret lands and won't receive any ranking rewards from the sect competition. Outside, the audience was abuzz. The test rules really changed. Never thought we'd see the sect change its own rules. Lu Xuan looked a bit surprised, thinking to himself, if that's the case, joining the Thunder Defense is just a matter of time. Against experts, Lianqi is just not enough. Suddenly, a glow surrounded his body as a system message popped up. Lu Xuan has advanced to the 9th level of Lianqi. Those around could clearly see this scene. Huo Dao's eyes went wide, jaw dropping. Someone broke through. It's brother Lu Xuan. He quickly made an excuse. I've been consuming a lot of elixirs. Accumulating their potency, just happened to break through the bottleneck, so I tried once, and unexpectedly succeeded at once. Huo Dao exclaimed, who does that? Talking with us and breaking through just like that. Ta Baiyi also offered congratulations, brother Lu. Your strength has taken another step forward. All this time, standing silently, Zhou Yuqian suddenly stepped forward and said, "Brother Lu, with your exceptional talent, even cracking jokes can break a bottleneck. Perhaps this time, in the Four Directions secret lands, we won't be alone." Although Lu Xuan smiled at Zhou Yuqian, he thought to himself, trying to get me into the Four Directions secret lands. I wouldn't be surprised if this guy is plotting something behind the scenes. I need to find a way to take him out. After numerous ensuing battles, results finally came in. The last battle for today saw the talisman crafter triumph over Lin Suo Feng. Huo Dao remarked, "Looks like today's competition is about to wrap up. I wonder who will win next." Lu Xuan kindly invited everyone. "Everyone must be tired. How about coming over to Small Bamboo Peak for a bit? This time, let me make up for the lack of hospitality last time." Turning with a relaxed demeanor, Lu Xuan added, "Besides, I'm currently researching a new formation, called the Purple Bamboo Formation, and need people to test it. If everyone agrees to help, I'll be more than willing to assist you in the future." Ta Baiyi eagerly responded, "A new formation? I'm eager for Brother Lu Xuan's guidance." Zhou Yuqian immediately expressed his delight. "Sounds interesting." Scene shift to Small Bamboo Peak, with Lu Xuan bringing along Huo Dao and the group as guests. Of course, Zhou Yuqian was there too. He meticulously explained his formation. This formation doesn't harm enemies. It simply integrates with the terrain of Small Bamboo Peak to enhance certain abilities. To exit, you just need to find the formation eye. Zhou Yuqian seemed to visualize the structure of the formation after hearing Lu Xuan's explanation. Just as Lu Xuan had said, it seemed like the core of this formation was at the stone summit. Towards the end of the round, the white pieces found themselves at a disadvantage, and the black pieces were on the verge of being swallowed up. He also glanced at the board, carefully studying it on his own. He picked up a white piece. Any way you looked at it, this was a match where white was destined to lose. If it were just discussing strategy, not much would be revealed. But let me see if this purple bamboo formation has any unique features. As soon as Zhou Yuqian placed the white piece down, there was an immediate reaction. His entire body suddenly shrunk dramatically in comparison to the board. He was inside Lu Xuan's formation. Staring at the board, he guessed at ways to break the formation, figuring that one must enter the game to break the formation. Is he trying to probe me? Zhou Yuqian stuck out his tongue and said, "Interesting. Interesting. Lu Xuan really is a genius with formations. Only such a genius would be worthy of me taking over his body." As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding light appeared amidst the formation on the board. Zhou Yuqian instantly realized, only by occupying the Tianyuan of this dead board could it turn into a living game. Suddenly, strange little ghosts appeared around him. Zhou Yuqian laughed maniacally. Charging in enthusiastically, he swung his sword towards the approaching ghosts, and swiftly sliced down at the target in front of him. Just looking at him, you could tell how frantically excited he was. He continuously wielded his sword, and in no time, reached the center of the board, where the brilliant light shone. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, forcing Zhou Yuqian backwards. He staggered back, utterly surprised. A powerhouse at Lianqi stage. How is this possible? Zhou Yuqian suddenly felt disoriented. Just what is Lu Xuan's background? Up high, an enormous hand suddenly appeared, capable of covering the entire sky. Faced with danger, Zhou Yuqian's true nature burst forth, transforming into a demonic form. An outlandish monster emerged, now standing on the board. Zhou Yuqian immediately unleashed his ultimate move, punching down on the board with intimidating force. Meanwhile, outside, Lu Xuan had grasped the situation. That Zhou Yuqian definitely has issues. Turns out he's a demonic cultivator. Lu Xuan quietly observed and immediately understood the events from Zhou Yuqian's memories. He, alongside countless other cultivators, was lost in the Misty Valley. It seemed that not only Zhou Yuqian, but many other cultivators had also been possessed by demon cultivators. They screamed in agony, cleverly avoided the eyes of others, and retained the memories of the original host. He silently mused, "No wonder this guy wanted me to enter this world secret realm. Turns out he wanted to capture the young cultivators of Xiao King Zhou in one fell swoop. They've set up a grand formation for a blood sacrifice in the secret realm." Lu Xuan said, "Can't find any more information. Seems like someone has set up a block." The demon cultivator on Chu Yu-tian isn't simple. He pulled out 2 illusory memory talismans and concealed spiritual force. Although he wanted to kill him right now, keeping him around for a few more days would definitely be useful. Lu Xuan used those 2 talismans and thought to himself, the fragment of memory doesn't have Chu Yu-tian's demon cultivator. Could it be someone else? Must find a suitable opportunity to expose him. Fast forward to some time later. Huo Dao, Zhao Baiyi, and Chu Yu-tian all stepped through the teleportation gate. Escaping the formation, Lu Xuan was already waiting outside. Seeing him emerge, he said, "Congratulations on successfully breaking the formation. Brother Zhao, as expected of someone who specializes in formations, broke it first. Second was Brother Huo, and last was Brother Chu. What a pity." Chu Yu-tian held his head in a daze. What happened just now? Zhao Baiyi, skilled in formation research, had just grasped Lu Xuan's formation. "Brother Lu, your formation is truly ingenious. Using the formation as a chessboard. To enter it is to step onto the board. This strategic marvel, Brother Lu, is truly impressive," Huo Dao said, "though the formation is remarkable. Luckily I outsmarted it and successfully broke it. It seems, from Brother Lu's tone, Brother Chu failed to break it." Chu Yu-tian made an excuse up on the spot, "Though I didn't manage to break the formation. I gained a lot. Next time I encounter a restrictive formation, I should handle it easily." Lu Xuan smiled and replied, "Gaining something is good. Thanks for helping with this trial formation. My fellow cultivators, I've also gained an understanding, a rather profound one." Switch scenes to the misty valley, where the mist was moving in one direction. A group dressed in black entered the dark cave. One person suddenly spoke up, "I feel like someone is watching us." The leader reassured, "Although this place is a bit eerie, no need to panic. The main master's life token is still here. They might just be trapped somewhere and not in life-threatening danger." He held up a command token emitting light, engraved with the word gold. Suddenly there was movement deeper inside, and within a second, someone stepped out. It was a girl with platinum hair, looking very clean. Turned out she was the sect master they were searching for. He quickly knelt down, half kneeling, and said, "Subordinates arrive late. Please forgive us, sect master." The girl opened her mouth, showing clear dissatisfaction. "You useless bunch. Do I really need you to come rescue me? But you came at the right time. I have important matters to attend to." He raised the gold token and said, "We're willing to follow the sect master." She took the gold token without even glancing at them, then transformed her body, twisting, revealing herself to be a giant serpent. Switching back to the sect competition, Lu Tuji rubbed his swollen face and lamented, "There are too many Zhuji stage experts. We Lianqi cultivators don't stand a chance. No matter how hard we try, we won't make the top 64. The round-faced cultivator teased, "If your skills aren't up to par, quit complaining. Better spend that time improving yourself." Hearing that, Lu Tuji got angry but had no words. Suddenly, Huo Dao became very excited. It's Lu Xuan's turn to enter the arena. Lu Tuji gossiped eagerly, "With a face like that, they likely mean no harm to Lu Xuan." He clicked his tongue, smacking his lips. Lianqi fighting against Zhuji. And the opponent is the personal disciple of Enforcement Hall's elder Wang Yue. Wang Li Zhou, I want to see how he'll turn the tables. As soon as they met, the other guy sneered, "Lu Xuan. Hello there, Rotten Wood Junior brother." Watching that dude laugh to himself, his smile gradually morphed into something less human. Lu Xuan pondered, "Does this guy have a grudge against me? It's clearly our first meeting. Just a Zhuji cultivator, so why the arrogance?" The very next second, Lu Xuan quickly shifted his demeanor, and with a serious face, he asked, "And which onion are you?" Wang Lishu was suddenly frozen by Lu Xuan's question, and whispers erupted around them. He's the top disciple of the Zhuji stage. Is he really not afraid of anything? Just all bark, right? Wang Lishu, seething with anger, veins bulging on his forehead, readied his sword, and with a mocking tone said, "Lu Junior brother, it seems you lack respect for your fellow senior brother." Lu Xuan casually retorted, "Do you even deserve it? Plus, I was just casually speaking. Do you really consider yourself an onion?" Wang Lishu shook with rage, his voice turning icy. "Interesting, I once had a cat. And since it wouldn't listen, I crushed it to death. Seems like you're just like the cat." Arrogantly, he continued, I could crush you with one finger anytime. Talking so loud, it's hard for people not to hear. Yu Linglong crossed her arms. Visibly displeased, she sarcastically asked, Elder Wang, you've really raised a fine disciple, haven't you? Zhang Dufeng standing behind her was also startled by Wang Lishu's words. He worried silently, the competition is for rivalry, but it must not promote vicious battles. Our Lan Yue sect is a reputable upright sect. Mu Xinyu of the Xuan Shuang sect also chimed in, talking about crushing someone to death. Truly an extraordinary presence worthy of being an elite disciple of your noble sect. Elder Wang Yue sweated profusely and hastily explained, fellow Taoists, please don't laugh at us. It's my fault for not properly guiding Lier, spoiling him too much and making him arrogant. Although Lier is conceited, his nature is kind, and he's never done anything truly unscrupulous. After the competition is over, I'll surely educate him well and temper his character. Yu Linglong candidly responded, anyway, I'll remind you, you're not the only one good at covering weaknesses. If something unexpected happens to Lu Xuan. Yu Linglong thought of Lu Mu Yuan, musing, I absolutely cannot let any harm come to Lu Xuan. The referee entered to signal the start of the match. Wang Lishu drew his sword, pointing it directly at Lu Xuan. He shouted loudly, kneel before me. The entire arena was enveloped in the aura of Wang Lishu, and the audience started buzzing with chatter. It's already such an intense match. Can brother Lu Xuan hold his ground? This is the gap in power. Lu Xuan raised his hand to prepare. He mused, just a Zhuji cultivator trying to suppress others with might. Do you really think you're worthy? Lu Xuan began to get serious. Initiating his formation, Huo Tao excitedly said, Brother Lu also used a formation. Lu Xuan's formation enveloped the arena, creating a brilliant halo. Wang Lishu disdainfully said, a rotten piece of wood trying to set up a formation. Foolish daydream. He then launched the flying sword in his hand towards Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan raised both hands in front of him, showing no intention of counterattacking, but the sword pierced straight through his body. Someone shouted excitedly, he's done for this time. Referee, stop him now. Wang Lishu laughed with confidence, raising his hand to continue his attack. A large hole had already appeared in Lu Xuan's chest. Lu Xuan's formation rapidly sprang to life, encircling Wang Luzhao. Ta Bo Yi excitedly remarked, Lu brother's speed is impressive. He set up the formation in no time. Wang Luzhao waved his sword, pushing back the light surrounding him, and sneered, you think this little trick can trap me? Huo Dao was utterly shocked. What's going on? Wang Luzhao can actually break the formation. Ta Bo Yi explained, although setting up a formation before a battle is useful, if the power disparity is too great, the formation can't hold the opponent for long. Moreover, Lu brothers' Huangsha formation is incomplete. If it strays from the cycle of the 5 elements, its power will definitely weaken. Standing below the arena, Chu Yushan smiled and said, that's not necessarily the case. Look over there. On the stage, 2 new flags suddenly appeared, bearing the characters Feng and Earth. Ta Bo Yi, suddenly alert, recognized it immediately. That's the Zunjun formation from the 8 trigrams. Zun stands for wind. Combined with the Huangsha formation, the power will double. Lu Xuan manifested right in front of the Earth flag. Wang Luzhao, still arrogantly waving his sword, shouted, you think using your Lianqi skills against me will win? Dream on. From the Earth flag, Lu Xuan summoned a multitude of large vines, all of which lunged at Wang Luzhao. He slashed through the vines with his sword, sneering, are you not done yet? Once your spiritual power's drained, let's see how you'll cope. Is this the best a little ant-like you can do? But then, the earth and wood flags again rushed towards Wang Luzhao. He began to panic. Wasn't this formation already broken? How is it still a 5 elements formation? Lu Xuan began manipulating the formation. 5 multicolored flags, representing the 5 elements, came into his control. Monsters emerged from the flags. Each and every one of them targeted Wang Luzhao to attack. He was tense but tried to act nonchalant. With a cold laugh, all these fancy moves are useless. Lu Xuan, is this all you've got? However, Wang Liuzu's hand began to tremble. He was trapped, unable to resist, only able to bluster. All you do is hide. Won't you face me head on? Quickly, he was frozen solid within the formation. Lu Xuan leapt down from above, approaching Wang Luzhao with an authoritative gaze. Do you think you're worthy to challenge me? Do you not see the situation you're in now? Wang Luzhao, panicked, collapsed, using his sword to support himself. Lu Xuan spoke coldly, if you want to die, go ahead and try. Wang Luzhao couldn't accept this reality yet. He shouted, I already broke your formation. How can I lose? Lu Xuan sternly asked. Why do you think you've broken my formation? Ta Bo Yi, observing the formation, pondered and then said, I get it now. From the start, Lu brother was baiting Wang Luzhao to break the formation. In fact, those formations weren't broken. Lu brother let him think that they were to create the opportunity to activate the entire formation when Wang Luzhao became careless. Huo Dao also found this move highly strategic and nodded. No wonder, we only saw the formation continuously change. Without realizing Wang Luzhao had fallen into Lu brother's trap. Wang Luzhao looked up at Lu Xuan, his voice full of resentment. How dare you humiliate me like this? Lu Xuan recalled what Wang Luzhao had said before and retorted sarcastically. Do you even deserve it? Now tell me, who's the one kneeling? Finally, the referee announced, Xiao Zhufeng's Lu Xuan wins. The system panel popped up before Lu Xuan. Main Mission 3, enter the top 64 of the sect competition has been completed. Reward, memory fragment and a ticket to the Four Directions secret realm. Below the arena, seeing Lu Xuan achieve another easy victory, the audience buzzed with excitement. Another successful comeback. It seems Lu Xuan is truly aiming to rise up. Just barely losing and already screaming like that. Lacking character and even lacking strength. Got smacked in the face this time. Ha, hearing all this gossip, Wang Lapzhou was truly furious. He grabbed his sword and charged toward Lu Xuan from behind, shouting, I won't lose. I won't lose. Taba Yi was startled. The disciple is losing it because he lost. Even Elder Wang Yue panicked, yelling, You brat, how dare you? But Lu Xuan quickly unleashed a move, freezing Wang Lapzhou in his tracks. He raised his sword, aiming straight at him. Everyone watching was astonished. Such powerful sword aura. What am I witnessing here? Hidden within this sword aura is an intent. Its strength is mighty enough for cross-level combat. Wang Lapzhou took a hit from Lu Xuan, blood flowing all over, and he collapsed on the fighting stage. Elder Wang Yue hurried down to check on his disciple. Meanwhile, discussions below the stage continued unabated. Sword intent. No way, isn't that something only Ling Yan Bing comprehended? If Lu Xuan grasped sword intent, does that mean he and Ling Yan Bing are geniuses of the same level? Has Lu Xuan been playing dumb this whole time? But now he has severely injured Wang Lapzhou, right in front of Elder Wang. Will he face vengeance? There are wins and losses in a match, especially since Wang Lapzhou harbored killing intent first. Amidst all the chatter, Lu Xuan didn't care and merely turned his back and walked away. To everyone's surprise, Wang Yue wasn't angry at all, but instead softly said in front of everyone, This match was my disciple Wang Lapzhou's fault for not mastering his skills well enough. He ended up like this because he brought it upon himself. I will surely take his training seriously from now on. As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Xuan's retreating figure, silently acknowledging the situation. Once he recovers, I'll personally make him reflect. At the serene and secluded Xiao Zhu Peak, Lu Xuan soaked in a bathtub, sighing, I've revealed too much this time. Who knows when they'll come back to cause trouble. He cast a quick glance, immediately sensing a malicious spirit approaching. Its entire presence exuded an intense murderous aura. It raised its claws, intending to attack, but was stopped by the Xiao Zhu Peak's array formation. Lu Xuan quickly dressed and appeared outside the formation, flashing a disdainful smile. Your heart is smaller than your eyes. I knew this guy wouldn't let me off easily. He called out loudly, Wang Yue, are you still playing this game? Attacking me in secret like this? A figure slowly became visible within the formation. Wang Yue roared, clever you are, but clever ones often die young. Lu Xuan barely raised an eyebrow, smirking. So what if you're at the Yuanying stage? A flick of my finger could suppress you. Wang Yue was about to attack Lu Xuan, but suddenly chains appeared, wrapping around him entirely. He raised two fingers, about to channel chi to counter. But out of nowhere, a powerful technique emerged from behind. Lu Xuan was startled, recognizing the familiar aura, turning around in surprise. This aura, it's from Master. His eyes lit up with joy. Master. It turns out the one who struck was Lu Mu Yuan. She exclaimed, You scoundrel! How dare you? The person wearing a straw hat next to Lu Muyuan asked. Need me to step in? She simply replied coldly, no need. Wang Yue seemed a bit unsure, saying, didn't Lu Muyuan go out already? When did she return? She turned to her disciple, Lu Xuan, and carefully instructed, just hide for now, let me handle this guy first. Lu Xuan reluctantly responded, all right. Lu Muyuan had no idea how her disciple had been causing a stir at the sect's tournament while she was away. He had a crane in his hands, which could easily suppress Wang Yue. But in this situation, it would just be stirring up the hornet's nest. So he simply tossed the crane and commanded, go on. At Ziguo Cliff, Wang Yue and his father were joining forces. Wang Yue, with a dark face, thought, it's only Lu Muyuan. Yet she's so arrogant, she's not that scary. However, the woman in the hat was clearly an expert above the Yuan Ying level. Wang Yue stood up and said to Wang Lizhou, we should leave. Wang Lizhou looked at his father, saying, Father, he was reminded, you can recover from losing blood vitality, but if you lose your life, it's all over. Wang Lizhou nodded in agreement, and the father and son quickly left. A cultivator spotted them and wondered, aren't those Wang Yue and Wang Lizhou? Lu Xuan's crane was still pursuing the two. Meanwhile, at Xiao Zhu Peak, a fierce battle was unfolding between Lu Muyuan and Wang Yue. Lu Muyuan wielded her sword, her presence powerful and not to be underestimated. Lu Xuan witnessed it all firsthand, thinking, Master's strength is overwhelming, even at the peak of Jinden's stage. Going beyond one's limit, it seems like a one-sided fight. As it reaches the latter stages, the gap becomes even more obvious. Genuine reversals in cultivation battles are rare. Yet Master is doing it, even gaining the upper hand. Wang Yue also contemplated, teaming up against a Yuan Ying level opponent. Death is only a matter of time. Might as well take a risk. With that thought, Wang Yue began casting a spell. He summoned a deep red flag, inscribed with some peculiar words. Then he shouted, prepare to die. Lu Muyuan instantly realized, this is the Blood Soul flag. It's you. Her memory abruptly flashed back 2 years earlier. In one family village, she had also seen this Blood Soul flag. Lu Muyuan would never forget the tragic state of one family village back then. At that time, in an effort to save the unconscious Lu Xuan, she had no choice but to let him escape. Lu Muyuan exclaimed, finally found you. Behind her, Lu Xuan chimed in, Master, this person is Wang Yue, the elder of the discipline hall in the inner sect. Lu Muyuan was shocked. Wang Yue, seeing the opponent distracted, Wang Yue immediately lashed out with his claws. And Lu Xuan yelled from behind, Master, watch out. Lu Muyuan had been waiting for this day for a long time. She drew her sword, and with a determined gaze, unleashed the move Moonfall Frost in the sky. Wang Yue was stunned as soon as he saw the move. The power of this move was incredibly strong, targeting the demon straight away. Wang Yue screamed, impossible, a nascent soul cultivator, defeated by a golden core stage cultivator. Then, a massive explosion erupted, bringing the battle to an end. Zhang Dufeng and the others rushed over, noticing the unusual commotion, and yelled, Elder Lu. At that moment, Zhang Dufeng noticed something else, and he shouted, it's the Blood Soul banner. Capture him quickly. Just then, Wang Yue's gaze fell upon Lu Xuan. Filled with hatred, he lunged forward, grabbing Lu Xuan. Even if I die, I must take him down with me. Lu Xuan was snagged and hoisted high. Lu Muyuan anxiously cried. Lu Xuan, the woman in the conical hat reminded her, a nascent soul stage self-destructing if you intervene. You'll be gravely injured at best. Wang Yue squeezed tightly, prompting Lu Xuan to shout, let's all die together. Right at that moment, a massive explosion suddenly occurred on the scene. Lu Muyuan was in extreme tension. No, Master still needs to find the Herb King Valley to cure me. She lost her composure, rushed forward, and screamed, my disciple. Her eyes filled with tears. Just then, Lu Xuan's voice rang out. Master. Out of the thick white smoke emerged the familiar figure of Lu Xuan. As the dust settled, a wounded Lu Xuan appeared. He smiled and said, I'm all right. Lu Muyuan was flabbergasted, her eyes glistening with tears. Lu Muyuan hugged Lu Xuan. Overwhelmed. This is great. You're all right. Right after, Lu Muyuan took out the pill and handed it to Lu Xuan, saying, "Quick, eat this." Lu Xuan chuckled and replied, "Master, I'm fine." He thought to himself, "It's just a flesh wound. No real injuries. Am I overacting a bit?" But Lu Muyuan insisted he eat it, her face serious as she said, "Open your mouth." Lu Xuan had no choice but to obediently open his mouth. Zhang Dufeng was equally surprised that Lu Xuan managed to come out. He stepped forward and remarked, "Surviving a nascent soul cultivator's self-destruction. That's quite the luck." Lu Xuan, while chewing on the pill, replied, "Lucky for me, Master left the mountain guard armor, or I wouldn't have made it." Lu Muyuan was surprised, wondering, mountain guard armor. She then turned and, while patting her favorite disciple's head, spoke to the woman in the bamboo hat. "Taoist friend Yu, could you help me check Lu Xuan's injuries? His well-being is my top priority." The woman in the bamboo hat was from the Medicine King Valley, named Yu King Yue. Fang Hongmin puffed her cheeks and said, "Elder Lu, your inner disciple is injured, yet you didn't come to me, the chief of Baikal Peak, for help." Lu Muyuan turned to Hongmin, saying, "That was wrong of me. Sister Hongmin, could you also help check Lu Xuan's injuries?" Fang Hongmin smiled gently. "All right, I'm just teasing, no need to worry, with the mountain guard armor protecting him, Lu Xuan should be fine." Lu Muyuan beamed. "Really?" Fang Hongmin then looked at Yu King Yue and asked, "You could tell too, right?" Yu King Yue moved closer to Lu Xuan and said, "His body's fine." While Lu Muyuan was relieved, Lu Xuan looked slightly bewildered. Yu Lin Long approached and asked, "Elder Lu, who exactly attacked you at the Lan Yue sect?" Lu Muyuan replied, "According to Lu Xuan, it was Elder Wang Yue from the Law Enforcement Hall of the Inner Sect." Fang Hongmin was astonished. "Unbelievable, it's Wang Yue." At this point, Lu Xuan spoke up, "Aside from Wang Li Zhou, I have no disputes with others in the sect. When I was attacked, I guessed the attacker might be Elder Wang Yue. They didn't deny it." Zhu Zhen seemed skeptical. "Isn't Elder Wang Yue supposed to be at Siguo Cliff?" Zhang Dufeng ordered, "Send someone to Siguo Cliff to see where Elder Wang Yue is." Gu Hong, standing nearby, said, "No need to look. When I arrived, I saw Wang Yue leading Wang Li Zhou away from a different direction. Right after the commotion at Xiaozhu Peak, I rushed over and didn't suspect anything about Wang Yue." Zhang Dufeng shouted, "What are you standing around for? Whether or not the culprit is Wang Yue, catch them first, then we can ask questions." Gu Hong was about to follow, but Zhang Dufeng stopped him. "Elder Gu, come with me to verify if the souls in the flag belong to the people of Wanjia village." With that, the two quickly departed. Yu King Yue said to Yu Lin Long, "Elder Yu, if Lu Xuan's okay now, does our agreement still stand?" Lu Muyuan wondered, since when did they know each other? Lu Xuan thought, what background does the Medicine King Valley have to emerge so easily? Looks like Yu Lin Long offered her some benefits. But isn't she always against my master? Yu Lin Long pinched Lu Xuan's cheek and replied, "Of course it stands, but since we're here, we should prepare a little something for him, or Elder Lu won't be at ease." Lu Xuan said helplessly, "I'm really fine," but Yu King Yue quickly grabbed his hand. Lu Xuan thought he needed to use the Kong Xuan Xuan Sutra to mask himself, or she might see through him. Yu King Yue's eyes suddenly lit up. "Do you know Kong Xuan?" Lu Xuan, puzzled, asked back, "Who's that?" Yu King Yue pondered. Seems he really doesn't know. She examined Lu Xuan and said, "He's fine, and it seems he's solved his cultivation problem. His path ahead will be smooth." Lu Muyuan, overjoyed, rushed to hug her beloved disciple, saying, "That's great." She turned to thank Nok Lin Lung, but before she could finish her sentence, Nok Lin Lung interrupted, "Don't thank me, I just wanted to find a good opponent for Lang Ni, so I asked her to help. That's all." Lu Xuan's face darkened, and he thought to himself, "So arrogant." Nok Lin Lung handed Lu Muyuan a key, saying, "I forgot to mention, Hongman left you the key to the healing spring. Go if you like." Lu Muyuan took the key, glanced at her disciple, and said, "All right, let's go together." Quickly, they arrived at the healing spring. Lu Xuan relaxed in the water. Lu Muyuan remarked, "Sister Hongman's healing spring strengthens the body, fortifies the tendons and meridians, and aids cultivation. It's rare for it to be open." Lu Xuan, feeling refreshed, replied, seems like she's worried about Master running around so much and dealing with Wang Yue. So I get to enjoy it as well. At this moment, Lu Mu Yuan, having changed her clothes, came out and said, by the way, Lu Xuan, I have a question. What is the mountain guard armor you mentioned earlier? I didn't leave anything like that with you. Lu Mu Yuan was now only wearing a bath towel. Lu Xuan answered, Master, you probably were just too busy lately and forgot. Lu Mu Yuan didn't inquire further. She walked closer, but just then she slipped, causing her to tumble toward Lu Xuan. He exclaimed in panic, Master, be careful. Lu Mu Yuan accidentally fell into the pool, causing a loud splash. Lu Xuan struggled to open his eyes, calling out, Master. As he gained clarity, his face turned a deep shade of red. Yet he tried to finish the sentence. Be careful. Lu Mu Yuan was leaning against his chest, their bodies intimately close, with 2 New Year's melons pressed up against him. Lu Mu Yuan's eyes now flashed with a dreamlike red hue. A second later, the room echoed with a shout. You pervy ghost. Lu Xuan got smacked hard on the head. He protested in distress. I didn't mean to. Lu Mu Yuan sat down in the water, questioning, are you hiding something from me? And about the competition, do you know I was really worried for you? Lu Xuan explained with difficulty. It's just a barrier I developed earlier. I didn't want to explain to them, so I said it was something Master left me. When you weren't around, I didn't slack off in my cultivation. And now I'm at the 9th layer of Lianqi. As for the competition, I've successfully made it to the top 64. Lu Mu Yuan stood up in surprise. What, you've already made it to the top 64? Because of her sudden movement, the towel wrapped around her fell away. Lu Xuan inadvertently glimpsed a springtime scene, which caused his nose to unleash a torrent of blood, like an uncontrollable waterfall. As night settled and the crescent moon hung high, a shrill scream pierced the sky, echoing all around. The night was calm and the moonlight magical. Lu Xuan was by his master's side, meticulously massaging her. Lu Mu Yuan was clad in a thin, alluring garment and said, being away for a month, you must have had a tough time. He replied with a smile. Compared to you, Master, what I've been through is nothing. You traveled all over for your disciples' cultivation. Finding the people from Yaowang Valley couldn't have been easy. Lu Mu Yuan chuckled softly. In the end, I'm still indebted to Elder Yu for introducing Venerable Yu Qingyu. Lu Xuan continued to flatter her. Even if that's the case, haven't I always relied on you to solve my cultivation problems? Even without Venerable Yu Qingyu, sooner or later, under your guidance, I'd steadily progress. Lu Mu Yuan laughed, saying, you, always trying to be more proper than anyone else. By the way, you must have some inkling about your situation as my disciple. After hearing his master's story, Lu Xuan couldn't conceal his emotions. So Wang Yue didn't fail in Lisheng, but he attacked me because he's worried about Vanjia village being exposed. Lu Mu Yuan explained. Back then, you met with disaster and lost your memories. Maybe he fears you'll remember something, so that's why he took the risk. Lu Xuan responded simply, so that's how it is. But he thought to himself, the memory loss was just a cover, all because I'm a transmigrant. Yet here I find myself coming full circle. Lu Mu Yuan suddenly remembered something and asked, right, wasn't Wang Lisheng at the Zhuji stage? Disciple, did you say you defeated Wang Lisheng? Lu Xuan, face drenched in sweat, hurriedly explained, you can defeat a Jin Dan stage cultivator even at a higher level. How could I bring shame as your disciple? Hearing this, Lu Mu Yuan laughed innocently and said, that's true. Lu Xuan thought, indeed, flattery never loses its charm. However, she cautioned, but disciple, even at the same cultivation level, there's still a gap in combat power. So you defeated Wang Lisheng. But if your opponent were Ling Yanbing, overcoming that level difference would be extremely difficult. Remember, don't get overconfident. At that moment, Ling Yanbing also crossed his mind. But instead of dwelling on it, he poured another glass of wine for his master. Master, now that you're back, let's not talk about these things anymore. Lu Mu Yuan blushed and quickly refused. No more, no more, I just finished soaking and feel a bit dizzy. If I drink more, but Lu Xuan interjected, this wine is brewed by me. It won't get you drunk. Plus it'll enhance your beauty. Yet the wineglass in Lu Mu Yuan's hand suddenly overflowed, spilling all over her sizzling hot body. I told you not to pour any more. Lu Xuan forced a smile. saying, I realize my mistake. How about you take off those clothes and I'll wash them for you? In the pavilion, the chatter of the master and disciple continued into the night. Why so tactless? It's your disciple's filial heart. Clear as day. Meanwhile, Wang Yue and his son had been flying from evening to night, and from night to dawn. Yet they hadn't reached a single town. With a stern expression, Wang Yue spoke up. Below is Tai City. Go hide there. Our presence together is too conspicuous. We'll be discovered. Wang Lisheng, fuming, said, to think that because of one Lu Xuan, we've become rats scurrying about. This grudge will not go unavenged. Before he could finish, a stranger appeared in front of them. Where do you think you're going? Wang Yue's face showed concern. Being tailed? I hadn't sensed anything. This presence, it's dangerously formidable. Knowing the person before him wasn't to be taken lightly, Wang Yue softly replied, who might you be? Why block our path? The mysterious person spoke. Why, just a moment ago, you wanted to kill me, and now that we've moved places, you can't recognize me? Hearing this voice, Wang Yue immediately recognized it. Unsettled. Impossible. You are Lu Xuan. In a swirl of black smoke, a human figure gradually emerged. A chilling voice echoing, blood debts must be repaid in blood. Just a second later, both Wang Yue and his son had to face their deserved punishment. They screamed in agony. Time flew by swiftly, and the sect competition continued. Lu Xuan stood on the fighting stage, once again claiming victory. He softly said, you've been very gracious. At this moment, he turned to Lu Mu Yuan. Master, did I not bring you any disgrace? Right, the system panel popped up. Master-disciple mission, daily reverence to the master. Current progress, 1/5. Lu Xuan couldn't help but be surprised. This counts too. Lu Mu Yuan watched the match, and she felt joyous about her disciple's progress. The cultivator beside her said, Elder Lu, you've got yourself a good disciple there. Although this kid faced many hardships before, he can surely grow now. Destined for a limitless future. This kid not only has an amazing aptitude for formations but has also grasped sword intent at this age. Give it some time, and he'll certainly become a pillar of the Lan Yue sect. Lu Mu Yuan turned around, startled. Hold on, did you say the boy grasped sword intent? The other cultivator was even more surprised. Isn't Lu Xuan your disciple? How do you not know this? At this point, Yu Ling Long appeared, adding to the amusement. Lu Mu Yuan, seems like you're not doing a great job as a master, knowing so little about your own disciple. Lu Mu Yuan didn't reply, though her mind was elsewhere. Looks like Lu Xuan is hiding something from me. I'll need to ask him later. There was a murmur at this moment. After this round of battles, only Lu Xuan remains as a Lianqi phase cultivator. Anyway, Lan Yue sect is one of the 5 great sects. With deep roots, the number of Zhuji disciples matches the total of several smaller sects. When the 4 directions secret realm opens, if these cultivators join forces, how can our small sects compete for treasures with them? Lu Xuan ignored the discussions around him and leaped upward. Upon seeing him, Chu Yuqian suggested, I heard there are 5th level, even 6th level beasts in the secret realm, so the rules allow not only competition but also cooperation. Why not join us, Brother Lu? At that time, Huo Dao enthusiastically joined in. That's right, Brother Lu, why don't you team up with us? With your formation skills, we might even have a chance at hunting higher level beasts. Tabo Dai, unaware of Chu Yuqian's true identity, also leaned on Lu Xuan's strength and agreed. With Brother Lu's battle prowess, ordinary beasts wouldn't stand a chance against us. Chu Yuqian's words made it easy for Lu Xuan to discern the intention behind them. He thought, pretending to be kind, planning to invade my body in the secret realm. I doubt you'll get that chance. The competition proceeded to the top 32 has concluded. People murmured among themselves, looking forward to entering the secret realm. Aren't we? This year really has us on edge. Lu Xuan reached out his hand. Utilizing his abilities, a purple light enveloped Chu Yuqian, anchoring onto him. Chu Yuqian felt something strange about his body. He panicked. What is this? The first thing to change on his body was his teeth. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Brother Chu, why are you a demon cultivator? Lu Mu Yuan, from where she was, also caught on to the commotion. At this moment, Chu Yuqian's body was undergoing a clear transformation. Lu Mu Yuan immediately drew her sword, stepping in front of her young disciple to protect them, shouting, Disciple, step back. Zhang Dufeng shouted out loud, take him down. Then, all the sects charged in. The disciples of the Lan Yue sect rushed forward, yelling, leave it to me. The monster, seeing itself about to die, desperately muttered to itself, why did I get exposed so suddenly? Can't even run away. If my body gets captured, there's only one road to death. Seeing the monster trying to resist, Zhang Dufeng roared, wretched creature, still dare to resist. Looking at his disciple, he thought to himself, something's not right. How could my disciple look like this? This has to be a case of possession by a demonic cultivator. Watching Chu Shidi being annihilated by the other sects, Huo Dao clutched his head and yelled. Chu Shidi was fine before. How could he be a demonic cultivator now? He must have been taken over by something unclean in Mist Valley. No, I need to report this to Master to investigate thoroughly. Hearing Huo Dao wanting to report to their master, Zhang Dufeng panicked and used his power to say, stop, no one is allowed to act rashly until we figure this out. Seeing things going south, Lu Chao hastily responded, Mist Valley, indeed, it's only after Chu Shidi went there that he changed like this. Zhang Dufeng, with a puzzled look at him, replied, no matter what, we still need to clarify Chu Yushan's current identity first. Elder Li, I need you to intervene. Gu Hong stepped forward, pressing his palm firmly on Chu Yushan's head and began chanting a spell that made him scream in agony and beg. Master, save me, Master, it's me, Chu Yushan. I accidentally got corrupted by evil energy in Mist Valley. That's how I ended up like this. You must save me, he pleaded with his master. Master, look at me, I truly am your disciple, the one you found in a starving village, who then had the fortune to walk the path of cultivation. Have you forgotten all those things? Hearing the words from the monster, the master screamed in his face. You're not him. Soul searching shows my disciple is dead. You are a demonic cultivator. The monster responded angrily. Tian Siyuan, you dare betray me, I begged you, and now I'll vow to kill you 1,000 times over. Looking at the crowd restraining him, Chu Yushan desperately scanned each face, saying, and you, see you, surely you are the one who caused this. None of you will die in peace. Lu Xuan leaned closer to his face, taunting, if you can, come try it, I'll be waiting here for you. Seeing Lu Xuan provoking like that, Lu Muyuan called out his name. The monster, hearing this, immediately unleashed his power, with purple light bursting in all directions, causing Zhang Dufeng to ask Elder Li, how is it, Elder Li, what's this thing's identity? Elder Li, standing aside, answered, its status is quite high, but some memories seem deliberately masked, hidden within its original heel. He confidently asserted, no mistake, it's certain that this one comes from somewhere inside Mist Valley and possessed Chu Yushan there. Besides, the forces belonging to this thing have many people. Apart from Chu Yushan, there are other cultivators they've also victimized. People like Leng Yanbing, Lu Xuan from our sect are also targets for their possession. From Elder Li's confident assertions, Zhang Dufeng looked at him and asked, is there a list? Elder Li looked at him and replied, the enemy is cunning. At critical moments, they don't reveal their true selves, making it impossible to trace their real identity. Moreover, they seem to plan to elevate their cultivation abilities through blood sacrifices of young cultivators once the four-way mystic realm opens. Zhang Dufeng worriedly said, they even have such schemes. From afar, a disciple came running and whispered into Zhang Dufeng's ear. After hearing, he was startled and shouted, Wang Yue and Wang Lu Xuan are dead. He asked, where are the bodies? Causing Elder Li, standing beside him, to be equally shocked. Hearing the news, everyone present started gossiping. Isn't Wang Yue an elder? This happening at the same time. Could they be related? Hearing the whispers and gossip behind him, Zhang Dufeng's heart filled with unease and fear. Now's not the time for open discussions. That'll only freak everyone out. To avoid panic and fear, Zhang Dufeng turned to the disciples and said, whatever you do, don't spill the beans just yet. The four-directional secret realm's about to open, and after consulting with the elders, our sect will make a decision. Until then, no one's allowed to go outside. Lu Muyuan tugged Lu Xuan's hand to lead him home, while Qi Si Yuan looked at the creature, saying, disciple, once this is all over, your master will take you home. With a storm brewing, Lu Xuan kindly reminded, Master, you've been exhausted all day. How about taking an early rest? Lu Muyuan crossed her arms, eyeing Lu Xuan as she replied, I heard today that you've grasped sword intent. During the month I was away, you've grown a lot. How about we see how much you've learned so far? Feeling awkward, Lu Xuan said, which senior brother was talking nonsense like that? The sword intent only came out because Wang Li Yuan scared me half to death. I haven't fully comprehended it yet. He helplessly looked at his master, worried about embarrassing himself, seeing her disciple doubt himself. Lu Muyuan said, why would you embarrass yourself in front of me? You've got nothing to worry about. Before she could finish, he chuckled and said, no worries, master, if I can't handle it, won't there be someone else who can? Amused by his words, she smiled, you sure have a way with words. She joyfully told Lu Xuan, but talking won't do us any good. Let's head to the back mountain where your master will take you to practice swordplay. Hearing his master's words, Lu Xuan laughed bitterly, lamenting, oh, come on, master, it's late already, let's call it a night. Behind the mountain, Lu Muyuan patiently instructed Lu Xuan with meticulous care. When practicing swordplay, your spirit needs to be one with it. That sword intent of yours earlier was forced out because your will wasn't in the sword. She guided him bit by bit with her hand. The sword is you. And you are the sword. If you grasp the essence, you won't suffer any losses. Although your forte is formations. Maybe I pushed you too quickly. Lu Xuan replied, Master, it's because I'm too dull, unable to comprehend your teachings. Mu Yuan looked at him, smiling brightly to encourage, but we've got plenty of time to learn slowly. Don't worry, he stood there, dumbfounded, and said, oh right, Master, you've never practiced swordplay with me before. Just now, are we? Mu Yuan blushed at Lu Xuan's remark. Is this considered double cultivation? She stammered, saying, double cultivation. She fretted, her face turning red, and shouted, would the sisters even agree to this? How would I explain it to the sect leader? Her head was practically steaming with embarrassment. Isn't it inappropriate for a disciple and a master? Plus, there's such a big age gap. Seeing Lu Muyuan all flustered, Lu Xuan awkwardly said, Master, where are you going? Weren't we going to practice swordplay? Ling Yanbing faced off against Duan Haoyan, while the crowd gathered to watch and kept whispering, this battle. Someone chimed in saying the matter with Chu Yuzhu still hasn't been resolved. And you're still interested in this? Another quickly retorted, what else are we supposed to do? Just sit around. Yet another added, aren't you worried about getting possessed or something? The person next to them insisted, you all better stop spouting nonsense. Who'd dare to cause a ruckus in front of everyone? That's just asking for trouble. Hurry and look, it's the semi-finals now. Duan Haoyan is at the late Shuji stage. So as not to keep the audience waiting long, the referee raised a hand to signal, let the match begin. Watching Duan Haoyan unleash his power, people excitedly exclaimed, that's senior brother Duan's top-tier technique, Big Shui Lian in action. The competition began, with both sides charging at each other, showcasing moves as dazzling as they were powerful. The audience erupted in cheerful shouts and enthusiastic support. As they saw Ling Yanbing charging in, the crowd cheered. This is the legendary duel between masters. How could we witness such a battle? This is truly worth it. Their moves collided. Sizzle, boom boom. Duan Haoyan unleashed his strength. But Ling Yanbing quickly broke through the move. The referee, standing outside, commented, the battle between these two is incredibly intense. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't stand a chance. Ling Yanbing wasn't using her full strength before. Watching her gradually approach Duan Haoyan, the referee continued, Ling Yanbing is not only astounding with her sword skills, but she can also attack and defend perfectly. She could be compared to top-tier techniques. Eyeing Duan Haoyan, the referee added, Duan Haoyan is impressive too. Even with his water and fire spirit roots, his techniques can be pushed to their utmost power, which is no small feat. When the two forces clashed, boom boom boom, a loud explosion echoed. Ling Yanbing swiftly cut through the dragon created by Duan Haoyan's power. The referee excitedly commented, it seems the dual sword proves superior. But this match isn't over yet. There's always a chance for a comeback. From afar, Lu Muyuan observed the battle. She remarked, you want to clearly see each opponent's technique habits. The clashes between masters happen in mere moments. Yu Linglong glanced at her and replied, What's the use of remembering all that? In the end, you'll still lose to my disciple. Lu Mu Yuan, hit where it hurts, turned and retorted, Yu Ling Long. You can't say that. Lu Xuan is quite formidable too. If we spar, it's a one-on-one. Hand in hand. Yu Ling Long, surprised, said, oh, could it be that you've practiced secretly before? And hand in hand at that? Hearing Yu Ling Long's teasing, she bashfully covered her mouth, thinking, what's wrong with hand in hand? After all, he is my disciple. Suddenly, Lu Xuan exclaimed, making the two talkers turn to look. Sword energy stretches 30,000 miles. One sword chills 19 provinces. Lu Xuan astonishingly asked, this is Duan Hao Yan, lying on the ground beneath Leng Yanbing's sword, said, I've lost. Seeing Duan Hao Yan down, unable to fight, the referee declared, Jia Yue Feng's Leng Yanbing wins. Yu Ling Long watched from outside, surprised, thinking, to force my disciple into such a predicament. Lu Mu Yuan dragged Lu Xuan along. Indifferent, the enthralled referee declared from above, is this the power of Leng Yanbing? Even Duan Hao Yan isn't her match. This sword energy is terrifying, comparable to a full-powered Zhu perfection strike. Truly a peerless genius of the Lan Yue sect. Incredibly gifted. Yu Ling Long smugly crossed her arms, smiling, see, this is the difference. Your disciple. Seeing Mu Yuan leaving with Lu Xuan in tow, she grumbled, hey, I'm not finished talking, where are you going? Lu Mu Yuan pretended to be deaf, pulling Lu Xuan, and said, Lu Xuan, did you hear everything I just said? Lu Xuan's next match was against Bang Fu. The competition began, and looking at the chubby guy in front of him, he thought, I recall this guy is the nephew of some elder. Comparing regular cultivation to medicinal pills doesn't even see Lu Xuan as an opponent. Bang Fu looked at him admiringly and said, I've watched many of senior brother Lu's matches. And I know well enough that I can't compare to him. Might as well surrender directly. Bang Fu's words startled him, making him exclaim in surprise. What? Bang Fu waved his hand, saying, go easy. Lu Xuan helplessly watched him running, stammering, is that all? The referee overseeing Lu Xuan's match could only helplessly say, clearly there's still hope, but with his reaction, he's probably headed into the secret realm already. A lot better than exhausting himself. Can't tell if he's smart or foolish. He clutched his head, lamenting to himself, no matter how much I calculated, I never considered I could gain just like that. He shot a glance over at Ling Yanbing, with a cold demeanor, silently muttering, well, fighting Ling Yanbing is within reach now. That night, he went back to rest and opened up the system to take a look. Observing the system, he remarked, it's been years without a new mission. Or maybe once it kicks off, there'll be endless situations, strange missions. What am I supposed to do with this? The system displayed 3 tasks for him to tackle. Task 1, neaten up tidy and arrange the master's belongings. Task 2, heavenly step dance local massage. Task 3, cautious care ear cleaning. Lu Xuan looked at the assigned tasks, puzzled about what to do. He muttered to himself, master doesn't like me touching her things. Massaging didn't work well last time. Ear cleaning seems simpler. Suddenly, Lu Mu Yuan appeared, causing him to blush. You looking for me? Seeing her arrival, Lu Xuan said, Master, you came at just the right time. Lie down here for a moment. Lu Mu Yuan lay down on his lap, then asked, like this, what are you planning to do? Lu Xuan looked at her with a mischievous tone. Master, don't be afraid, I just learned some new tricks. Perfect for paying my respects to you. Lu Mu Yuan blushed, looking at Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan, this is, she panted, struggling to speak. This is. Her legs trembled, clamping together. What exactly are you planning? Lu Xuan gently said, just cleaning your ears, master. Lu Mu Yuan clutched the pillow, gasping with pleasure. Afterward, with her ears cleaned by Lu Xuan, she touched her ear, curiously asking, the sound seems louder now. What kind of magic is this? He happily explained, was taught this by elders when I went down the mountain. Like mothers cleaning their children's ears. It feels nice, right? Lu Mu Yuan picked up a cotton swab, saying, let me try. How can I let a disciple act as the elder? Lu Xuan lay down on Lu Mu Yuan's lap, saying, Master. She immediately jabbed the swab into Lu Xuan's ear relentlessly, making him howl in distress. Master, you're too rough, you've pierced my eardrum. She panicked, unsure what to do, and said, So what should we do? Quickly, call Sister Mai over, he worriedly said. Master, I'm not deaf, am I? Lu Muyuan quickly reassured him. You're not, even if you were deaf. Master would heal you. Ribbit, a little green frog gazed into the void. Quickly enough, it was Lu Xuan's turn to compete. The referee saw both contestants geared up and announced, At last, it's time for the finals. One is a prodigious sword cultivator, the other a dark horse shining bright. This is the must-watch match. The audience buzzed with chatter. I think Lan Yanbing is bound to win. Another counted, not necessarily. Lu Xuan might just surprise us all. Yu Linlong beamed with excitement, confidently declaring, This time, my disciple will leave yours speechless. But regardless of Yu Linlong's words, Lu Muyuan watched him on the field, thinking to herself, Lu Xuan has grown up. I believe the kid can definitely win. The referee on the field signaled with his hand, proclaiming loudly, In the sect competition finals, Lu Xuan from Xiaozhu Peak faces Lan Yanbing from Ta Yue Peak. Let the match begin. As the referee signaled the start, Lan Yanbing looked at him, saying, Your sky-breaking sword is quite powerful. Lu Xuan drew his sword, responding, Your bone-slicing strike, junior sister, left quite an impression on me too. Seeing him exchange compliments, the audience below grew impatient. Why are they still chatting? Just go at him already. The two charged at each other. Lu Muyuan, observing from the stands, remarked in surprise, Lan Yanbing isn't releasing her sword intent. Is this purely a sword duel? Yu Linlong chimed in, True swordsmanship isn't just about whose technique is mightier, but when body movement, footwork, and swordplay unite as one, that's the true way of the sword. She watched Lan Yanbing initiate a sword formation. Lu Muyuan shouted urgently, Disciple, be aware of the danger. Whoosh! Lan Yanbing rushed forward. Lan Yanbing's sword sliced from behind. He raised his sword to block Lan Yanbing's attack. Looking into Lan Yanbing's eyes, he mused to himself, as expected. Lu Xuan swung his sword. Whoosh! Lan Yanbing dodged, seeing Lu Xuan's counter forcing Lan Yanbing to dodge far away. The referee remarked, Lu Xuan really is top-notch. Lan Yanbing, annoyed by her repelled strike, muttered to herself, How dare he, just a bit deeper, and he'd be singing hymnals. Watching her disciple in a tough spot, Lu Muyuan anxiously called out, Disciple, be careful. She noticed Lan Yanbing deploying the Tranin hack sword formation. Noticing the formation, he quickly dodged, leaving Yu Linlong astounded. He even knows about sword formations. Seeing her opponent evade her move, Lan Yanbing thought to herself with amusement. Interesting, so what if he has a sword spirit? He breaks mine. Does he think I can't break his? Having made up her mind, she decided to unleash Zhan Zhu to deal with him. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the arena. Hearing the sound of a sword breaking, the crowd exclaimed, Did you hear that? The sound of a sword snapping. Someone quickly added, For a sword cultivator, having the sword in hand is equivalent to their life. Lan Yanbing, noticing that Lu Xuan's sword had broken, kindly asked, Do you want to switch to another weapon? Lu Xuan's face darkened as he looked at the broken sword in his hand and said, A broken sword can be replaced, but not every weapon feels right. Gripping the sword firmly, he looked at it and smiled. Wood can regrow, and a broken sword can be reforged. This sword is called Duan Po. Lan Yanbing gave him a fierce look and said, Then let's put an end to this match. Filled with confidence, he challenged, Lan Yanbing, bring it on, I'll go all out with the next strike. Lan Yanbing channeled her spiritual power throughout her body, preparing to use the Severing Moon Sword intent. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan prepared similarly to unleash Guan Ri. Both erupted with intense aura, readying themselves for the final clash. They charged at each other with all their might, making it impossible for the audience to see clearly. Holy cow, is this a duel of masters? Who's winning? The entire stands were on the edge of their seats, eagerly awaiting the next moment of the battle. Soon, Lan Yanbing emerged from the thick smoke. Battered and bruised, she admitted, I lost, leaving the audience stunned and bewildered by the outcome of the match. What's going on? Lan Yanbing lost. How is that possible? The spectators were unconvinced by the match's result and exclaimed. But didn't Lu Xuan get injured? Senior sister Lan should have won. Lu Xuan looked at Lan Yanbing and, with a wry smile, said, I'm injured. I should have been the one to lose. Lan Yanbing looked back at him and replied, your sword intent was stronger than mine. In this match, you've won. She regarded him, commenting, the sun rises in the east without setting. Your sword is formidable. Lu Xuan chuckled softly. Compared to that severing bone, I feared I would have lost long ago. The referee announced, Xiao Ju peak. Lu Xuan wins, throwing the audience into a state of utter disbelief. Lu Xuan actually won. Unbelievable. How did it turn out this way? Achieving champion status with a Lianqi Stage 9 cultivation. After this battle, no one will remain unaware of Lu Xuan's name. Someone else responded, incredible, no one will surpass this record in the future. Not even Lan Yanbing can match him. Lu Xuan's future is limitless. Another remarked, two sword prodigies in one sect. Lan Yue sect is about to soar. Lu Mu Yuan, observing the battle from start to finish, couldn't help but feel proud of her disciple. Lu Xuan, my fine young lad. That afternoon, at Tian Lan's sect, after that dreadful event occurred, Huo Dao still couldn't bring himself to believe it. Is Zhu Yu Tian really dead? Tabo Dai answered nonchalantly, if Uncle Qi said so, then just take it as it is. There's nothing we can do. Hearing the noise outside, Huo Dao stood up. He opened the window to eavesdrop. Below, people were murmuring. The sect competition of Lan Yue sect was truly spectacular. A cultivator at the 9th level of Lianqi actually won the championship. It's simply unimaginable. Exactly. I made a bet saying Lu Xuan wouldn't make it to the top 8. And who would have thought? He actually won the championship. Huo Dao was utterly shocked. What did you say? Lu Xuan won the championship. The young cultivator, hearing this, looked up to reply, haven't you heard? The final match between Leng Yanbing and Lu Xuan was intense. With sword intent everywhere, filling the sky, even the sun, moon, and stars dimmed, his companion chimed in to remind him, all right, otherwise someone might think it was a transcending tribulation powerhouse fighting. Tabo Dai approached, his face also showing disbelief. Brother Lu can actually suppress Leng Yanbing. Huo Dao held his head, feeling a bit guilty. We're friends with Brother Lu, yet we missed such a match. Truly regrettable. We'll have to apologize to Brother Lu when we meet. Next time, we must congratulate him. The secret realm will open in 3 days. At Xiaozhu Peak, the surroundings were very quiet. Lu Xuan was diligently forging a sword. The system interface popped up with notifications. Main task number 4, win the championship completed. Task reward 1, Eye of the Void. Task reward 2, Random Skill Experience Book, 10 years. Task reward 3, 10,000 character experience. Swordsmanship level 6 proficiency increased. Lianqi level 5 increased. Lu Xuan glanced over the rewards and thought to himself, Eye of the Void. Flowers in the mirror, moon in the water, can all unravel illusions and see through the essence. He continued to deliberate. It means that in the future, if I encounter a demon cultivator possessing a human body, one glance and I can see it, unless their level is way higher than mine. At this moment, Lu Xuan revealed a roguish expression, musing indecently about the voluptuous body of his master. So, can it also see through? He quickly shook off that thought, distracting himself by focusing on forging the sword. He had no idea how long had passed as Xiaozhu Peak sank into darkness. Looking at the product forged by his own hands, he said, the sword has spirit. Maybe one day this sword can also give birth to a sword spirit like the Xuan Wu sword. Finally, Lu Xuan finished crafting the sword. His sword looked stunning, its blade sharp with a strong aura. Looking at the product forged by his own hands, he said, the sword has spirit. Maybe one day this sword can also give birth to a sword spirit like the Xuan Wu sword. After some time, Lu Xuan met with Lu Mu Yuan. She sternly reminded him, disciple, although you won the sect competition, the path of cultivation is a race against time. If you can't progress, you'll soon be surpassed by others. Facing Lu Xuan, Lu Mu Yuan took out a pill. But don't worry, I've requested a Zhuji pill for you. Today, you will break through to Zhuji. Seeing this pill, Lu Xuan felt both anxious and guilty. He looked at the pill in his hand, thinking, this was clearly meant for Fang Hongmei when Master broke through. Master is still in the Jindan stage, yet she always worries about me. Lu Xuan swallowed the pill, silently vowing, I must refine a Wanling pill so that Shizun can soon break through to the Yuan Ying stage. But after a while, there was still no reaction. Lu Muyuan grew a bit concerned. Why isn't there any reaction? Lu Xuan wasn't sure either. He simply replied, maybe the medicinal effect is a bit slow. Lu Muyuan started to fret. It's not going to be a bottomless pit. Right, won't it be wasted? It was clearly said there's no problem. Lu Xuan hurriedly assured, Master, don't worry, it will be fine in a moment. Lu Muyuan calmed down. She said, it might need catalysis. Let me handle it. Hearing this, Lu Xuan's eyes lit up like a car's headlights. Is duo cultivation starting now? I read in books that it's usually two people start naked. Lu Muyuan blushed, loosening her garments. I've never dual cultivated either. If the book says so, it must have its reasons. Lu Xuan hurriedly stepped up. Master, I was just kidding, put your clothes back on. Just then, Lu Xuan's eyes suddenly showed a change. Moments later, his whole body started to react, with energy swirling around him. Lu Muyuan quickly warned him, Disciple, calm your mind, block out all distractions. At this point, Lu Muyuan felt more at ease. Although Lu Xuan had taken the Zhuji pill, based on conventional wisdom within the cultivation world, the Zhuji pill could only increase the breakthrough rate by 10 to 20%. But this kid definitely wouldn't let her down. True enough, Lu Xuan successfully broke through, ascending to the Zhuji stage. Lu Muyuan joyfully ran over and hugged Lu Xuan around the neck, saying, Great, that's so wonderful. Lu Xuan cheerfully responded, Master, I did it. Lu Muyuan chuckled softly, thinking to herself, my young disciple isn't as naive looking anymore. She placed her hand on her disciple's shoulder, smiling, I'm proud of you. Having completed the mission of filial piety to Master, Lu Xuan received a 300-year-old ginseng. This ginseng is one of the main ingredients needed for the Hualing pill. What an unexpected surprise. Lu Xuan excitedly exclaimed, Master, the Four Directions secret realm is about to open. Before that, let me cook for you. Lu Muyuan, with an expectant look, replied, Sure. On the wall hung a red ribbon with large letters reading Congratulations to the champion. With countless delicious dishes displayed. Countless mouth-watering dishes were laid out on the table, looking absolutely scrumptious. Just a glance and Lu Muyuan's mouth was already watering. Lu Xuan brought out yet another dish. Lu Muyuan took out fireworks, saying, Stop doing that. Sit down quickly. Moments later, she set off the fireworks, and countless pieces of colored paper fluttered out. Congratulations again. May my disciple always be strong and prosperous. Feeling touched, Lu Xuan thanked his master. Lu Muyuan laughed, then picked up chopsticks to start enjoying the meal, saying, Once you're in the secret realm, don't get careless, but if danger arises, you must inform me. No matter how far, I'll come. Lu Xuan took the chance and dabbed some cake on his master's nose. Disciple will remember master's words. Today, let's just enjoy ourselves and forget all worries. Lu Muyuan's cheeks flushed, and she laughed joyfully, saying, All right. That night, the two had a blast. Laughter echoed from behind the doors. Lu Xuan, you're too funny. Don't move. Let me draw a mouth on you. Master, it tickles. The cream's about to drip off. All the sects had gathered here. Huo Dao caught sight of Lu Xuan and said, Haven't had the chance to congratulate Brother Lu on winning first place. Hearing Huo Dao praise Lu Xuan, Lu Chao exclaimed excitedly, Looks like Brother Lu has made progress again. Definitely worth celebrating. Lu Xuan replied with a smile. You're too kind. Seeing his casual demeanor, Huo Dao remarked in surprise. The people entering the secret realm this time have big backgrounds. I heard there's even a Nine family ancestor who has ascended to the immortals. Lu Chao added resignedly, Still, we shouldn't speak behind people's backs. This time going in, be careful and keep safe. Don't end up like Zhu Yu. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. In front of them, many senior cultivators were practicing their arts. They were trying to channel their cultivation techniques into a stone, causing it to radiate immense energy. The gate opened, and everywhere was filled with colorful light. The person opening the gate shouted, The secret realm is now open. Disciples of all sects can enter quickly. Don't delay. Huo Dao stepped in first and turned back, saying, Brother Lu, let's go in together, don't get separated on the way. Approaching the gate, he saw a disciple of Hua Zhen bidding farewell to their master before entering the secret realm. Seeing him passing by, Hua Zhen reached out to stop him, calling out, Lu Xuan, then stuffed a bottle of pills into his chest. Seeing this, he muttered to himself in puzzlement. Is this a bribe, looking at us? Really? Could it be because of Duan Hai? Seeing that Lu Xuan had received the bottle of pills, Hua Zhen silently cheered for his disciple. I've done what I can. Disciple, good luck. Reading the note on the pill bottle, Lu Xuan murmured, no problem, leave Duan Hai to me, though we only met once. You really do have a good master. Entering the secret realm, everyone was filled with amazement at the scenery there. No wonder it's the Four Directions secret realm. Such abundant spiritual energy. We must quickly find a cave dwelling that cultivators usually inhabit. Huo Dao summoned the crane from his sect and said, time is short. We must reach our stopping point before nightfall. Just in time to let Brother Lu experience the spirit crane mount from our spirit crane sect. Lu Xuan asked in astonishment. Spirit crane mount. A crane was summoned, and Huo Dao excitedly proclaimed. The beast taming technique of the spirit crane sect. Brother Lu, ride with me. Sitting on the crane's back, Huo Dao said, how is it, Brother Lu, isn't it amazing? Faster than walking, even if you can fly. Lu Xuan, sitting behind Huo Dao, remarked, isn't this just a pet? Loving it already. They sat on the spirit beast's back, brimming with excitement, watching the two of them joyfully ride off. The disciples climbing the mountain could only look after them helplessly, muttering, is this the gap between people? From afar, a woman slowly approached the gate. It turned out to be Lu Mu Yuan leading her people to the entrance of the secret realm. Seeing this, Hua Zhen said, Elder Lu, those disciples rely on you then. We have responsibilities here, preparing for the secret realm to open again in half a month. We can't go inside. Lu Mu Yuan stepped forward and said, I will ensure they return safely. Seeing her not listening, Hua Zhen said, Elder Li, you should take action. Elder Li appeared, starting to exercise his power, saying, interrogative realm, what do you mean, Elder Hua? Elder Li raised the bridge, saying, be quiet for me. The surrounding soldiers began to shout, what is righteousness? One soldier yelled out, what is righteousness? I am righteousness. His body twisted and suddenly transformed into a massive, ferocious beast. Seeing this, Hua Zhen rallied everyone, destroy the troops. Hearing that, everyone shouted to encircle him. The sect leader added, right. It's not just him, there's another way in. The demon cultivators have infiltrated the guard team. Hua Zhen looked at the situation and frowned, saying, the sect leader was spot on. Standing above, Hua Zhen raised his hand to issue the command, attack. Both entrances are guarded by our people. The top priority is to deal with the vermin outside first, then set up barriers so that not a single one can slip through. Even if they do get in, with the elders patrolling, it shouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lu Xuan stood observing the situation. Speaking to Huo Dao, I heard from my master that the secret realm is filled with spirit beasts. So why is it so quiet here? Huo Dao looked at Lu Chao, fearfully saying, it's too strange. Could it be that we've entered the domain of some ghostly beings? Lu Chao replied calmly, why would this secret realm have ghosts? How do you practice every day? It's more likely that low-level spirit beasts have made way for a greater monster. Brother Lu, have you noticed anything unusual? Lu Xuan looked at the beast tracks on the ground, saying, you might be right. There must be stronger spirit beasts at the base of this mountain, forcing the others to flee. If it's causing so many creatures to bolt, it's probably something extremely powerful. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed, the sound of two beasts clashing. Lu Xuan seriously looked toward the source of the sound, saying, let's check it out. The noise grew louder and louder. The two approached the source of the commotion and were left dumbfounded. It's a panda. Huo Dao gawked at the scene, saying, that panda, isn't it a steel-eater beast? Lu Xuan excitedly locked his eyes on it, saying, sorry, it's my first time seeing this creature. It's totally a big panda fighting a tiger. Huo Dao looked at him and said, both of these spirit beasts are at level 4. Which explains why it's so quiet here, with no other beasts around. Lu Chao stood watching the battle between the two spirit beasts, and added, that's right. In this part of the mountain, Level 4 beasts are like the kings. However, that tiger is at the peak of level 4. Judging by the situation, the Steel Eater isn't its match. Lu Xuan watched as the panda was beaten down, compassion filling his gaze, saying, "I want to help the Steel Eater panda." Huo Dao, hearing this, quickly intervened, "Brother Lu, if you interfere in their fight, you might get attacked by both. We should wait until one wins, then reap the benefits." Seeing Huo Dao's objection, Lu Chao also chimed in, "Indeed, Brother Lu, we don't need to take such risks. A peak level 4 beast, even with the three of us together, is hard to defeat swiftly." Lu Xuan unsheathed his sword, saying, "I don't want it to die. It's not every day you meet a national treasure. How can we just let it go?" Then, the tiger looked their way. The whole group was scared out of their wits. Huo Dao yelled, "We're in this together. How can we let you take the risk alone?" All three quickly coordinated, launching a joint assault on the tiger, determined to fight to the end. Lu Xuan led the charge, a slash of his sword, saying, "Good brothers, great teamwork." The tiger, enraged, let out a ferocious roar. They exclaimed in panic, "Oh no, the tiger demon has gone berserk." Lu Xuan surveyed the battle with confidence, saying, "Don't worry." With that, he immediately executed the Space Sunder move, readying a decisive strike. Enlarging the sword, he plunged it down upon it. Deep in the forest, there was a roar. An injured beast, shaking all over, stood before Lu Ta Bai Yi. Looking at it, he said, "It doesn't seem to have any ill intent." The beast glanced at the group in front of it and then quickly turned around to signal. Seeing this, Lu Xuan's group whispered among themselves, "Its intention seems to be for us to follow." With Lu Xuan leading, they agreed, "Indeed, knowing beast taming makes a difference. Let's go see." They followed the beast to a pitch-dark cave. Inside, there was an adorable little bear trembling and watching them. Huo Dao observed the bear mother and cub before them and softly spoke to Lu Xuan. "It wants to entrust the cub to you, brother." Ta Bai Yi, standing next to the two, added, "It seems its life is coming to an end. If the baby steel-eating beast isn't taken care of, it'll soon perish." Ta Bai Yi further informed him that this type of beast, the steel-eating beast, isn't very aggressive. If raised from a young cub, it could become a good spirit pet. Seeing the little steel-eating beast crying for its mother, he was surprised and thought, "Will it really become a spirit pet?" Lu Xuan stepped forward, lifted the steel-eating beast, and lovingly said, "We have a fateful connection. From now on, you shall follow me. I'll name you." Looking at the adorable little steel-eating beast in his arms, Lu Xuan asked, "Chu Chu, how about that?" Somewhere in the forest, a group was complaining. Lu Mu Yuan, the sect leader, is something else, already aware of the demonic cultivator's scheme, yet still let them enter the secret realm. Why not kill them outside? It's crowded and complicated here, and there are many ordinary disciples. Careless action can easily harm the innocent. Lu Mu Yuan, looking at the stone in her hand, replied in a low voice, "I will go to the southwest area." A disciple reminded her, "Remember the bigger picture, and we also have the heart mirror circle. Wait till the disciples spread out, and then we can take action. By the way, Elder Lu, this area has been patrolled thoroughly." Lu Mu Yuan then ordered, "Draw lots to assign the remaining areas to the present disciples." Worried for Lu Xuan's safety, Lu Mu Yuan gazed distantly toward the forest. Soon, night had fallen. Huo Dao sat in the dark cave, watching the flickering flames as he teased Lu Xuan. "Brother Lu, is there anything in the world you don't know? Not only can you set up formations, wield a sword, and make elixirs, but you can also build a house and grill meat. I'm truly impressed." Lu Xuan chuckled, "You're flattering me. It's just that when I'm bored, I fiddle around. I must thank the wet nurse everyone brought along." Saying that, he sneaked a glance at the baby steel-eating beast. Huo Dao noticed and commented, "No big deal. Our Linga sect's beast taming skills aren't just for riding, but also for communicating with spirit beasts." Looking at the beast shedding 2 lines of tears, Huo Dao proudly continued, "I've told it already, wait until the little steel-eating beast is weaned. Then let it go." Hearing about the wonders of the Linga sect's techniques, Lu Xuan eagerly inquired, "Beast taming is indeed convenient. So, could I learn it?" Before Huo Dao could respond, he got a painful flick on the forehead from Ta Bai Yi sitting beside him. Ta Bai Yi awkwardly explained to Lu Xuan, Brother Lu, although the three of us share common hobbies, we ultimately belong to different sects. Disclosing our sect's secret teachings to others, if our master finds out, well, Huo Dao, understanding Ta Baiyi's point, scratched his head sheepishly. True, I was too rash. I've heard there's a bookstore in Wanbao Pavilion that might have beast-taming texts. Brother Lu can check it out then. Holding a large piece of meat, Lu Xuan laughed. Indeed, to clear the awkward air, Huo Dao lamented, if Brother Chu hadn't been possessed, he could have entered the secret realm with us. Listening to Huo Dao's lament, he quietly responded, even though it's a case of lost comrades, I believe that Chu Yu Tian, in your minds, even if not possessed, wouldn't be this way. Your feelings are genuinely real. Reflecting on Lu Xuan's words, he couldn't help comforting himself. That's right, even though I've been possessed, everything he does must align with his original behavior. Ta Baiyi, sitting next, also pondered. Even the fake Chu Yu Tian agreed to stick together with us in advance and retreat together. How could the real Chu Yu Tian be any different? Seeing his two teammates, Lu Xuan noticed their tearful faces looking at him and helplessly thought, why are they suddenly getting all sappy? Lu Xuan took a stone out of his pocket, pondering, can't help but miss my master a bit. Wonder how they're doing now. Eating well, I hope. Glancing at the locator, he was a bit surprised to see his master so close by. Lu Muyuan stood on a cliff, gazing towards the dense forest. A whole day of patrolling had left her a bit weary. She murmured to herself, it's good news that we haven't found any demonic cultivators yet. Just not sure about the northern entrance. According to the sect leader's estimates, 3 days after the secret realm opens, the cultivators from the north and south will meet at the center. If dark cultivators sneak into the Luolong ravine, it'll be trouble. Lu Muyuan, achy and exhausted, suddenly heard a strange noise behind her. She asked in surprise, Lu Xuan, why are you here too? Lu Xuan replied, saw that master was nearby. Before he could finish, Lu Muyuan gave him a playful smack, scolding, you mischievous child. Rubbing the bump on his head, Lu Xuan couldn't dodge his master's reprimand. The secret realm is full of danger. How could you be so reckless, running around at night? Lu Xuan sat on the ground, whining as he rubbed his head. Disciple knows his mistake. But rest assured, master, I used a Lingyin talisman to conceal my presence all the way here. So I won't attract any beasts. Lu Muyuan listened to Lu Xuan's explanation. Holding the paper packet she said, Lingyin talisman, no wonder I couldn't sense you earlier. But still, it's too risky, it's best you should. Lu Xuan seemed not to be listening. His eyes were fixated on the open paper packet. The aroma of the meat wafted through the air, and Lu Muyuan looked at it, suspiciously asking, disciple, did you suddenly show up just to bring me food? Seeing her hesitating, Lu Xuan sweet talked smoothly, master, you're on patrol all day, so you must not have eaten. Right, this is roasted demonic beast meat. I personally hunted this beast today. Please try it. Lu Muyuan hesitated, thinking, I thought the kid risked coming to find me for something important. But turns out, she pouted and scolded Lu Xuan, so childish. He happily replied, you can scold me all you want, but you should try this roasted meat first. Seeing his caring attitude, Lu Muyuan felt a bit embarrassed, crossed her arms, and chided, don't do anything foolish like this again, making him pause slightly. Meanwhile, in the secret realm of the western side, north below the Duanji mountain, a group of mysterious people were gathering. One of them spoke, so, have you contacted Tian Mian? Staring into the well brimming with power, another mysterious person replied, Lord Yuan Shi, the blood spirit mirror isn't reacting. Maybe Lord Tian Mian hasn't reached the base yet. The one called Lord Yuan protested, how can that be? The base is to the south of the secret realm. Very close, less than half a day away. Could something have happened to him? Lord Yuan stood before his subordinates, explaining the plan. Even if we can't contact Tian Mian, our plan remains unchanged. After dawn tomorrow, we will use all our strength to charge towards Luolong Ravine, to open the restriction gate before the secret realm closes and rescue Lord Tula. Under the moonlight that illuminated the forest, Lu Xuan looked at his master munching away, then said to her, Master, I need to head back now. Got some friends waiting. Lu Muyuan, a bit reluctant to see him leave, advised, be careful on your way. The dreamy moonlit forest surrounded them. Lu Xuan took Lu Muyuan's handkerchief, and with heartfelt words said, "I wonder if my master could grant me a lucky charm." Lu Muyuan blushed fiercely, standing there stammering, unable to speak. Lu Xuan reminisced about everything, and his heart couldn't help but flutter. He sniffed the handkerchief and thought to himself, "With the master's token, I feel much more at ease." Then Lu Xuan reminded the little creature beside him, "Be good, you're still young, just stay by my side for now." Huo Dao, while tending to some spirit birds, didn't forget to remind him, "Brother Lu, once the mystic realm ends, you'd better get a spirit beast collar. The iron beast grows fast, and before long, your robe won't be able to hold it." Riding on the back of the spirit crane, they departed. Tabayi spoke up, "I remember an elder in the inner sect once raised an iron beast. If you want, after the mystic realm ends, I can ask that elder for advice on how to raise an iron beast for you." Lu Xuan expressed his thanks to Tabayi, who didn't think too much of it. Huo Dao noticed something strange and asked, "Twilight is hunting time, so why aren't there any demon beasts? Without low-level demon beasts, we can't accumulate points." Finally, they decided to land and take a look. One by one, they climbed off the spirit crane. Suddenly, a wolf advanced forward, and Lu Xuan asked, why so grumpy?" Huo Dao expressed surprise. "You actually named it, Brother Lu, you sure have a knack." Tabayi discovered something. He approached, picked up an item, and said, "Is this a snake scale? Judging by the appearance, this pattern looks like it belongs to a fire scale python as recorded in the exotic beast illustrations." Huo Dao exclaimed in shock. "Isn't that fire scale python an exotic beast? Once mature, it becomes at least a level 4 exotic beast." Tabayi uneasily said, "The size of the scale suggests the body has matured. Moreover, even a level 4 tiger bird spirit only dares to move along the mountainside. I suspect the level of this fire scale python is even higher." Huo Dao was terrified and wanted to flee immediately. "No way. This level of exotic beast is not something Zhuji cultivators like us can handle. We should take a detour." But Lu Xuan swiftly grabbed his collar. Tabayi continued his analysis. "This skin is attached to the scales. This demon beast is likely in the shedding phase." Lu Xuan chuckled lightly and replied, "Brother Tuo, are you suggesting the three of us can join forces to defeat a level 5 spirit beast when it's weakened?" Lu Xuan pondered. How could someone usually so cautious become so agitated? Tabayi mounted the spirit crane and said, "I'll fly ahead to assess the situation and plan accordingly." Seeing this, Lu Xuan realized that ever since the incident with junior brother Chu, Tabayi had been thinking a lot over the past few days. "If one day, I were to part from brother Huo and our master, I would rather fall to a demon beast. I wish to fight for the path of immortality, not for a world of lasting peace, but to protect those beside me, so they won't die as inexplicably as junior brother Chu." Hearing Tabayi's words, Huo Dao was both surprised and moved. He exclaimed with great excitement, "Exactly, better to fight than die without knowing why. I want to see just how dangerous this path to immortality really is." Lu Xuan wrapped an arm around Huo Dao's neck and said, "All right, since that's the case, let's go." Very quickly, they tracked the demon beast. Its formidable demon aura coiled around a large stone pillar. This aura was much stronger than a peak level 4 tiger bird spirit. At this rate, it could complete its shedding in less than 3 days. Except for the patrolling elders, no one else could defeat it. In this situation, the three began to vote. If they received more than half, they'd take action together. All three reached out, starting to deliberate, none of them wavering. It seemed the path to immortality was destined to not be a lonely one. Lu Xuan reminded, "If it truly becomes too hard to beat, don't overestimate our strength. We must flee as soon as possible." Tabayi enthusiastically said, "If it's a level 5 demon beast, then let's unleash the strongest formation." Having said that, he began setting up a formation above the long python, Jin Pingpo Jun formation. The formation activated, causing the python to open its mouth in agony. The beast then glared daggers at the three of them, Lu Xuan and company not pleased at all. It started to slither down, its massive size making all three gasp in awe. Huo Dao exclaimed, "Wasn't it supposed to be in its weakened phase? How is it still so strong?" Lu Xuan replied, "It's still a 5th grade beast. After all, The beast roared mightily, shattering the formation. Tabo Dai quickly set up an earth formation, sharp stone pillars sprouting from the ground, piercing into the body of the python and causing it to howl in pain. Tabo Dai strained to maintain the formation, calling out to Lu Xuan with difficulty. Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan instantly got the message and charged forward. He swung his sword fiercely, striking a powerful blow. The python wasn't fazed. Infuriated, it gaped its mouth wide, lunging at him. Witnessing this, Huo Dao was utterly alarmed and quickly deployed Golden Bell Ward. A bell descended, enveloping Lu Xuan and taking the brunt of the python's deadly bite. The beast's attack was diverted off course. Meanwhile, over in Lang Yan's area, she swung her sword, and decapitated a wolf with precision. Sensing a fifth-grade aura, she turned to investigate. Observing the scene, she immediately abandoned her current stance and dashed away swiftly. Simultaneously, over where Lu Muyuan was standing, she came upon a strange place. Approaching it, she placed her hand on the blood mirror to examine it. There's no formation here. No spirit stones embedded, so how does it work? After pondering for a moment, she decided to channel her spiritual energy into the blood mirror. Instantly, the blood mirror reacted in an unexpected way. The image of a mysterious figure appeared, reflecting back, saying, "Tian Mian, we are Na Shi, and we've entered the secret realm. You must reach King Xuan Palace within 3 days and set the blood bait with us. The time for Master Tula is running out." Lu Muyuan took in his attire and recognized it immediately. This outfit belongs to a cultivator from Jin Chia sect. She pondered to herself, Tian Mian, Na Shi, and this Master Tula he mentioned. Why have I never heard of these names before? Could these people be the demonic cultivators the sect leader talked about? Standing beneath that giant demon beast, Lu Xuan was utterly exhausted after the battle, panting heavily. Meanwhile, Tabo Yi was severely injured, hit and suffering from corrosive poison. Yet, he still tried to reassure Lu Xuan, "Brother Lu, fight with all your might. I'll protect your safety." The demon beast had no intention of letting him off, not giving him even a moment's rest. It roared and charged to attack once more. Lu Xuan widened his eyes with tension, gripping the sword in his hand tightly, and rushed forward with all his strength to confront the beast. Seeing the serpent about to unleash its move, Tabo Yi quickly informed, "It's activating its demon core. Be careful, Brother Lu." In the next moment, the serpent unleashed countless venomous spheres. Lu Xuan gritted his teeth, swiftly dodging the serpent's deadly strike. Tabo Yi recklessly charged forward, pushing Huo Dao out of harm's way. Immediately after, he was struck, collapsing to the ground, eyes rolling back, losing consciousness. Huo Dao was heartbroken, trembling with rage and resentment. "It's because I couldn't protect junior brother. What kind of senior brother am I? Junior brother, your senior, will avenge you." Huo Dao channeled all his pain and anger, gradually forming a technique in his hands. His master always said he was obsessed with palm techniques, neglecting sword techniques, but if he could use his expertise to protect those important to him, then why care about the method? Huo Dao gathered his internal energy, delivering a dominating move, the Han Mountain Palm. His palm strike came crashing down like a mountain, successfully subduing the flame-scaled serpent. Lu Xuan was astonished by the explosive power of his comrade. Huo Dao shouted, "I use these hands to protect them." Lu Xuan excitedly waved his sword forward, praising, "Well done." With a single stroke, he severed the flame-scaled serpent's head, and the beast met its end. Afterward, Huo Dao sat beside his junior brother, immensely regretful. "It's all my fault. I endangered him." Lu Xuan approached and said, "I know a bit of healing arts. Maybe I can help." Lu Xuan sighed, pondering the recent trial, narrowly escaping death, forcing his two comrades into such dire battles. Is it luck or misfortune? He reassured, "Everything has a counter. Since the demon's toxin can cause serious harm, the antidote must be nearby." The two of them turned to search and soon spotted it. Right at the flame-scaled serpent's body, there was a demon core. Meanwhile, to the south of the secret realm, upon hearing Lu Muyuan's recount, the senior sister asked, "What? So the plan of those demonic cultivators is to conduct a blood ritual in 3 days? Names like Na Shi, Tian Mian, why have I never heard the sect leader mention them?" Lu Muyuan replied, "That's exactly what's perplexing me. Most of their schemes are related to Chu Yu Tian. It's possible that this Tian Mian they're talking about is Chu Yu Tian himself. Lu Muyuan was annoyed seeing her senior sister fiddling with her own chest. She irritably said, "Sister, it's because you're getting old and lacking respect. I'm discussing serious matters here. Could you be a bit more serious?" But the senior sister, only curious, replied, "Have those breasts of yours gotten bigger again?" Then she turned and said, "Aren't I listening seriously? I'll relay this information to the patrolling elder, and you should focus on taking care of your disciple." Then, the senior sister quickly made her exit, leaving Lu Muyuan silently lamenting to herself about her chest. It hurts so much. Just then, Lan Yinbing finally arrived. She leaped down from a high rock, where the level 5 beast had left only its carcass behind. Lan Yinbing delicately sensed the air. It's Lu Xuan's aura. He seems to have gotten stronger. Her master was right. With her current strength, she could handle all below the Jindan stage. But facing a peak level 4 beast, winning was barely possible. Compared to her, his cultivation level was clearly weaker. But somehow, he'd managed to defeat a level 5 beast. Lan Yinbing smiled softly. "I really want to spar with him again." The pair of spirit cranes spread their wings and glided past the cliff. Tabaxi, sitting beside Lu Xuan, said, "Lucky for me, Lu brothers' miraculous hands brought me back from the brink of death. My brothers and I owe you twice over. In the future, should." But before he could finish, Lu Xuan cut in, "No need to overstate things. You two, taking care of each other in the secret realm is just what we should do. Without that demon core, I'd be helpless." Tabaxi noted, that demon core might one day help Lu brother ascend. Lu Xuan held the red glowing demon core in hand as Chu Chu reached out towards it, prompting Lu Xuan to curiously ask, "Oh, you want the demon core too?" Tabaxi added, "Besides the level 5 beast, our journey has been smooth. Once we pass through this area, we can head to the center of the secret realm, through the long and dark chasm." Huo Dao chimed in, "At this pace, we must be the first to reach the center." "Right, there are many treasures at the heart of the secret realm, and incredibly rare spirit herbs in the Lac Long Gorge. If we can be the first to enter Lac Long Gorge, perhaps we'll get the chance to explore the treasures." Seeing Huo Dao's excitement, Tabaxi reminded, "Lac Long Gorge isn't a pleasant place. Over the years, countless cultivators have perished there. Besides, didn't our master warn us not to enter Lac Long Gorge before we left?" Huo Dao casually glanced downward and responded offhandedly, "I was just speaking idly." Hearing this, Lu Xuan also sensed the danger, and said, "Let's leave here first. We'll discuss Lac Long Gorge later." But right then, a tremendously powerful aura surged from below the gorge. Lu Xuan and Tabaxi were caught off guard, and soon a mysterious light enveloped all of them. Tabaxi quickly maneuvered the spirit crane away. Huo Dao urged, "Lu brother, hurry up." Lu Xuan swiftly grabbed Chu Chu and tried to guide the spirit crane out of the aura. But just at that moment, a shockwave caused Lu Xuan to lose control. Huo Dao and Tabaxi were alarmed at the unfolding situation. While the two managed to escape that place, Lu Xuan remained trapped within the dangerous and mysterious aura. Before Lu Xuan lay a majestic and overwhelming sight. A vortex dug deep into the mountain, splitting it with an unusual purple light. Seeing the path ahead blocked and the mountain collapsing, neither advancing nor retreating was possible. Lu Xuan asked himself, "This aura, could it be the center of the secret realm where the Ling Bao emerges?" Suddenly, amidst the enchanting purple aura, pure golden Ling Baos rained down, prompting Lu Xuan to exclaim, "Even the soul severance I've crafted only makes half a legal treasure. Isn't this a major oversight?" Filled with questions and doubt, Lu Xuan wasn't sure if this Ling Bao aura was a mere illusion or not. Just what on earth is happening at the center of the secret realm? Switching scenes, Lu Muyuan was battling a horde of fierce spirit beasts. "It's a blessing to witness the emergence of a Ling Bao in my lifetime. I must seize it and achieve unparalleled glory." She signaled her team, "Into the central part. Why aren't you charging? What are you waiting for? A spirit beast slaughter," she emphasized. "Once you get the Ling Bao, it's the one hard task for a lifetime of ease." Lu Muyuan stressed her brain, calculating that time was nearly up on the 3-day mark. The patrolling elder finished the notice. Yet, it's still not enough. With that, she sprang into action. "No, I have to quickly stop them. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan sat deep in thought regarding the strange aura in the mountains before him. The secret realm has been open for 4 days. I don't have much time left to explore the Laklong Chasm. If I try searching for Huo Dao and the others, it'll lead to delays. Hesitant and unable to make a decision, Lu Xuan mused. It looks like the path ahead I'll have to take on alone. Interrupting his thoughts was Ling Yanbing. She popped up out of nowhere, surprising Lu Xuan. Ling Yanbing exclaimed, "LC senior brother, found you at last." Lu Xuan stammered, "Senior sister, what a coincidence. You're here too." He looked at his little senior sister, puzzled. What has Wang Linglong been teaching her? Why isn't she more reserved? Lu Xuan queried, "Why is junior sister acting alone? Haven't you teamed up with others?" Ling Yanbing seemed a bit shy, probably struck to the core. Ling Yanbing stammered, "Senior sister seems terrified, so I can only venture alone." Lu Xuan encouraged her, "Of course not, Ling junior sister, with your outstanding talent, others probably feared they'd only hold you back, hence why they didn't team up with you." Ling Yanbing pondered, "Then, senior brother, would you be willing to join me?" Lu Xuan felt a slight flutter, heart blooming, thinking, is this the sincere invitation from the famous Three-No Beauty junior sister? Feeling a bit guilty, he muttered, "Brother Zhao, Brother Huo, I apologize to you all." Unconsciously, he took Ling Yanbing's hand, declaring, "It's an honor to accompany junior sister." Standing before the swirling aura as if enraged, Lu Xuan worriedly said, "Ling junior sister, there's a strong wind hindering us here. We can't cross. I plan to break these restrictions and then try to fly over by sword." Ling Yanbing, standing by, encouraged, "I'll stand guard for you then." With just a swing of his sword, Lu Xuan sliced through the rock, releasing an enchanting blue smoke. Within it was an intricately designed character with fine details. "Truly beautiful," Lu Xuan spoke. "The rock layer is only the first level of defense. It's meant to conceal the true restriction, along with protective spiritual energy. I'm gonna fly up and take a look," Lu Xuan said, using his divine sense to probe around. Like a boss, he instantly spotted something and exclaimed, "There, down below." Ling Yanbing called out, "Is that sword yours?" Lu Xuan replied, "It's the broken blade. When I reforged it, I only kept the broken part." Ling Yanbing seemed to have an epiphany and responded, "So that's how it is." Lu Xuan looked over at his junior sister. "Let's strike together, using our full power to break through this formation's barrier." With a cool and collected demeanor, Ling Yanbing drew her sword. Her proud and beautiful face radiated an aura sharp as a knife, cutting the sun and moon. Together, their swords combined in perfect harmony, doubling their formidable strength. A powerful and decisive sound of breaking echoed, and the ground began to tremble. Everything had been sorted out smoothly. Turning to Yanbing, Lu Xuan thought to himself with gratitude. Luckily, this formation has been around for a long time. Its defenses not as strong as before. If it were at its peak, our combined strength might not have been enough to break it. Having said that, Lu Xuan gently placed something in Ling Yanbing's hand, speaking softly with eyes full of affection. "Sorry, I got a little distracted and didn't notice if you were injured. Quickly take this elixir. It's great for healing wounds." Finding the senior brother's actions a bit puzzling, Ling Yanbing simply replied, "It's all right," feeling like his sincere offer and concern were being brushed off. Lu Xuan asked, "What's with you, junior sister?" and pressed on, "If we're on the same team and fellow disciples, why so polite?" Yanbing, "Are you planning to just abandon everything and go solo?" Yanbing's face, once cool, now blushed crimson, as she hesitantly replied, "I appreciate your sincerity, senior brother, it's just." Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xuan drew Yanbing closer, asking, "Junior sister, this secret realm is full of dangers, and I can't manage it all alone. Are you really going to watch a fellow disciple fall into danger?" Yanbing timidly said, "I didn't mean to." He placed the pill in Ling Yanbing's mouth, his other hand gently holding her cheek. With a hint of a smile, Lu Xuan reassured her, "No need to be so formal with me. Once your injury heals, we'll be able to move more effectively." Ling Yanbing could only say, "Thank you," amidst Lu Xuan's feeling of triumph. He turned away, still in that delighted mood, saying, "It's getting late. We need to head to the central area quickly." Though shy, Yanbing felt a twinge of gratitude and affection in her heart. secretly smiling at her senior brother. In a small house nestled amidst remote mountains, surrounded by dense forests, Lu Xuan hospitably brought Yan Bing along, explaining while cooking, the central area is different from other places, and its spiritual energy is more abundant. Yan Bing was full of surprise, seemingly paying little attention to Lu Xuan's words. Senior brother, who would have thought you could cook? He handed her a steaming dish, saying, I usually like to mess around with this stuff. Try it, this is rabbit meat I rarely catch, he urged, eager for Yan Bing's response. How's it taste? With gleaming eyes, Yan Bing replied, it's delicious. Seeing her reaction, Lu Xuan's heart softened, and he remarked, junior sister, finally I get to see you smile. Her face reddened again in embarrassment, too shy to look at Lu Xuan. Leaning close to Yan Bing's face, Lu Xuan looked at her with affectionate eyes and said, you're young, yet you speak so eloquently and expressively, making one feel like you're truly alive. The junior sister hesitated, blushing shyly, and whispered, age. In her mind, she thought, but I'm already 16 years old. The scenery unfolded before them, vibrant with life, filled with lush green mountains and forests, and birds soaring wide as the two flew together. Yan Bing asked Lu Xuan, up ahead is the Lac Long Ravine. Is senior brother after a spirit treasure? Lu Xuan glanced around and replied, no, on our way here, we saw some beasts marked by scars from devils. Those devils could be using fake spirit treasures as bait. Yan Bing questioned suspiciously, then why are we still going? Lu Xuan responded right away, we're the vanguard entering this place. If we back off, wouldn't the other sect disciples end up as cannon fodder? Seeing his determined expression and resolve, she felt a stir in her heart. Lu Xuan continued, I might find it difficult to ensure your safety at the Lac Long Ravine. So perhaps junior sister and I should part ways here. She refused his suggestion outright, saying, if senior brother dares to press forward, how can I as a junior sister retreat and shame the Lan Yue sect? Admiring her spirit, Lu Xuan agreed, all right then. After traveling for a while, they arrived. This is the Lac Long Ravine. Stepping onto the carpet of white and yellow chrysanthemums, stretching across a vast field, the scenery was picturesque. Somewhere in the ravine echoed the angry roars of a strange creature. Lu Xuan and Yan Bing murmured to themselves, that must be a level 4 demon. Not impossible to defeat, but our commotion might draw the attention of devils inside. Suddenly, a massive boar came charging, full of rage, its long, thick tusks ready to skewer anything in its path. It rushed past Lu Xuan and Yan Bing as if it didn't see them. Looking at Yan Bing, he reassured her, junior sister, I'm not afraid of trouble. But as he glanced at her, something was off. Her eyes were unfocused, her cheeks flushed as if in a daze. Lu Xuan was alarmed. Did she get hit with an aphrodisiac powder? Oh no, it's definitely the pollen. I felt something was off earlier. Must be that boar. Yan Bing dreamily leaned closer, asking absent-mindedly, Lu's senior brother, no, master, why are you here? As if she'd lost all awareness. Lu Xuan was confused. Could this stuff be causing hallucinations too? Lu Xuan almost spat blood out of his nose. Junior sister, let's find a spot to use our inner strength to expel the pollen. I'll guard you. Still half awake, Yan Bing sleepily asked, guard? How? Lu Xuan brought Yan Bing to a rocky outcrop in the green forest, focusing his energy as he performed incantations to awaken her from the flower-induced stupor. He hoped this strategy would protect him from prying eyes, hoping it would conceal them unless detected by level 4 or higher beasts. Suddenly, Yan Bing's body trembled oddly, with face flushed, turning crimson all over. The scene was unbelievably awkward, and Lu Xuan was no exception. Flustered, he anxiously asked, junior sister, what on earth are you dreaming about? Yan Bing remained in a state of entrancement, feeling overwhelmingly hot. Turns out, in Yan Bing's dreamy state, she saw her master holding a drinking cup, insisting she drink up. Disciple, be good and don't dodge. If you lose, you've got to drink. Just drink, it's just a bit hot. That's all, master. Yan Bing pouted, teasing. It's okay, drink more, and it won't feel hot anymore. Keep going, and her master still tried to pour more wine into her mouth. Honestly, that scene could easily be misunderstood. Don't watch what's inappropriate, don't listen to what's improper. Suddenly, Lu Xuan felt a headache. and everything around seemed to freeze. Wait, wasn't I supposed to be pinching my nose? Lu Xuan kept questioning himself. Why do I feel so weak now? All at once, everything went dark, and he snapped his eyes open, ears catching the echo of someone calling, Lu Xuan, Lu Xuan. Quite odd. Lu Xuan found himself waking up in a hospital bed. Perplexed. What just happened? Stranger still was the doctor holding his medical chart, grumbling in front of him. Seriously, this is the second time and you're still shy. That person, wasn't she his master, Lu Muyuan? Lu Xuan was both scared and a bit flustered. What do you mean? Master, he couldn't finish his sentence. But it didn't stop there as Dr. Lu Muyuan leaned in, pointing at the young man's trousers in front of him. Still staggered, Lu Xuan nearly jumped out of his skin, with wild and dark thoughts flashing through his mind. This scene, this development, surely not. His face changed colors, and though frightened, he didn't resist. Isn't this a bit wrong? Will things get blurry in the dream? Or is it all too clear? Oh, such thoughts would make anyone blush. Cutting through his train of thought, his master's wife asked, "What are you talking about? Did I say something wrong?" Turns out, it wasn't what Lu Xuan had thought. The doctor meant, Lu Xuan's knee injury. Your knee's been injured for the second time. The reason you can't walk is because the previous knee wound hasn't healed. Lu Xuan's face froze, realizing his thoughts had unraveled into improper territory. He exclaimed, "No way. Do you want to undress?" The doctor proceeded to examine Lu Xuan's leg, finding the injury rather severe and not looking good. She gently dabbed a red-stained bandage to disinfect the wound. Lu Xuan's face went red as a beet. He yelled out, "Ow!" He finally realized that she was indeed a teacher in the school's infirmary. Lu Muyuan scolded, "Pain helps you remember. Young lad." Honestly, Lu Xuan clutched his knee, sobbing and stammering in a mess, mistakenly calling out, "Master." "Oh no, teacher, I'm wrong. I won't dare anymore." In a flash, everything slipped back to reality. Lu Xuan was still sprawled out in the illusionary flower field. He was dizzy, crocodile tears streaming down his face, shaking and mumbling in his dreams. He said, "Master, this disciple doesn't dare anymore." Scene shift, within a vast cave that seemed endlessly deep, covered in moss that blanketed the walls, and leaves hung down rich and lush at the cave's entrance. Outside, a pack of starving wild wolves were tearing at each other viciously. Blood-stained marks were everywhere in sight. Inside the cave, a group clothed in black, with red hats, were securely tied up with layers of long ropes. Their faces were filled with fear. Outside the cave, the one who tied up the black-clad group was a senior brother with a shaved head and a junior sister with a slightly grumpy, hard-to-please expression. The one in a long black cloak said, "The corpse still has demonic blood on it. Our guess wasn't wrong. So what are you planning?" Lu Muyuan's trembling hands held an emerald green jade box. Her face darkened with worry. "I told the kid to be careful." Yet he still went into the long crevice. Lu Muyuan was filled with anxiety, worried about her disciple stuck in the illusionary flower field. Yet she couldn't do anything right away to help Lu Xuan. What should she do about you, child? Deep within the chasm of Long Lake, Tianlong, the one called Nasu, spoke up. "Is it just you guys? Where did everyone else go?" One of them explained, "Master Nasu, there's something you might not know. Ever since we entered the secret realm, the elders of the 5 great sects have been patrolling everywhere. They're carrying heart-reflecting mirrors, conducting heart trials on every disciple who enters the realm. We've lost quite a few people." Suddenly, Nasu's mouth flew open, and he shouted with a slap of his hand, "A bunch of useless fools." He transformed into a red spirit. "You can't even handle something so small. What do I need you for?" At this moment, the group hastily knelt down, pleading for mercy. "Master Nasu, please calm down. The actions of the 5 great sects this time are a bit strange. With so many of our people lost, I suspect someone leaked information. Judging by their moves, it seems they were aware something was amiss before we even entered the secret realm. There's only one possibility in that case." A girl crossed her arms, visibly annoyed. "Are you suggesting the informer is Tian Mian from outside?" The group, fearful and hesitant, refrained from saying more. "It's just that only Master Tian Mian had contact with Lan Yue sect." Someone chimed in hurriedly, "How could it be? With Master Tian Mian's methods, Unless someone at the Hua Shen stage specifically investigates, there's no way he'd be discovered. Besides, in the remote and poor Xiao King Island, how many strong cultivators at the Hua Shen stage are there, let alone at the Lianqi empty stage? Na Su kicked that person in the face, bellowing, "Enough with the noise. Whether the plan is compromised or not, once Master Tula is freed, we'll deal with it then." Na Su suddenly became excited. As for Tian Mian, if something did happen to him, after this, I'll request Master Tula to let the best performer take over Tian Mian's position. Several miles away outside Chanlong Lake, a man sat on a rock, grumbling, "My dad, seriously, sending me to this godforsaken place. I thought being an evil cultivator would mean being the big shot. But it turns out it's not even better than being someone's lackey." Suddenly, two people appeared behind him, asking, "Oh, are you an evil cultivator?" The man arrogantly replied, "Who's got no eyes here? Can't you see Grandpa's bored out of his mind?" Immediately, the two said nothing more and pressed their swords to his neck. He turned his head, pleading with Ying and Zhu Zhu, "Beautiful ladies, let's talk this out. No need to resort to violence." Ying quickly chimed in, "We're interested in what you just said. Is it convenient for you to chat?" The man quickly replied, "Convenient. Very convenient." Ying ominously handed him a red pill, instructing him to consume it. "Eat this." The man responded, "Yes, yes, yes." Then Ying explained the effects of the pill. "This is a bone-eating pill. After consuming it, the poison will onset in an hour. During the onset, you'll experience excruciating pain, and if you don't take the antidote in time, your meridians will sever, causing you to bleed from your orifices until you die." Zhu Zhu, watching Ying from the side, couldn't help but admire. What a convincing lie. Terrified, the man begged, "Hero Ying, whatever you want to know, I'll definitely tell you. In my next life, I'm willing to be your loyal servant. Just please, the antidote." Hearing this, Ying felt mildly amused. "Well, it all depends on your performance then." Ying started interrogating, "Around Chanlong Lake, how many evil cultivators are there?" The man tearfully replied, "Probably over 30. Ying appeared puzzled. "You think just over 30 of you can capture the sect cultivators completely?" His face etched with fear. "We've activated the formation. It's something Master Tula left behind. Forget the Zhuji cultivators. Even a Yuanying stage expert can't decipher it. And once the blood sacrifice succeeds, Master Tula will be freed. Even a Yuanying expert wouldn't stand a chance against Master Tula." Ying had a feeling he was bluffing. If even the patrolling Yuanying stage elders couldn't defeat this group of evil cultivators, any reckless signal could place the elders in danger. The man hesitated. "Now that you know our plan, you better run while you can. Remember, if someone else discovers you, it'll be too late." But suddenly, Ying's expression turned cunning. "There's no need for you to worry. Don't forget, you've got the bone-eating pill's poison inside you. If anything happens to us, you'll join us in the grave." Hearing this, the man frantically protested, "No, hero, I'm not really a bad person. Just a lowly cultivator from Golden Snake sect. If not for my dad, I'd never. I truly mean no harm." Ying interrupted, uninterested in his backstory. "Do you have any spare clothes?" Hearing Ying's question, the man looked dumbfounded. "Ah." At the entrance of Chanlong Lake, a group of men in black cloaks stepped inside. "Is this really going to work? Aren't you afraid of being exposed?" Ying retorted, "Stop frowning. If we're not afraid, what are you scared about?" The man trembled, whining, "If we get exposed, I'll end up dead too." Ying replied, "That's why you need to cooperate with us. Our lives are now intertwined." Ying glanced over at Zhu Zhu. "You're too tense. With that look, if the evil cultivators spot us, they'll attack right away." Jolted by his words, Zhu Zhu collected herself. The man reminded them, "No more chatter. We're almost there." At this moment, someone approached the three of them. The man pointed at the stranger and asked, "Who are these two? Why haven't I seen him before?" The stranger quickly made up an excuse. "Dear uncle, they're fellow disciples from Jin Shi Men. I'm here out of admiration for Master Na Shi, hoping to join." Hearing this, he replied, "Oh, I see. Follow me this way." Na Shi sat comfortably and said, "Oh, admiring my style, are we?" All three of them bowed their heads. "Greetings, Master Na Shi." Suddenly, Na Shi used her foot to lift Zhu Zhu's chin, saying, Interesting female cultivator. You mentioned these two are here to join me. Zuzu was so startled she felt embarrassed. The man added, these two have always wanted to practice the blood killing technique, but I couldn't teach it without permission, so I brought him to introduce to Master Na Shi, hoping for your blessing. Na Shi thought for a moment. Oh, really? He continued. Master Na Shi, you might not be aware. They were outside on a sect mission before, entering this secret realm from a different entrance. So now they're just. Before he could finish, Na Shi suddenly struck his head off. She suspects there's something wrong with your fellow disciples. She commanded, fools, what are you standing there for? Capture them. At that moment, a group from Jin Shi men rushed in. I've never seen you before, and you lack the aura of our sect's Dan concoction, the inner core to control Jin Shi men. You think you can fool me so easily? He warned Zuzu, junior sister, be careful. Together, they fought off one opponent after another. Na Shi's eyes sparkled as she watched. Interesting, interesting. If you both are willing to surrender, I might forgive you and make you my personal guards. But he quickly refused. Though you're somewhat charming, don't dream on. Zuzu, her gaze resolute, charged forward. You're unworthy. With that, she drew her sword and attacked. But Na Shi merely said, since you wish to die, I'll gladly grant your wish. With that, she ordered her puppets to attack them. She was excitedly happy. These puppets are genuine Jin Dan stage. Perfect for dealing with you. Your deaths won't be in vain. She then commanded one puppet to swiftly charge towards them. The puppet attacked directly towards Zuzu. He seized the opportunity to rush and slice off the puppet's head. Junior sister, be careful. Soon, one puppet after another was knocked down by the duo. He reached out and grabbed Zuzu's hand. They're not in the same league. Going head to head will expose our secrets. It's better to retreat. With that, both of them quickly fled, decisively jumping down. Master Na Shi, should we pursue them? A subordinate asked. The girl ordered, the ones who deliberately enter King Xuan Hall. It's a life or death situation. Even if they pass the trial, Lord Tula awaits them. It's not easy to find entertaining prey. Forget it. Leave them be. Next, continue setting up the blood bait. We need to free Lord Tula quickly. The patrol team from Lam Nawet sect discussed. The distress signal was fired here. Something feels off. There's a powerful formation, almost like it's waiting for us to enter. What should we do? Should we go in? Yuan's eyes were filled with determination. The Jade Flight showed Lu Xuan here. Why hasn't he appeared now that we're here? The whole group soon ventured deeper into the cave. Inside, each person picked a corner to narrow down the search. Sister Zhao, up front, spoke to her team, fellow cultivators. There must be disciples trapped inside here. Let's rescue them first. With that said, everyone split up to search. After a while, one team member discovered a group of bound people. Over here, he immediately turned to inform his team. I found some students. This group of students looked gloomily exhausted, utterly drained, and cried for help. Help us. Our spiritual energy has been depleted. Dear cultivators, please save us. The patrol team swiftly hurried over and began untying them. But as soon as they touched the ropes, the spiritual energy of one of them was immediately drained. Seeing this, he panicked and hastily withdrew his hand. At the same time, a red circle suddenly appeared before them. The patrol team was understandably startled. What is this? Lu Muyuan was just as stunned. Why is this happening? Within that circle, a massive seal had formed. Na Shi also appeared, smirking at them and said, daring to directly charge into the Juyu blood fiend array. The cultivators of the 5 great sects are truly a bunch of fools. Lu Muyuan sensed the aura coming from her and immediately recognized it. She informed Sister Zhao, this aura, she's the Na Shi I've mentioned before. Hearing them call her by name, Na Shi realized her identity was compromised. So you know my name. It seems Tian Mian has been exposed. Hearing her words, Lu Muyuan curiously asked, the Tian Mian you mentioned. He's Chu Yu Tian, right? What are your intentions with this blood sacrificial ritual? At Lu Muyuan's question, Na Shi saw no point in wasting words, only sneering. Why bother asking when you're about to die? Lu Muyuan, seeing no response, decided not to waste time with pointless banter. Sister Zhao threw off her cloak energetically and declared, no use in talking, I'll come fight you. Hearing Sister Zhao intending to engage Na Shi, Lu Muyuan warned, Sister Zhao, Be careful. Na Shi, equally energetic, commanded her subordinates to attack, a body cultivator. How interesting. Knock her down for me. Her blood energy is perfect for feeding. At her command, the minions rushed forward to assault Sister Zhao. She furrowed her brow, determined not to let them hit her, aimed precisely and unleashed a powerful punch. Get lost. Na Shi, standing nearby, watched the battle with a laid-back attitude, smirking in amusement. She then extended her hand, controlling some puppets to advance and counterattack. Interesting, truly interesting. Under her control, the puppets aggressively charged at Sister Zhao again. But Sister Zhao's skills were not to be underestimated. She quickly dodged to one side, and then used her fist to deliver a shattering blow. But that punch didn't affect it at all. In the blink of an eye, the puppet lunged forward again, continuing to attack Sister Zhao, making her panic. Damn this restriction, just a mere Zhuji, and yet relying on a puppet to fight me. After saying that, she stood glaring at the puppet in front of her, sighing, annoying. Suddenly, from behind her, a mysterious laugh echoed, ha ha, and Sister Zhao glanced back to see what it was. As the laughter rang out, a massive red creature appeared before the group, causing everyone to scream in panic. What is that? Quickly, run! Lu Mu Yuan, standing on the side, couldn't escape in time and was entangled by the monster's tentacles. She tried using Bloodkill to break free, but it didn't work. Taking advantage of the moment, several tongues of the monster lashed out, licking her face and slipping into places they shouldn't, making Lu Mu Yuan furious. She unleashed a strike, chopping them all off, then warned the group, everyone, be careful, the aura these blood-armored beings give off seems to corrode us. And they can also regenerate wounds. The group realized, so that's how it is. Aware of its moves, Lu Mu Yuan frowned. We must win quickly. Na Shi, even when Lu Mu Yuan saw through her tactics, confidently retorted, so what if you see through? As long as we have the Juyu Bloodkill formation, we're invincible. At that moment, behind her, another large puppet appeared, brandishing an absurdly long sword. Then Na Shi looked at the two of them, smirking. Good luck, being able to make me summon the blood sword slave. You won't die in vain. The massive puppet swung its sword and leaped into the air, aiming a slash at Miss Zhao. Seeing the puppet appear, Sister Zhao was utterly shocked. Late-stage Jindan, Lu Mu Yuan, who was nearby, also became very anxious and dashed towards her. Sister Zhao, I'm coming to help you. But before she could arrive, the Jindan puppet was faster, rushing to attack Sister Zhao first. It aimed its sword directly at her. Although she tried her best to dodge the attack, that strike was truly extraordinary. With immense power, Sister Zhao couldn't completely avoid it and got slashed on the shoulder. Seeing her senior sister injured, Lu Mu Yuan hurriedly rushed to support her, then shared her plan. Sister, this person uses strange methods. The puppet is strong, but her cultivation isn't high. Let's join forces to bring her down. Na Shi, hearing the two whispering about taking her down, chuckled. You want to defeat me? How ridiculous. Then she commanded her puppet to advance and attack. If you wish to die alongside her, it's just the right time for me to finish all of you. Lu Mu Yuan immediately summoned her sword and chanted, Thunder Chant. She then attacked the monster, forcing it to retreat, and its tentacles curled back. Hidden behind her, the enemy puppet master watched her attack his puppet and thought, who would have thought a disciple of the Lianqi sect would be such a hassle? Furious, he decided to control the puppet more aggressively, shouting toward Lu Mu Yuan and her elder sister Zhao, female cultivators of Lianqi sect. You deserve death. With that, the puppet master activated the move cane of malicious slaughter. An overwhelming spiritual energy stormed toward them. The soldiers under his command scrambled to dodge the attack safely. Someone yelled, fellow cultivators, be careful, as Lu Mu Yuan concentrated on dodging the attack in front of her. She suddenly detected a murderous aura from behind. She turned around, astonished to see two additional puppets charging at her. What? Seeing Mu Yuan in danger, Sister Zhao rushed over and delivered a mighty punch, knocking one of the puppets away. But the other puppet quickly closed in, ready to strike. Sister Zhao grappled the puppet's head, straining to halt the impending attack. She shouted to Lu Mu Yuan, Mu Yuan, let me handle these puppets. You go deal with the puppet master. We can't afford to drag this out. Hearing her, Mu Yuan nodded and charged toward the puppet master with full force. Unexpectedly, just then, the puppet master smirked sinisterly and muttered, "Lao Ju." Suddenly, another puppet appeared behind Sister Zhao. It used its weapon to stab straight through her chest. The attack was so swift and sudden that Sister Zhao couldn't react in time. Her body shaking with pain. Blood gushed from the wound. Her face pale, filled with pain and rage. But with a strong will, Sister Zhao quickly turned around and with all her strength threw a punch at the puppet. Roaring, shameless. However, before she could land a hit, another puppet with a sharp sword lunged from behind and sliced through her arm. She screamed in agony, her grip on the puppet's head loosening as blood splattered from the severed arm. Witnessing the scene, Lu Muyuan's eyes blazed red with fury, her spiritual energy bursting out uncontrollably like an inferno. She was frantic seeing her sister in danger, shouting, "Elder sister." Meanwhile, the puppet master was thrilled, licking his lips and saying, "The smell of blood is just so exhilarating." Meanwhile, in another location, Lu Xuan and Leng Yanbing, after diving into the lake, stood atop the water, observing their surroundings. Lu Xuan cautiously probed and said to Leng Yanbing, after diving underwater, "Something seemed to activate. I sense something strange here. When I extended my divine sense, I noticed those demonic cultivators aren't chasing us. We need to be more careful." But upon finishing his words, Lu Xuan noticed Leng Yanbing looking at him with an unusual expression and asked, "What's up?" She glanced at him and said, "Why run? If we join forces, maybe we could defeat them." Lu Xuan replied, a bit seriously, "To be honest, I heard a voice calling me then. Perhaps there's an opportunity here that could aid us." Leng Yanbing, doubtful, eyed him suspiciously. "Are you making this up?" Seeing his junior sister's complete lack of trust, Lu Xuan felt a bit upset, thinking to himself, "I'm telling the truth. Why doesn't she believe me?" He then pointed toward a wall and said, "Junior sister, look, there's something on this wall. Check it out. Don't those figures shrouded in evil aura look like those demonic cultivators?" Inspecting the wall closely, he continued, "If that's the case, these demonic cultivators have been active far longer than I thought." Right then and there, 3 massive stones suddenly popped up in front of the 2 of them. Each stone boasting 3 distinct characters painted in different colors. Both of them looked up, staring blankly at the inscriptions on the stones, utterly clueless. "What is this?" Suddenly, the stone engraved with Qin Din blasted out a massive bolt of lightning. Attacking the 2, Lu Xuan instinctively whipped out his weapon, stepping forward to shield his junior sister. "Watch out!" He fixated on the glowing stone, exclaiming in surprise, "This stone monument." Just then, a voice echoed, "The trial begins. Human cultivator, 5 elemental spiritual roots, Lianqi level 5. Hearing this, Lu Xuan immediately braced himself, ready for battle. So there really was something strange beneath this lake. Turns out it was a trial ground. Looks like the 3 stone steels represent 3 different trials. Catching on to the current situation, I've got to be serious now. He examined the Qin Din stone carefully. Suddenly, someone dressed exactly like him appeared, face identical to, like a mirror image reflecting Lu Xuan himself. And then, 4 or 5 more identical figures emerged. Lu Xuan frowned upon seeing them. "Just like me, perfect replicas copying both my level and abilities. But it seems they can't quite detect my true cultivation level." Realizing this weakness, Lu Xuan didn't hesitate any longer. Charging straight at them, with his strength, he slashed through the clones in an instant. Chuckling, "Not everyone is a special case like me. Maybe these evil cultivators didn't dare to come in because the trial is ridiculously tough facing 10 at once. All reflecting one's own skills. Ordinary cultivators simply don't stand a chance." After wiping out the clones, Lu Xuan swiftly turned to his junior sister, anxiously calling out, "What about junior sister Lang? I need to go help her." Without a moment's pause, he headed over to the stone where his junior sister had been struck. Sitting down, eyes fixed on the characters by Shi above. As soon as he gazed at those characters, memories of past lives surged back into Lu Xuan's mind. The first life, touching upon love and marriage. The second life, being a carefree hero. After glimpsing the second life, Lu Xuan clutched his head in agony, shouting, "I am not Wen Chuzing. I am not Ma Jia. I am not a hero. I am me. I am Lu Xuan." Escaping from the trial, Lu Xuan's face turned pale and flushed, his entire body trembling from exhaustion. He sat there panting in front of the 3 stones, bewildered. This Bai Shi trial, whose handiwork is it that nearly drowned me in illusions beyond control? Could it be that the lives I've experienced before are just too extraordinary? With such a difficult trial, what on earth does it conceal? What's the purpose of these trials anyway? Meanwhile, Lang Yanbing remained unconscious, lying there. Lu Xuan stood in front of the rock, feeling something was off, and said, "My spiritual power, it's been sealed." Just then, an ancient book suddenly appeared from the rock. A bit puzzled, he glanced at it and asked, "What is this secret manual?" Lu Xuan approached the book, saw the words King Xuan Dao Jing written on the cover, and opened it to take a look, wondering to himself, could the 3rd trial be wanting me to cultivate using the techniques in this book? Without a second thought, Lu Xuan dove into the trial with the secret manual. The text within was incredibly cryptic and hard to grasp for an ordinary person. And on top of that, his spiritual power was completely sealed, like a double bind. But Lu Xuan wasn't just anyone. As he delved into the trial, he flashed a confident smile, quickly memorizing all the techniques in the book. Can't believe it's a heavenly level cultivation technique. Even if incomplete, definitely a treasure. Despite its incompleteness, it still contains enough to cultivate up to the spirit transformation stage. Seems like this half of the King Xuan Dao Jing is the reward for passing the trial. Understanding the crux of the trial, Lu Xuan glanced over at his junior sister, battling in another corner, and called out, "Hang in there, junior sister Ling." At this moment, in Ling Yanbing's trial, she was striving to break free as fast as possible. Amidst the battle, she thought to herself, reflection is just imitation, it can't lead to breakthroughs. Ever since losing to Lu Xuan, I've been honing stronger sword techniques. A genius lives up to their name. Ling Yanbing was trying to comprehend the sword essence in battle. Each of her sword strikes became sharper and more graceful, her sword intent taking shape, her spirit steadfast for higher ambitions. From the fate of marrying a princess, to the life of guarding the city gates for a female general, to this life of becoming a cultivator, no matter how many lifetimes passed, she always advanced on the path of cultivation and comprehending the King Xuan Dao Jing. After awakening, Ling Yanbing opened her eyes, returning to reality. As soon as he saw she was awake, Lu Xuan asked with concern, "Junior sister Ling, are you all right? It seems like we accidentally stepped into a trial." Ling Yanbing replied to him, "I'm fine." Then she looked up at the trial stones, puzzled. How come I've never heard of a trial site in the Lac Long Gorge? The sect's secret records don't mention it either. Lu Xuan didn't know why either, and simply pointed towards a mysterious house nearby. Maybe the answer lies inside that house. Together, they headed towards the mysterious house, eager to uncover the truth. Standing before the door, Lu Xuan pondered, King Xuan Hall. Could the dark cultivators be gathering here because of this King Xuan Hall? As they got closer to the door, Lu Xuan unexpectedly heard a mysterious voice, "I'm here." Hearing that voice, he immediately pointed inside and said to his junior sister, "That's the voice, the one I heard earlier when we immersed in the lake." But Ling Yanbing responded with a skeptical look, "Didn't you water escape into the lake? Was there really a voice?" Lu Xuan tried to convince her, but they both decided to venture further inside. Along the way, he kept reminding his junior sister, "Be careful up ahead." Before them appeared a massive golden dragon. From the dragon's side came a strange voice, calling for help. Lu Xuan spotted a glowing pearl and immediately realized, could that be the true dragon's pearl? At this point, Ling Yanbing started to believe more in what he said. She thought to herself, did someone really summon him from beneath the water? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them, "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Hearing that, both Lu Xuan and Ling Yanbing spun around in unison, asking, "Who?" Lu Xuan looked at the old man standing in front of him and felt a twinge of anxiety. With my own divine sense, I couldn't even detect his presence. He thought, a Lianqi Huchi cultivator. The old man, seeing Lu Xuan, praised, "Young one, you've got some skills. When I was your age, I was nowhere near your level." Seeing the old man's mysterious demeanor, Lu Xuan straightforwardly asked, "Who are you, senior? Why are you here?" The old man casually replied, but with unclear words, "If you all have passed the trials outside, can't you guess who I am?" Hearing the old man's words, Lu Xuan quickly analyzed the situation and responded, "Are you saying you are the master of this place?" "Senior," the old man confirmed. "Indeed." As soon as the old man answered, the dragon behind Lu Xuan immediately spoke up. "Warning, he's lying to you." The old man heard the dragon's interjection, furrowed his brow, looked at it, and said, "Ha, so this is the opponent you've brought to me." Hearing the old man's words, Lu Xuan's suspicion grew even more. He looked towards the dragon, thinking to himself, could this man be the reason for the gathering of evil cultivators in Lac Longjian? Did they perform blood sacrifices to save this person? If that's true, given his Lianqi Huqi cultivation, once he's unsealed, the elders outside wouldn't stand a chance against him. Sensing Lu Xuan's heightened vigilance, the old man said, "There's no need to be so wary. I've been trapped here for years, long past the urge to kill. Perhaps the two of us can sit down for a chat." The dragon still tried its best to plead, warning Lu Xuan, "Don't believe his made-up stories. Help me." When there was no response from Lu Xuan, the old man displayed his power, forcing Lu Xuan to make a choice. "Do you really want to start a war with me?" Feeling uneasy, Fang Hongmei said to Lu Xuan, "Lu Shisheng, let's fight together." But before fully engaging in battle, a thought flashed in Lu Xuan's mind. In a battle of this caliber, if not careful, being involved means death. I can't let her be in danger. Thinking this, he used his spiritual power to open a spatial formation, immediately sending Fang Hongmei away. He wouldn't let her join this battle. Fang Hongmei watched Lu Xuan's actions, worriedly calling out, "Lu Shisheng," but it was too late. As the formation pushed her far away, after ensuring his junior sister's safe departure, Lu Xuan looked in her direction and softly apologized. "I'm sorry, Fang Shimei." Witnessing his actions, the old man's smile grew wider, filled with amusement. "Oh, intriguing, very intriguing." Lu Xuan then looked straight at the old man and firmly asked, "The evil cultivators outside are surely connected to you, aren't they?" The old man replied, his tone light but full of implication. "If I told you they weren't, what would you do?" Clenching his fists, Lu Xuan resolutely replied, "I once had a dream where my fellow disciples were killed by evil cultivators. My sect dragged into war, and I was besieged by countless evil cultivators. It was just a dream, but the murals I saw confirmed my suspicions. If that dream becomes reality someday, everything I care for will become tragic history like in those murals." Hearing him speak, the old man calmly replied, "Regardless of the past or the future, right now, you can choose a different path." Lu Xuan looked directly into the old man's eyes and firmly said, "But I don't want to." Hearing Lu Xuan's final answer, the old man said no more, but unleashed his full power, preparing to fight. He laughed angrily. Good, good, it's been a long time since I've seen a young lad with such spirit. Your blood is worthy of knowing my name. This venerable one is Tula." Lu Xuan, now ready for combat, firmly responded, "Tula, very well, then I'll fight you." Both Lu Xuan and the old Shura lunged into the battle, their overwhelming aura causing the surrounding heavens and earth to tremble. The old Shura raised his mighty fist and sarcastically shouted, "Why are you so distracted protecting that girl? Why not give your all in fighting me? Or are you just all talk and useless in reality?" Lu Xuan blocked Shura's attack with some difficulty, furrowing his brows, thinking to himself, as expected, he's no easy foe. Seeing Lu Xuan's weakened strength, the old Shura didn't want to prolong the battle, so he leapt high and exerted all his strength. Looking down at Lu Xuan, he coldly said, "An ant doesn't deserve to live. I guess I overestimated you." With that, Shura used his tentacle to strike straight at Lu Xuan. Seeing that tentacle coming towards him, Lu Xuan squinted his eyes, thinking, guess it's do or die time. Meanwhile, outside the hidden realm, Na Shi had drained all the spiritual energy from Sister Zhao, leaving her body as nothing but dry bones. Having taken down one person, Na Shi chuckled, her entire being dripping with malice, loudly proclaiming, "This method is truly sinister, but it continuously uses the spiritual energy and blood vitality of cultivators to nourish the true blood. There's definitely some plotting going on here. This is the epitome of body cultivation. I feel the true blood has completely reincarnated." Upon seeing her draining the life force of Sister Zhao, the surrounding cultivators shouted, "Stop her, we must avenge Elder Zhao." Lu Muyuan stood there, witnessing firsthand the cruelty of Sister Zhao's death. unable to believe the brutality right in front of her. Shi laughed coldly. You want to stop me? Too late. Then she looked at her subordinates and commanded, release the seal for me. The subordinates immediately followed orders, pulling all their spiritual energy to create a teleportation space to Chanlong Lake. As soon as the portal opened, water from the lake rushed in, forming a massive waterfall. Within that waterfall, a gigantic whirlpool started to form, sucking in everyone nearby. Lu Muyuan quickly realized the danger and shouted, everyone, watch out, something's wrong, retreat quickly. But Shi stood before the swelling whirlpool, casting an insidious smile, adding a little more spiritual energy to it. Instantly, the whirlpool became even more powerful, with terrifying force, pulling all the sect cultivators into the lake. Those caught in the whirlpool screamed in helpless despair. Lu Muyuan stood there, completely stunned, and muttered to herself, Lu Xuan, where are you? Where on earth could you be? Right at that moment, Shi stepped into the teleportation gate, getting ready to dive into the lake. Standing just outside, she shouted, restrictions are lifted. Even without completing the trial, I can still enter the King Xuan Palace. But before she could finish, the vortex sucked her into the lake. Lu Muyuan stood outside the swirling waters, a question swirling in her mind. He's not on the surface of Qianlong. So that means Lu Xuan is underwater. I have to. As she was about to jump in, another cultivator grabbed her arm to stop her. Don't do anything stupid. We're no match for her. We need to retreat. But Lu Muyuan was resolute, arguing back. My disciple might still be in there. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, the cultivator raised his voice to wake Lu Muyuan up. Elder Lu, I understand you're worried about your disciple, but the current situation is deadly dangerous, and we could lose our lives. For the greater good, you must retreat with us. We can come back after the dragon chant ends. With that, he urged Lu Muyuan to leave with the rest of them. She stood there dazed, thinking, the greater good, I've cultivated for many years for Lan Yue sect. For the greater good, but has the greater good ever thought of me? That disciple, the kid who always put me first, bringing me food day or night. When he went into Lac Longjian, I didn't even go after him. Now, with my disciple in danger, how could I, his master, retreat? Determined, Lu Muyuan gathered all her spiritual power into her body, preparing to leap into the vortex. My disciple, I'm coming to protect you, even if it means climbing a mountain of blades or diving into a sea of flames. I won't hesitate. With resolve, Lu Muyuan jumped straight into the lake, ignoring the other cultivators' attempts to stop her. No one could stop her, and anxiety filled everyone's hearts. How do we explain this to the sect leader now? Lu Muyuan leaped into the teleportation gate, shouting, Lu Xuan, wait for me. But just as she entered, the teleportation gate suddenly transformed. Before her, a gigantic sword appeared, so immense that she couldn't help but be amazed. Off to the side, Shi was writhing in pain due to this unexpected twist. Muyuan exclaimed in shock. What? How can this be? Shi snapped out of her daze quickly, glaring at Lu Xuan and irritably scolding. Old Asura, how could you lose to a brat like this? Lu Xuan held his sword tightly, his eyes full of determination, staring straight at Shi. Brat. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. I am the chief disciple of Xiao Zhu Peak. Lu Muyuan, seeing her disciple safe and sound, couldn't help but shout with joy. Lu Xuan, she rushed towards him, her eyes filled with concern. I'm glad you're okay. Master Na stood high above, utterly incredulous about what was unfolding. She glared down furiously, yelling, I don't believe it. How could you, a whelp, defeat Tula? Muyuan also seemed a bit doubtful, turning her head towards Lu Xuan. When he noticed his master's gaze, he was a bit flustered and scrambled for an explanation. Well, you know, my talent is just extraordinary. Maybe that old man had been submerged too long. His bones must have rotted away. Having said that, Lu Xuan internally fretted. I worked hard to come up with a cool way to explain this. And I might have just blown it. Let's rewind to an hour earlier. The old Tula had delivered a mighty blow to Lu Xuan, leaving him immobilized, without any response. Seeing this, the old man slowly approached to survey the scene, sneering, wiped out with a single strike. As he got closer and realized Lu Xuan was still alive, the old man prepared to unleash another finishing move, saying, forget it, the old me must have made a mistake. But just then, from within the rising dust, a voice boomed. Indeed, saving the big move till the end paid off. It wasn't a waste to use up all my accumulations earlier. Hearing this, Tula was stunned, shouting, "What?" Right at that moment, Lu Xuan suddenly appeared from above, his internal spiritual power surging dramatically. His cultivation level skyrocketed from early Lianqi to mid Lianqi, then late Lianqi, and directly broke through to Heji stage. Witnessing this scene, old Tula was utterly alarmed, exclaiming, "How could this be? It's impossible. Who could achieve this in a mere moment?" Although terrified, he didn't forget to launch an attack, commanding the tendrils to strike towards Lu Xuan defensively. The tendrils shot forward instantly, wrapping tightly around him, but this time, Lu Xuan wouldn't be pressed into weakness. He countered with a powerful move, sun-quenching. Gripping his sword firmly, Lu Xuan swung with all his might towards old Tula. The razor-sharp sword carved a brilliant arc, slicing clean through the old man's body. His blood gushed out like a waterfall, eyes rolling back as he collapsed, dead on the spot. Before he took his last breath, he looked at Lu Xuan, weakly asking, Who are you?" But that question would never be answered. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan stood facing Master Na, holding his sword and saying somewhat reluctantly, "Explaining it out is just a hassle." Master Na, having lost all patience to hear more, retorted with mocking challenge, "Forget it, that old man hogged the heavenly sovereign position for too long anyway. It's rightly due for change. If you've killed him, you've saved me a lot of trouble." Hearing her say that, Lu Xuan turned serious and asked, "If it wasn't to release Tula, why did you bother breaking the seal of the Qingxuan Palace? Are you after the true dragon jade?" Hearing Lu Xuan's guess hitting quite close to the mark, Master Na showed a hint of praise but continued mockingly, "You're quite perceptive, but you know what? Smart people tend to die quickly." She then gave him a sly look and smirked. "The true dragon jade, it's in your hands, isn't it? Hand it over, and perhaps I'll consider giving you a dignified death." Lu Xuan had no intention of handing over the jade, understanding this as an opportunity to extract more information. He asked, "What exactly is your origin? Why do you target cultivators from Little Qingzhou? Aren't you afraid that once your plan is uncovered, the cultivation world of Gan Nation will hunt you down?" My master confidently replied, "If I can obtain the true dragon's jade, never mind just one kingdom even facing the entire cultivation world in this lower realm. Why should we, the Yu Tian, be afraid?" Upon hearing the words Yu Tian, both Lu Xuan, Lu Muyuan, and the other cultivators were taken aback. At this moment, my master chuckled confidently at them and said, "Don't worry your pretty little heads. This isn't something measly Zhuji stage cultivators like you can comprehend. Let's get moving." Seeing my master's confident demeanor, Lu Xuan's expression changed, shedding the playful look he had when they were chatting earlier. Noticing the shift, my master felt a twinge of anxiety and asked, Who are you really?" Lu Xuan smirked back, responding, "Do you actually think I took down Tula just out of sheer luck?" My master looked at the aura of power surrounding Lu Xuan at that moment. Feeling the oppressive force bearing down made her uneasy, muttering, "Damn it, this oppressive aura," and immediately, she upgraded her cultivation level, from Zhuji late stage to Jindan stage, then to Yuanying stage, and finally to Huashan stage to confront Lu Xuan. Witnessing my master's upgraded state, Lu Xuan was momentarily surprised but remained calm. With her newly acquired cultivation level, my master sneered at him. "This was initially the trump card I intended for facing Tula. Didn't expect I'd be forced to use it so soon against you." Lu Xuan squinted at my master and grinned, saying, "Huashan stage. Huh, you're not even half as strong as Tula." Infuriated by Lu Xuan's mockery, my master snapped in rage. "How dare you speak to me like that? You impertinent brat." With that, both of them lunged at each other, launching fierce attacks, neither willing to back down. Each strike seemed to tear through the fabric of space, causing the entire Qingxuan hall to shake violently. Standing outside watching their clash, Lu Muyuan felt a surge of pride, thinking, "That master, even if senior sister Zhao and I joined forces, we wouldn't be her match." Moreover, she just absorbed senior sister Zhao's spiritual power to break through. "Lu Xuan, what on earth did you go through under that lake?" Back to the battle. After a fierce exchange of blows, Lu Xuan delivered a powerful kick, sending my master tumbling far away. finding herself at a disadvantage against Lu Xuan. My master couldn't believe it, exclaiming, "No, no way, this can't be happening." In her desperation, she glanced at Lu Muyuan, a dark thought flashing through her mind. Taking her hostage might give her a chance to survive. With that thought, my master swiftly lunged towards Lu Muyuan, intending to seize her and hold Lu Xuan at bay. But as soon as she neared, before her hand could reach Muyuan, Lu Xuan appeared in a flash before her, grabbing my master's hand firmly, preventing her from harming his master. Astonished at his speed, my master screamed, "What the?" Lu Xuan tightened his grip on her hand, eyes gleaming with murderous intent, angrily saying, "You really deserve to die. The one thing you should never have touched is my master." With that, he raised his sword high, pouring all his strength into the slash. Swish, a powerful slash ripped through the entire cave, making the surrounding space seem to split in two. My master was also sliced down directly by that stroke. Her body cleaved in half, leaving not a shred of life. My master, though clearly unwilling, let out one last hateful scream before being sucked into Lu Xuan's Chang'an pouch. Lu Xuan thought to himself, "There's still so much to learn about this witch. I'll have to soul search to dig out some info." Then, he glanced at Lu Muyuan and said softly, "Master, sorry for startling you." Standing behind him, Lu Muyuan's eyes filled with worry as she hesitantly said, "Disciple, you." Lu Xuan turned around, firmly grasping her hand to comfort her. "It's me. This place is about to collapse. We better get out of here. I'll explain everything to you later." In his heart, Lu Xuan thought, "Master's shoulders seem thinner than before. She must have exhausted herself looking for me." The scene shifts to the next morning. Lu Muyuan was playing with Chu Chu while listening to Lu Xuan recount the tale. "This here is the true dragon pearl, now hanging around Chu Chu's neck," he explained, pointing to the gleaming gem on the small animal's neck. Lu Muyuan cradled Chu Chu, her eyes full of worry as she asked, "Disciple, you know what concerns me, right?" Hearing this, Lu Xuan nodded. "Master, not hiding anything from you before. When I was exchanging blows with those demonic cultivators, I was borrowing the power of the true dragon pearl. It was sheer luck that I ended up inside the King Xuan temple and got chosen by the true dragon pearl. Its immense spiritual power is why those demonic cultivators were foolishly trying to open the bloodline at Lok Long to claim it." Lu Xuan crossed his arms, sighed, and said, "Unfortunately, it's not my own power. Moreover, the true dragon pearl can't indefinitely continue aiding me." Lu Muyuan looked at him with lingering doubt and asked, "Really?" Touched upon his weak spot, Lu Xuan sweated bullets, replying, "It's true." Internally, he blamed himself, thinking, "Master, it's not that I don't want to tell you the truth, but there's no one in this world who'd accept it." Standing nearby, Lang Yanbing also questioned suspiciously, "The dragon pearl's spiritual force is so potent, can your body handle it?" Hearing this, Lu Xuan was drenched in sweat, glancing furtively at Lang Yanbing, who doubted even more. "There's clearly something fishy here." Lu Muyuan, hearing Lang Yanbing's logic, looked at Lu Xuan, the disciple who tells 9 lies in 10 sentences, and her gaze turned sharp. Seeing his master's gaze, Lu Xuan felt uneasy and quickly explained, "It could be that the true dragon doesn't want to be forcefully taken by demonic cultivators. Moreover, I receive spiritual elixirs from Master each year. Even though my cultivation isn't high, my meridians have developed to be very robust, and my qi is much larger than that of a normal cultivator." Lu Muyuan, listening to Lu Xuan's very smooth explanation, asked seriously, "Really?" Sweat continued to stream down his face, but he still bravely answered, "Of course, Master. You remember the Hualing Dan, right? It's the pill Jindan stage cultivators used to break through to the Yuanying stage. Yet, even after taking it, I had no reaction. You can see how strong my spiritual power endurance is." He thought to himself, "If Master doesn't believe me anymore, I'll have to spill the truth." But unexpectedly, Lu Muyuan nodded, no longer suspicious, and said, "Your constitution is peculiar, which might be why the true dragon pearl chose you." Hearing this, Lu Xuan puffed up proudly, raising his arm to boast, "Thanks to the true dragon pearl's power, my cultivation skyrocketed to late Juji stage." Lu Muyuan gently patted Lu Xuan's head, speaking softly, "Disciple, your cultivation has increased too rapidly. Once we're out, you should stabilize your foundation before thinking of advancing further. Prepare the elixirs needed for breaking through to the Jindan stage. Lu Xuan looked at his master, feeling warm inside, and softly replied, yes. Then, he turned towards Lang Yanbing and said, Junior sister, you got the upper volume of the King Xuan Tao manual in the secret realm. Right, Lang Yanbing replied. Yes. Lu Xuan continued, Junior sister, open your divine sense. With that, he channeled his spiritual energy, transmitting the technique directly into Lang Yanbing's mind. During the process, Lang Yanbing felt a rush of pleasure within her body, the abundant spiritual energy spreading, causing her face to flush. She asked, this is? Lu Xuan grinned slightly and answered, this is the lower volume of the King Xuan Tao manual, also a reward after obtaining the true dragon pearl. This secret manuscript will surely help you tread the cultivation path without worry in the future. Basking in that sensation, sweat beading her face, Lang Yanbing questioned, Senior brother, this is a supreme treasure. How can you impart it so easily to an outsider? Lu Xuan looked at Lang Yanbing, gently saying, I already have the true dragon pearl. Holding on to the King Xuan Tao manual too wouldn't be quite fitting. Hearing this, Lang Yanbing, though still hesitant, replied softly, but, seeing her hesitation, Lu Xuan continued, no need to be polite. Junior sister, with your aptitude, you'll surely be able to comprehend the King Xuan Tao manual. When the time comes, I'll have to ask for your guidance. So don't keep any secrets. All right. Lang Yanbing hurriedly clasped his hands, and said earnestly, the great kindness of senior brother. Lang Yanbing will never forget it for a lifetime. Lu Xuan waved his hand casually, chuckling, what great kindness are you talking about? Besides, we had agreed before, right, that the two of us will face hardships together. Has junior sister Lang forgotten? Hearing this, Lang Yanbing slightly lowered her head, falling silent, saying nothing. Lu Xuan turned around, glanced at Lu Muyuan playing with Chu Chu, and said, oh right, master, perhaps you could also use this King Xuan Dao Jing. It's just that you haven't practiced the first volume yet. Shall we find a hidden place and give it a try? Scene shifts to Lac Long Jian. Up in the sky, there's a spatial rift, sucking in two spirit beasts. Below, a group of people clad in black are conversing amongst themselves. Are these all the ones left? Where are the other patrol elders? Someone from the group asked. Another answered, besides the 7 of us, 5 patrol elders have already lost contact. The first person hearing this asked, what about Elder Lu? Another voice chimed in, Elder Lu's gone chasing after Na Shi to find her disciple. Her fate is unknown now. The others fell silent upon hearing this. Suddenly, an old man appeared behind them, dragging along a man in black, saying, everyone, I've captured a demonic cultivator. Does anyone excel at soul searching? See if he holds any clues. One of the black-clad men shouted, let me. Then, he stepped forward, placed a hand on the demonic cultivator's head, used the soul-searching technique, and said, in this demonic cultivator's memory, there's a mention of Hu Chanlong. There's a palace there known as King Xuan Hall, with a history spanning thousands of years. Supposedly, it was built by an immortal named King Xuan Daizun to resurrect the true dragon pearl, 200 years ago. A demonic cultivator called Tula disguised himself as a disciple from one of the 5 great sects to infiltrate the secret realm, hoping to seize the power of the true dragon pearl. However, he's always been restricted by the prohibitions of King Xuan Hall and can't escape. This time, they're here to break the restrictions, rescue Tula, and conveniently snatch the true dragon pearl. A golden-haired man in black said, the existence of these demonic cultivators seems longer than we imagined. Any clues about the drop of true blood? Why do the demonic cultivators aim to perform a blood sacrifice? The person next to him replied, this memory is foggy, and their origin can't be found. Essentially, if the demonic cultivators succeed, we're all in grave danger. What we must do now is ensure everyone's safety. The black-clad leader raised his hand, commanding, gather the disciples, contact the guards, open the secret realm's passage, and ensure the disciples of all sects exit safely. Back to Lu Xuan and Lu Muyuan. The two are sitting inside the formation. Lu Xuan opened his eyes, looked at his master, and said, Master, release your divine sense, relax. Lu Muyuan, a little embarrassed, blushed and replied, do you really need to teach your master? Suddenly, she quickly opened her eyes, thinking to herself, this is the King Xuan Dao Jing. The meridians in her body flowed ceaselessly, making her pant for breath and frown. Then, she let out a sigh of relief, chuckled softly, and said to Lu Xuan, this King Xuan Dao Jing is truly a top-grade heavenly tome. When Lu Muyuan was taught the Qingxuan Dao scripture by Lu Xuan, she felt her strength multiply several times over. Walking out of the secret realm with Lu Xuan and Ling Yanbing, she casually remarked, this Qingxuan Dao scripture is a heavenly level technique. Even the rest of the 5 great sects might not have it. Hearing this, Lu Xuan was a bit taken aback and leaned in closer to Lu Muyuan, whispering, Master, you should tone it down a bit. If others hear us, we might become targets. Just as they emerged from the secret realm, a familiar voice shouted loudly, Brother Lu. Huo Tao and Duan Han rushed over, grabbing Lu Xuan's hands with faces filled with relief. Brother Lu, it's so great, we got separated earlier and thought you might have run into trouble. Brother Duan said you went into the Luo Long Trench, and we were really worried. Thank goodness you're safe now. A man dressed in black standing behind them stepped forward and asked Lu Muyuan. Elder Lu, how did you manage to get out? And where are those demonic cultivators? Lu Muyuan calmly replied. It's a long story. Once we're out of here, I'll explain everything. Right now, the urgent task is to report what happened in the Luo Long Trench to the sect leader. Meanwhile, Ling Yanbing's master rushed over and hugged her tightly, exclaiming, Ling Er. She embraced her disciple and rejoiced. This is wonderful. My good disciple is unharmed. Do you know how worried I was about you? Ling Yanbing pressed her face against her master's chest, blushing, and replied, in the secret realm, I was fortunate to have senior brother Lu's help to escape safely. But master, I can't breathe. Outside the secret realm, when everyone saw Lu Xuan's group coming out, they all shouted excitedly, they're out. Zhang Yufeng descended from above, standing atop a nearby mountain, and said deeply, to think so many disciples would be lost like this. Lu Muyuan approached him and reported, Sect leader, I have something important to report. Zhang Yufeng responded, Elder Lu, go ahead. She stated seriously, this is a significant matter and requires thorough discussion among the leaders of the sects. He glanced at her and nodded. All right, let's find another place to talk. Afterward, Lu Muyuan, Lu Xuan, and Zhang Yufeng found a secluded place to discuss. Zhang Yufeng sat on a rock, listening to Lu Xuan and Lu Muyuan's story, and exclaimed in astonishment, what? An elder standing next to Zhang Yufeng looked over at Lu Xuan with a scrutinizing gaze and remarked, this kid, is he really Lu Xuan, the one who unraveled the demonic cultivator's plot? He doesn't seem like anything special. He looked him up and down without seeing anything remarkable, then continued with disdain, I heard he's a sword genius on par with Ling Yanbing. But I see nothing extraordinary. Zhang Yufeng beside him broke into a sweat and turned to Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan, I've heard Elder Lu recount everything you accomplished in the secret realm. But there are some details I want you to explain personally. Lu Xuan calmly replied, feel free to ask. Sect leader, Zhang Yufeng continued, in the Qingxuan Hall, how did you gain the recognition of the true dragon orb? And how did you defeat Tula and Na Master? Lu Xuan responded solemnly, in response to the sect leader. At that time, junior sister Ling Yanbing and I were investigating the plot of the demonic cultivators but were discovered quickly. In a critical moment, I heard the summoning of the true dragon orb, so I dove into Dragon Concealer Lake and unexpectedly discovered the Qingxuan Hall. Inside the Qingxuan Hall, junior sister Ling and I encountered Tula. He intended to kill us, but he underestimated the power of the true dragon orb. I seized the moment when he was backfired and joined forces with the true dragon orb, utilizing its accumulated spiritual energy, and finally defeated Tula. As for Na Master afterward, it was also with the assistance of the true dragon orb that I was fortunate enough to triumph. After listening to Lu Xuan's account, the critical elder couldn't hold back and slammed his hand down on a rock, shouting, ridiculous. Lu Xuan's eyes sharpened, warily looking at him. The elder continued, the Four Directions secret realm has been established for thousands of years, and no one has discovered the King Xuan Palace. Even the formidable nascent soul practitioners couldn't receive the true Dragon Pearl's summoning at Luo Long Valley. How could a mere Zhuji stage cultivator like you gain the Dragon Pearl's recognition? Lu Xuan, unfazed by the elder's words, calmly held up Chu Chu and responded, "This is the true dragon pearl." As soon as he said that, the true dragon pearl began to glow. A torrent of powerful spiritual energy erupted, and from within the pearl, a golden dragon emerged, roaring fiercely, leaving everyone astounded. Zhang Yufeng witnessed the scene, his mouth agape, utterly speechless. As for the troublemaking elder, he was dumbstruck, eyes wide open in disbelief, cold sweat pouring down his face. This is Lu Muyuan, and Lang Yanbang's master, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim, "Such abundant spiritual force." The dragon roared once and then peacefully circled Lu Xuan. With a stern face, Lu Xuan solemnly spoke. It has its own consciousness but was controlled by Tula. Hence it wasn't detected by the outside world. After speaking, Lu Xuan turned his head and asked the dragon, "Dragon Pearl, is that cultivator in the King Xuan Palace a bad person?" The Dragon Pearl responded with a roar. "Yes," Lu Xuan continued, "you summoned me to help defeat that bad person." "Right," the Dragon Pearl replied, "you are a good person." Then, the dragon gradually faded back into the pearl. Lu Xuan addressed the elders. "Elders, do you believe my words now?" The troublemaking elder, grinding his teeth in frustration, reluctantly said, "Even if so, it's hard to believe you defeated a demonic cultivator. I propose this brat undergoes the heart mirror to verify his claims." Upon hearing this, Lu Muyuan was furious, shouting, "What, are you doubting my disciple? A peak Jindan cultivator like you dare to belittle our Xiao Zhu peak?" The elder's face turned green, but he retorted, "Fellow Taoist, no need to get tense. If this brat has nothing to hide, why fear the heart mirror? Moreover, ensuring the safety of Qingzhao's cultivation world by eliminating potential threats is necessary. Isn't it?" Lu Muyuan, unable to argue further, wore a grim expression, glaring at him with eyes that could shoot lightning. Unexpectedly, Lu Xuan stepped forward, comforting his master. "Master, I'll face the heart mirror. I volunteer." Hearing this, the elder sneered triumphantly at Lu Xuan, chuckling mockingly, but Lu Xuan also smiled softly, adding, "This elder seems unfamiliar. If he faces the heart mirror, will he be as innocent as I am?" The elder choked at the comment, angrily blurting, "You." At this point, Lu Xuan began entering the heart mirror for the examination. Outside, a voice echoed, asking the first question, "Lu Xuan, are you a demonic cultivator?" Calmly, Lu Xuan replied, "No." The voice continued, "Have you ever colluded with demonic cultivators?" Lu Xuan firmly answered, "Never." Zhang Yufeng further inquired, "Is everything you experienced in Luolong Valley true?" Hearing this question, Lu Xuan unexpectedly fell silent. Not replying immediately, the troublemaking elder took this chance, saying to Zhang Yufeng, "See, he's hiding something." A black-clad figure nearby chimed in, "It seems he's possessed by a demonic cultivator. These elders have sharp eyes." However, just then, Lu Xuan spoke slowly and steadily, "I indeed concealed some of my gains from the King Xuan Palace trial. But I have no shame in my heart. Once the examination ends, the heart mirror won't find anything wrong." Concluding the examination, the heart mirror detected no falsehoods, so everyone went their separate ways. Scene transitions to Xiao Zhu Peak. Happily, Lu Xuan grasped Lu Muyuan's hand, playfully asking, "Master, why were you so confident in me back then? Weren't you afraid I might have done something to disgrace Lan Yue's sect in the Dragon Lake?" Lu Muyuan, licking her hand like a little cat, affectionately replied, "I believe in your character. At worst, we'll just have a fight with those stubborn old farts." She looked at Lu Xuan, flexing her muscles with full confidence. "As your master, have I ever lost?" Lu Xuan gazed at his master, eyes full of admiration, praising, "Master, you're so cool." Then he dashed over, catching Lu Muyuan in his arms, making her fall back into his embrace. "So lucky, this is the blessing I've cultivated over 3 lifetimes. Lu Muyuan blushed, looked at him, and softly asked, "Where are your hands going?" In the secret realm, a hooded figure asked, "What's this trial practice of the King Xuan sect?" Then he turned to an elder named Elder Chen and said, "Unless this lad gets some unexpected benefit, isn't the King Xuan Hall a relic of the King Xuan immortal sovereign? Could it be?" Lu Muyuan stood nearby, arms crossed with a clear look of annoyance, interrupting, "Do you not realize that pestering others with endless questions is downright rude? Hearing this, Zhang Yufeng turned his head to bellow at Elder Chen. All right, this heart inquiry was just to find out if Lu Xuan is connected to demonic cultivators. Now that suspicion is off him. Elder Chen, aren't you satisfied with this outcome? Elder Chen stood dumbfounded, then gritted his teeth, glaring sideways at Zhang Yufeng, and said resentfully, since the sect leader has vouched for him, I naturally have nothing more to say. However, the origins of the true Dragon Pearl are too significant for someone like him. I propose to take back this true Dragon Pearl and entrust it to Xiao Qingzhao Immortal Ming for safekeeping. Lu Mu Yuan, upon hearing this, erupted with fury, shouting, ridiculous, you, a dignified nascent soul cultivator, have no shame demanding the spoils from a mere Zhuji stage junior. Elder Chen pretended not to hear, turning away, but unexpectedly, Yu Linglong, the master of Lingyanbing, also spoke up with a mocking tone. No wonder there were so many tricks. You're after the true Dragon Pearl, aren't you? That's quite unsightly. Elder Chen's face twisted, unable to speak. He squirmed and quietly remarked, what I said is true. Even if he's a hero, letting the immortal Ming reward him with a small prize should suffice. Yu Linglong's expression darkened, her tone cold as she said loudly, easy to say, but Elder Chen's intentions are evident to everyone. She held up a glistening command token and continued, this is the Jade King command, and its bearer can act on behalf of the immortal Ming Kang nation. Now, I command as the chief delegate that the true Dragon Pearl be placed in the treasury of the immortal Ming. Awarded to Lu Xuan for destroying the demonic cultivator's conspiracy. Elder Chen was so furious he ground his teeth, sweat pouring down his face, blood pounding in his head, his face contorted with rage, and he spoke like a beast unleashed. Jade King command, does she actually have that token? The two black-robed followers behind Elder Chen were also stunned, whispering, could the rumors be true? Is Yu Linglong really related to a great power in the Jade King Palace? Isn't the Jade King Palace one of the most powerful 6 major immortal sects of the southern region? Yu Linglong, hearing their chatter, remained calm and stated, besides, since Lu Xuan turned over the true Dragon Pearl, the immortal Ming must compensate him with 100,000 spirit stones. These spirit stones should be contributed by the sects present. Elder Chen was so infuriated his jaw seemed about to drop, glaring furiously with a twisted and reddened face. Zhang Yufeng, witnessing the scene, was drenched in sweat, muttering, why did you provoke her? On Lu Mu Yuan's side, both she and Lu Xuan's disciples gazed at Yu Linglong with admiration, chanting in unison, Elder Yu is mighty. Once Yu Linglong stepped in, the matter of the true Dragon Pearl was temporarily set aside. Everyone began discussing matters related to the Misty Valley. Scene changed in a secluded room. Elder Chen and Zhang Yufeng sat upright, listening to Lu Xuan recount the entire story within the secret realm. Lu Xuan continued, I will seek the soul of Na Shi to learn more about their plot. Misty Valley, Golden Snake Valley, and this Jade Yu Heaven, I've never heard of these before. Zhang Yufeng, hearing this, stood up, clenched his fist, and declared angrily, it seems we've been targeting the wrong group all along. They've used the Golden Snake sect for cover. We need to gather our forces, head to Misty Valley, and annihilate those demonic cultivators. But we must be careful not to alert them prematurely. The black-clad figures responded in unison. Yes, Lu Xuan hurriedly interjected, sect leader, I wish to participate in this assault. Lu Mu Yuan, surprised, responded with a hint of worry. Foolish, what's a mere late Zhuji stage cultivator like you planning to do? Lu Xuan, hearing her words, beamed and replied, sect leader, you might not know, but now I can harness the power of the true Dragon Pearl. Even against nascent soul cultivators, I can hold my own. Zhang Yufeng, hearing this, sternly asked, precisely why you must train well. Once you ascend to the nascent soul stage, you'll naturally become a strong pillar for our inner sect. But if you join this task now and outsiders find out, they'll just mock Lan Yue's sect for having no one dependable. Lu Mu Yuan, her voice filled with concern, also urged, disciple, this is more perilous than any trial in the secret realm. Don't act on impulse. Hearing his master's advice, Lu Xuan felt a pang of worry. He thought, Master will definitely join the fight against demonic cultivators. I can't let her face such dangers alone. Meanwhile, Yu Linglong, sitting across, rested her chin on her hand in thought and then spoke up. Lu Xuan, if you claim you can contend with nascent soul cultivators, then let me be your opponent and see your capabilities. If you can withstand 100 moves against me without losing, I, as the chief delegate of Immortal Ming, will temporarily allow you to join the team against the demonic cultivators. But if you fail, before she could finish, Lu Xuan eagerly interrupted, if I lose, I willingly accept any punishment. Yu Linglong replied with satisfaction, all right, and just like that, the match between the two of them kicked off immediately. Yu Linglong stood facing Lu Xuan, seriously clutching her fan before leaping up, sending spiritual energy flying toward him. Lu Mu Yuan, with worry in her voice, shouted, disciple, watch out. Just as those words left her mouth, Yu Linglong swung her fan fiercely, making Lu Xuan grimace, thinking to himself, this Yu Linglong has no martial ethics, attacking right off the bat like this. She raised her fist but didn't forget to praise. Pretty quick reactions, the two exchanged a few moves, pushing each other back. Lu Xuan gritted his teeth, regaining his balance. Behind him, the true dragon pearl emitted spiritual power to aid him, causing the onlookers to murmur. Is this kid Lu Xuan really fighting Elder Nock, borrowing the power of the true dragon pearl to contend with a Yuanying stage cultivator? If this strength were in the hands of a Yuanying cultivator, they might even challenge the Washan stage. Lu Xuan wiped the sweat from his chin, his face full of calculation, thinking to himself, can't show off too much power, or else I'll become a target. Plus, if I wound Yu Linglong, that'll be troublesome. He turned, feigning calmness, teasing Yu Linglong. Elder Nock, are you really trying to harm my character in a spa? Aren't you afraid if you kill me, my master will come after you? Yu Linglong, hearing the provocation, angrily retorted, cut the chatter, if you can't even beat me, you'll just be dragging everyone else down. With that, she flew up, raising her fan high, exuding strong aura, boastfully declaring, with just this bit of skill, you should obediently stay out of this. Lu Xuan also raised his sword, sending forth spiritual energy, his face blank, thinking, this is my only option. And with that thought, he unleashed a tremendously powerful strike, causing Yu Linglong's robe to tear to shreds, making her flush with embarrassment. Below, Zhang Yufeng and Lu Mu Yuan gaped in awe. Lu Mu Yuan, inside, was elated, that's my disciple, while Zhang Yufeng felt slightly awkward, indeed, one of our own. Yu Linglong, now embarrassed beyond belief, almost burst into tears. From outside rang a loud shout. Lin Lung, mortified and furious, she chased after Lu Xuan, you little rascal, trying to turn the world upside down. Today I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Mu Yuan raised her hand to block, demanding fairness for her disciple. Lu Xuan managed 100 moves with you. You can't just go back on your word. Yu Linglong, hearing this, huffed in anger, her face burning red, stammering, look what he's done, it's disgraceful. Lu Mu Yuan, maintaining a double standard, sternly replied, reneging would make me mad. Yu Linglong, fuming, blamed Lu Mu Yuan, this is all because you spoiled Lu Xuan. Like master, like disciple, don't come crying to me later. Leng Yanbing, standing nearby, gently draped a cloak over her master, softly called out, Master, while Lu Xuan stood by, looking at Yu Linglong, sighing in relief, thinking, good thing I have my master, or I'd be toast. Cut to Misty Valley, the hidden lair of the Golden Snake sect, by a lake filled with blood mist. A black-clad figure spoke up, Lord Ghostface. There's a problem, Master Nashi's life token has shattered. A white-haired girl immersed in the blood lake heard this and stood up, asking, Master Nashi's life token shattered, has it? The black-clad figure replied, indeed, not just Master Nashi's, but all other members' life tokens from the Golden Snake sect have shattered too. The white-haired girl's eyes turned icy as she listened, angrily declaring, this useless bunch, never accomplishing anything. She coldly ordered, send scouts to continue monitoring the Four Directions secret realm. I want to know the full situation. Transitioning to the day of entering Mist Valley, a spaceship can be seen approaching. Inside the spaceship, Lu Xuan sits on the bed, lost in thought. Suddenly, the system chimes in, main quest, reach the secret realm and uncover the secrets of Lac Longjiang completed. Quest rewards, 1 memory fragment, 2. Random skill experience book. 3. Fixed skill experience book. 4. 200.000 character experience points. Lu Xuan chuckles softly, remarking, "That's a lot of rewards." He then takes out a spirit stone, murmuring, "Let's see what memory this one reveals." The memory fragment hovers from the spirit stone, glowing, and unfolds a scene from the future. Somewhere in Lac Long Jian, Lu Muyuan stands before Lu Xuan, looking displeased, her voice full of worry and anger. "Lu Xuan, when will you learn to act cautiously?" She stands with her hands on her hips, worry etched across her face. "We agreed to wait for the Elders' patrol to drive out the evil cultivators together. Why do you act alone? Even if you succeeded this time, what if you faced a stronger opponent? Would you face them alone? Don't forget, I am your master." Lu Xuan stays silent, just listening quietly, until Lu Muyuan, sulking, turns and leaves. Only then does he look up, sadly watching her go, softly calling, "Master, I only didn't want you to take any risks." The memory shifts to another scene. A wedding. The officiant loudly announces, "First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the parents." Lu Xuan sees himself standing there in wedding robes, puzzled, asking, "Whose wedding is this? Am I the groom?" In the future scene, Lu Xuan slowly lifts the bride's veil. The present Lu Xuan is curious, chiming in, "Who's the bride, and why is it so dark here?" Seriously, future Lu Xuan smiles, lifting a cup of wine, gently saying, "From now on, you are my wife." Lu Muyuan in the future scene smiles shyly, replying, Present Lu Xuan is stunned, shocked to his core. "Master." Future Lu Xuan moves closer to Lu Muyuan, softly calling, "Master." Lu Muyuan lies on the bed, bashfully saying to him, "You're still so impulsive." The memory drifts into a hot and steamy scene, sending present Lu Xuan into a frenzy, pulling his hair, muttering, "Is this real? This is too outrageous." But soon after, he rubs his chin, face flushed, reflecting on the earlier scene, countering his previous disbelief. "But it's not so bad. Master just happens to be my type." He quickly waves the thought away, determining, "I must be crazy. Calm down, focus on the rewards and leveling up first." The system displays a status panel. Name, Lu Xuan. Age, 17. Level, 60. Sword skills, Level 8 crafting, Level 5 restorative arts, Level 4 construction, Level 4 healing arts, Level 5 pill refining, Level 5 artifact crafting, Level 5 symbol crafting, Level 4 array formation, Level 6 cultivation techniques, Lian Xin Ju. Wan Xuan Jing, Dong Hu Ji Yan, King Xuan Da Jing. Lu Xuan examines the system panel, sweating, calculating. On the surface, the cultivation level is only Zhu Ji late stage. But in reality, the combat power is at ET early stage. At this rate, a bit more leveling up, and dealing with the evil cultivators should be no problem. In Yu Ling Long's room, she sits on her bed, thinking of her disciple, Lang Yan Bing, murmuring, "My poor little Lang, without master by your side. You must be feeling so lonely now, right?" But in a split second, her demeanor flips 180 degrees, becoming irate, her lips curling, continuing to mutter, "And that Lu Xuan, daring to charm my Lang, HMPH, want my Xuan Shui spiritual liquid? Not a chance in hell." She's grinding her teeth when suddenly there's a knock on the door. Yu Ling Long snaps, turning to shout, "Who is it?" Lu Muyuan enters from outside, smiling gently, "Elder Yu, it's me." Yu Ling Long regains her composure, looking at her, inquiring, "Elder Lu, to what I owe the honor of your visit?" Lu Muyuan smiled gently, looking straight at Nok Lin Lung. "Elder Nok, I'm here because of Lu Xuan. I want to thank you for stepping in on behalf of my disciple during the discussion about the true Dragon Pearl." Nok Lin Lung instantly realized that Lu Muyuan was here for this reason. And with a fan propped under her chin, she assumed a queen bee posture and said, "If you think I stepped in to help Lu Xuan, then you've got it all wrong. I just don't like Elder Tran. That's all." Even though Lu Xuan benefited the most, honestly, I wasn't aiming to help him. Lu Muyuan fully understood that Nok Lin Lung was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. So she cut to the chase and said seriously, "Why does Elder Nok have to dodge it? Counting the matter with fellow cultivator Vu Than Nawet last time, I owe you 2 favors now." Hearing this, as if hit right in the heart, Nok Lin Lung waved her fan vehemently, arguing non-stop. Lu Mu Yuan. Are you daft? I already said it. I never intended to help Lu Xuan. I only brought Wu Than a wet before so that Lu Xuan could become a whetstone for my Lang. Lu Mu Yuan kept smiling warmly, calmly saying, whatever the case, you did help Lu Xuan. In the future, if you need anything, just let me know. Hearing this, Nok Lin Lung was so furious she almost exploded. Waving her fan to cool down, she chuckled lightly. Lu Mu Yuan, if you're so eager to repay my favor, then hurry and break through to the Yuan Ying stage, and give me a full force match to see who's better. Lu Mu Yuan looked puzzled, tilting her head, asking, Elder Nok already broke through to Yuan Ying stage before me, which is a win, so why compete with me? Nok Lin Lung waved her fan, struggling to speak amidst her frustration, only managing to sputter, you, sensing things weren't going well. Lu Mu Yuan quickly left the room. I'm off. Elder Nok won't disturb you anymore. As she exited, Nok Lin Lung was fuming, taking out her frustration on her own clothes. This is driving me crazy. Should have worn lighter clothes in the first place. Scene shift to where Lu Xuan is. He had just finished crafting his sword, looking at it with satisfaction. Looks like the sword's body is fully restored now, ready to become an artifact. He pondered to himself, I wonder if there'll be a sword spirit by then. What's my sword spirit going to look like? And what kind of personality will it have? Suddenly, he had an idea, and picking up the true dragon pearl, he continued, with the current state of the true dragon pearl, can its soul be integrated into the main sword to become the spirit of Duimpo? Hearing this, the true dragon pearl panicked, crying out in distress repeatedly, no, it can't be done. Seeing its frantic reaction, Lu Xuan laughed aloud, reassuring it, don't be so nervous. I was just musing aloud. Actually, I'm really curious about what kind of sword spirit my Duinpo will develop. Hearing this, the true dragon pearl let out a sigh of relief. Lu Xuan then pondered and inquired, hey, by the way, what's your backstory, and also, who is King Xuan immortal to you? With this question, the true dragon pearl began to sweat profusely, its fingers fidgeting together, looking utterly lost for words. After a moment of thought, it suddenly brightened up, and exclaimed, I've got it. Then, the true dragon pearl leaped up, embracing Lu Xuan's face, and touched its head, channeling spiritual energy into his consciousness, and brought him into its mindscape. Lu Xuan was astonished, staring at the figure before him, asking, who are you? Before him stood an adorable mermaid girl with horns. Utterly shocked, he said, You're actually the third princess of East Sea's Eastern Palace. The mermaid girl floated in the air, radiating spiritual energy around her and introduced herself. My name is Nao Li. Lu Xuan looked up at her, eyes glistening with surprise, and said, so your name is Nao Li. Nao Li approached him, communicating through her spiritual sense, recounting her tale. When I was young, I sneaked out of the Dragon Palace, but was injured by a group of cultivators, just as they were about to force me into becoming a spirit beast. King Xuan immortal sovereign appeared, saving me from the grasp. Since then, I've always followed King Xuan immortal sovereign, witnessing his growth, and I gradually grew up alongside him. After hearing this, Lu Xuan looked at her and continued, before you lost your memory, you vaguely remembered that King Xuan immortal sovereign had saved you and specifically built the King Xuan Palace, using the dragon vein of Lua Long Gorge to nurture and help you reincarnate. At this point, his face showed anger. He truly was a beast. So many years have passed, and only now have you been awakened again. But it was Tula, one of the 4 heavenly sovereigns of Yu Tian, who awakened you to turn you into his strength. Yet, Lu Xuan remained excited, saying, I once read in a book that mentioned the destruction of the East Sea 10,000 years ago. By that calculation, both Nao Li and King Xuan immortal sovereign have existed since 10,000 years ago. Hearing this, Nao Li scratched her head, a bit clueless, and said, probably. Lu Xuan asked her again, Nao Li, have you heard of the Yu Hua immortal dynasty? Nao Li continued scratching her head, looking puzzled. No, I haven't, he explained. The Yu Hua immortal dynasty was a powerful dynasty that emerged on the East Sea archipelago approximately 5,000 years ago. Some immortals there ascended one after another, which made it famous. But about 1,000 years ago, It was divided. After listening, Now Li soared up, replying, "These things, Now Li doesn't know, but in my mentor's memory. If the heretical cultivator's legacy has existed for over 10,000 years, it means they must have an even more terrifying trump card." Lu Xuan stammered while listening. "Good thing we didn't underestimate the cultivators of Yu Tian." Just then, Lu Muyuan called out from outside, "Disciple, where are you?" Lu Xuan was startled, quickly turned, tucked the true dragon pearl under the blanket, and laughed sheepishly, replying, "I'm here, master." Lu Muyuan gently pushed the door open and entered the room. Seeing this, Lu Xuan blurted out, "Mom," but he quickly realized and clapped his hand over his mouth, scolding himself internally. "What nonsense am I spouting? Almost called her my wife." Suddenly, Lu Muyuan rushed over, hugging Lu Xuan tightly, leaving him stunned, staring at her in confusion. Her face turned somber, full of compassion, and she spoke softly, "Surely you've been through a lot recently, haven't you, disciple? Don't be afraid, I will always be by your side." Hearing this, Lu Xuan felt moved, hugging Lu Muyuan tightly, his heart filled with gratitude. He thought to himself, "Thank you, master." Placing a hand on her shoulder, his eyes were gentle. "Master, I'm all right now. Sorry for making you worry." Lu Muyuan, hearing this, felt somewhat relieved, nodding, "It's good that you're fine. I just worry that when we siege the heretical cultivators, you might not be stable yet." She still harbored concerns over recent events. Continuing, "This time, cultivating in the secret realm. You've done very well. As your master, knowing you were in danger and not arriving in time, I still berate myself." Lu Xuan's eyes lowered, as he sadly thought, "In this life, it was master who found me and always witnessed my growth. To her, this time it feels like I haven't fulfilled my responsibility as a good disciple." He gently took her hand and kindly said, "Master, you don't need to blame yourself. It was this disciple who underestimated those demon cultivators. I even planned to sneak in with junior sister Lang to thwart their plans. But we didn't expect him to discover us so quickly, and we ended up cornered." Lu Muyuan softly ruffled Lu Xuan's hair, her voice tender, "You've grown up, and I'm happy about it. Obtaining the true dragon pearl this time is quite the fortuitous encounter. But you mustn't become arrogant. Such opportunities don't always present themselves." Lu Xuan bowed his head to accept Lu Muyuan's gentle gesture and responded cheerfully, "This disciple understands." But suddenly, she became stern and pinched his ear. "This time you're heading to Misty Valley. And though I've agreed, you must remember, Misty Valley is the stronghold of demon cultivators. Once there, you're not to act alone. And in any battle, keep your distance if the situation turns dire." She hadn't finished her sentence when Lu Xuan was already tearfully pleading, Yes, this disciple will definitely follow master's words." Lu Muyuan withdrew her hand. But Lu Xuan's ear had turned entirely red. Slightly blushing, she awkwardly added, I know I'm a bit noisy, but..." Lu Xuan grinned, turning to her, "I know, master." Suddenly, he seized her hand, bringing his face close, causing Lu Muyuan's face to flush vividly. He continued, "You just don't want anything to happen to me, right?" Lu Muyuan glared at him, stammering, "Knowing is enough." Just as she started saying, "It's getting late, I better leave," she had already disappeared. Lu Xuan narrowed his eyes at his hand still poised in the air, murmuring, "It's clearly still daytime though." He walked to the spaceship's window, contemplating, preparing for the encirclement operation. Suddenly, he mused, "Where does Master's power come from anyway?" With a wave of his hand, he projected a system screen, mumbling, "Maybe I can replicate it somehow." On the system screen, an image of a girl appeared, prompting Lu Xuan to wonder, "Seems like puppet control. How do I use this?" The screen showcased an array of charming girls, each with her unique style. One wore a provocative outfit with bunny ears, holding a whip. Another was an alluring femme fatale, full of seductive charm, complete with generously endowed assets. There was also an elegant secretary, understated yet equally enticing. Each image made Lu Xuan's nose bleed uncontrollably, standing frozen, raising a hand and exclaiming, "System, you're too corrupt." Looking at the screen in front of him, with his nose still bleeding and cold sweat pouring down, he sighed and declared, "These distractions will affect my combat readiness. I can't divert my attention. All right, I'll stick to this one then. The spaceship continued to advance deeper into Misty Valley. Yu Linlong sat with her chin in her hand, fanning herself lightly, wondering, I still can't figure out how that brat managed to win over my dear disciple. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. She closed her eyes, tilted her head slightly, and sighed, but I shouldn't stoop to bickering with youngsters. It'd seem petty. Suddenly, she folded her fan, tapping her hand with an intent look. Well, perhaps now's the time. The boat continued its journey into the Misty Valley. But outside Yu Linglong's room, there was a commotion that caught her attention. When she opened the door, an enticing aroma hit her, making her wonder, what smells so good? A group of disciples lined up, with 2 dishes of food on the table releasing an aroma that made them drool. Marveling, that Lu Xuan kid is something else. Who would have thought he could cook snow-tailed rabbit? It's an incredibly rare ingredient from the secret realms. I also heard its meat is unbelievably tasty. Unforgettable. Eating even a bite must feel like being in heaven. Right? Yu Linglong found it hard to believe and glanced at Zhang Yufeng, asking, is it really that mystical? He glanced back at her, saying, if you want to eat, you have to line up. There are plenty of people waiting ahead. Yu Linglong glanced over at Lu Xuan, who was holding a large ladle in one hand and a rack in the other. Smiling brightly, serving the people. Pushing Zhang Yufeng aside, she called out, Lu Xuan, I heard you're cooking snow-tailed rabbit. Lu Xuan looked at her and replied, as the elder sees. Yu Linglong added, I see your skills aren't quite up to par, so you probably aren't that good at cooking either. How about this? I reluctantly, but before she finished speaking, a plate of delicious rabbit meat was already in her hand. She looked at it and continued, I'll reluctantly help you taste this snow-tailed rabbit to see just how good it is. The disciples in line were irate, shouting, Elder Yu, you can't cut the line. Yu Linglong picked up a piece with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. And immediately, the rabbit meat melted, delicious beyond words. She touched her cheek with satisfaction, sauce still on her mouth, and licked it away, modestly saying, I'm just having a taste for you all, truly worthy of being a masterpiece, with an endless aftertaste. But just as she finished, Zhang Yufeng angrily shouted at Yu Linglong, you clearly cut in line. We've been waiting forever. She turned around at that, half-closed eyes saying, I won't let you suffer. Lu Xuan took the bottle of illusionary water spirit elixir Yu Linglong handed him. Astonished, thinking, this generous, Yu Linglong, with a serious face, said, consider it payment for the meal. She thought to herself, just in time to fulfill the disciple's request, and conveniently taste a piece. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Xuan looked at the bottle of illusionary water spirit elixir, thinking, I was just cooking for everyone. How did this? Zhang Yufeng stood to the side, drooling over the snow-tailed rabbit dish on the table, thinking, since junior sister took the lead like this, we can't just give nothing. It'd be like eating for free. His eyes glued to the dish. He spoke up, if that's the case, then I'll also. He suddenly turned his head, raising his hand, declaring, I'm outta here, made Elder Chen shout, we have to pay too. But just then, a hand slammed hard on the table, cracking it, loudly declaring, if not, then what? Elder Yu even gave a whole bottle of illusionary water spirit elixir. A man with a long beard, named Wu Yuanwu from the Fire Cloud Valley, crossed his arms, saying, kid, you've got a taste I like. If one day you don't want to stay at the Lan Yue sect, come to our Fire Cloud Valley. I'll personally take you to catch spirit beasts. On the table lay a high-grade profound rank body refining manual. Astonishing Lu Xuan, who stared and asked, spirit beasts? He suddenly beamed and said loudly, honorable elders, by chance in the secret realm, I obtained a nascent iron-eating beast. I don't have any beast control techniques, but if any elder is willing to teach, there'll be twice the rabbit meat. Lianhua sect's Zhu Lingyun offered up a low-grade profound rank beast controlling scroll, saying, I have a low-grade profound rank beast control technique here. Although the grade isn't high, it should be more than enough to tame a young iron-eating beast. Lu Xuan brought out a gigantic plate of rabbit meat, making her eyes light up. Grinning, he said, thanks a lot, elder. She grabbed the plate of food, her face turning a rosy red with happiness. Meanwhile, the other elders and disciples started offering items. Here's a beast Yuan Dan. It'll help your spirit beast grow up fast. And here, the leg bone of a level 6 demon beast. Perfect for making a bone club for your iron-eating beast. One disciple even brought out a scroll of the transformation art. Chuckling, this is the transformation art. Enough to help your nascent iron-eating beast cultivate to the transformation stage. Elder Chen, unable to squeeze in, shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, I'm over here." He then gritted his teeth, jaw clenched with veins popping, thinking, annoying, this brat and I just don't get along. The boat had already sailed deep into Mist Valley. Zhang Yufeng glanced down below and announced, ahead lies the territory of Mist Valley. Fellow Taoists, proceed with caution. As Lu Xuan disembarked the boat and ventured inside, he couldn't help but think, this place is shrouded in miasma. The air is oppressive. It's eerily quiet. No wonder it's unclaimed despite being the border between Qian Nation and Great Chu Nation. Strange. Mist Valley is a border area. You'd expect to see cultivators around. But where is everyone? A guy in a black cloak said. Not long ago, disciples from our Lianqi sect came here for training. But it wasn't like this then. Just then, an elder bared his teeth in a grimace and said, let's head closer to the borders of Golden Serpent sect. See if we can catch a disciple or two to get some intel. They caught a rogue cultivator. Tied up, he looked around in panic and blurted, what do you want with me? An elder in green approached Zhang Yufeng and said, sect leader, this guy isn't a rogue cultivator. He's an honest-to-goodness disciple of Golden Serpent sect. Hearing that, Zhang Yufeng sternly replied, well, we can't just let him go. He turned to the Golden Serpent sect disciple and asked, tell me, has anything big happened in Golden Serpent sect recently? The guy twisted his neck defiantly and retorted, trying to squeeze info out of me. Fat chance. Zhang Yufeng responded with an "Oh," as his body emanated spiritual power, his face darkening, and his fist clenched, making the disciple nearly wet himself. Tears on the brink, quivering as he confessed, Ari reporting to sect leader Zhang. A while ago, Elder Gu led a group of disciples out of nowhere, and upon returning, declared the sect master had gone into seclusion, leaving him in charge temporarily. Moreover, the sect master hadn't been seen for a long time. The green-clad elder chimed in. I recall Golden Serpent sect's master is Lu Yifeng, with a mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, suddenly going into seclusion without a trace. Could it be? Zhang Yufeng gritted his teeth angrily, demanding, do you remember when the last time your sect master appeared was? The Golden Serpent sect disciple, sweating bullets, nervously replied, I only know that previously, while practicing a technique, the sect master didn't show up at the court. Rumors within the sect suggested he went exploring some forbidden area, and Elder Gu went out looking for him. Zhang Yufeng's face darkened, baring his teeth as he asked, do you know where they went? The disciple replied, my strength is modest, so I'm not in the loop with such secrets. Sweat poured down his face as he shakily pleaded, I've told you all I know. Can you let me go? Hearing this, Zhang Yufeng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Stay with us for now, and we'll release you when everything's finished. The Golden Serpent sect guy's spirit shattered at that, letting out a forlorn "ah" as sect members hauled him away, leaving him in tears. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufeng, along with Yu Lin Lung and the guys in black, gathered to discuss. Zhang Yufeng rubbed his chin, grinning devilishly, eyes shining brightly. Sounds good, he said, let's do it that way. After some deliberation, everyone decided to have Lu Xuan and Elder Chen disguise themselves as Golden Serpent sect members. Hearing that it's easier to act as a woman, Lu Xuan and Elder Chen applied bright red lipstick, leaving onlookers in stitches. Elder Chen protested loudly, why'd I have to go with this guy? Zhang Yufeng, wearing a sly smile, repeated Elder Chen's words. Didn't you say that if Lu Xuan dressed as a woman, you'd go with him? Hearing this, Elder Chen's eyes nearly popped out with rage, and he broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, did I really say that? Don't twist my words, what I meant was. Once they finished their disguises, the two of them walked right into the misty valley with all the confidence in the world. As they walked, Elder Chen couldn't help but cast a frosty glance at Lu Xuan. His face turning an interesting shade of purple, shivers ran down his spine as he thought, I meant Lu Xuan would attract less attention as a woman. How did the sect leader twist that to mean I'd shack up with him? Unbelievable bad luck. Just then, Lu Xuan turned to him with pouty lips and cheeks flushed crimson. Raising both hands as he whispered, Elder Chen, didn't the sect leader say you could disguise yourself too? Hurry up and do it. We're almost there. Elder Chen locked eyes with Lu Xuan's made-up face, which only made his skin crawl more. He turned away and pulled at his eyebrows, grumbling, "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" With a grumble, he began his transformation, giving Lu Xuan a menacing side eye as he bared his teeth threateningly. "Stay close later. If anything goes down, I'm not saving your hide." Elder Chen completed his transformation, while Lu Xuan, with his convincingly padded chest and Oscar-worthy acting skills, approached the two gatekeepers. With a confident shout, he declared, "Don't worry, if danger comes, I'll definitely outrun you." Elder Chen shot him a sideways glance, teeth gleaming in what could be confusion or jest. The two guards perked up at Lu Xuan's approach. Suddenly on high alert, they blocked their path and demanded, "Fellow Taoist, please halt. Present your identification." "Oops, I mean, show your token." Elder Chen offered up his token with a nonchalant, "Here." One of the guards, Qinsha, pointed at Lu Xuan and asked, "Where's yours?" Hearing this, Lu Xuan immediately went into innocent mode, pouty lips and all, leaving the talking to Elder Chen. Sweating lightly, Elder Chen put on a friendly smile. "Brother Taoist, this one's a new disciple. We're in a hurry to report to the elder. Please, let us through." The guard, not easily fooled, demanded with a growl, "Rules are rules. Hand over your token." Seeing the situation turn south, Elder Chen stealthily slid his token to Lu Xuan behind his back without letting the Qinsha see. Lu Xuan flipped the switch to charming mode, gracefully presenting the token. "No worries, dear sirs, right here." With that, the guards backed off and merely gestured, "Go on in." As they stepped inside, Lu Xuan let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Thankfully, quick thinking saved the day. Otherwise, our cover would have been blown." "Oh, by the way, did you catch that strange smell earlier?" Elder Chen threw his hands up. "What smell?" Before grousing, "We've only just entered and it's all decoys at the entrance anyway." At that moment, two random disciples passed by and overheard, promptly going, "Eh?" One exclaimed, "Tian, junior brother, weren't you off hunting beasts? How come you're back?" It seemed he had mistaken Elder Chen for someone named Tian, marking the start of an interesting turn of events. With an exasperated sigh, Elder Chen confirmed, "Don't even mention it. I went out for a stroll and didn't see even a whisker." The shorter one was named Xiang Li. The taller, Tu Cheng Dong, pointing at Elder Chen, Xiang Li remarked, "You didn't go far enough. Besides, Elder Ji recently took a group of disciples to hunt nearby. Safe bet there are still some beasts around." Hearing this, Lu Xuan rubbed his chin, pondering. Elder Ji, Tu Cheng Dong, eyes twinkling, looked over and asked, "And who might this be?" Elder Chen was sweating bullets, face turning purple as he struggled to keep it together. Introducing, "This is Lu junior brother. Recently joined us, a relative of that illustrious figure." He coughed meaningfully, suggesting, "I'm not at liberty to say more. You get it, right?" The man just stood there, blinking before asking, "That illustrious figure?" Turning to Lu Xuan, who was in full acting mode, head shaking with a whiny, "Yeah, don't say." He giggled bashfully, "Let's keep it low-key." Xiang Li eyed him for a moment before blurting out, "You mean Hallmaster Lu Yifeng?" Tu Cheng Dong, face faintly sweaty, added, got it. Let's not press. The less we know, the better." Lu Xuan took a graceful step forward, hands clasping his face, feigning vulnerability as he called out, "Elder brothers, I recently acknowledged my father and, upon receiving the Hall Master's letter, rushed here to Misty Valley. But Brother Tian told me the Master is in seclusion. Might you know where he resides? I have family heirlooms I must deliver." Elder Chen shivered at the scene before him, thinking, I knew women had smoother ways of solving problems. The pair blushed red to their ears, gawking at him. "A letter, heirlooms." Tu Cheng Dong wasted no time, enveloping Lu Xuan in what was either a comforting or entirely inappropriate hug, eyeing him fervently as he said, "Lu junior sister, it's no secret, the Hall Masters kept out of sight a long while. Us mere disciples wouldn't have the foggiest where in seclusion he'd be." Ending up in Tu Cheng Dong's arms somewhat startled Lu Xuan, but maintaining teary-eyed resolve, he replied, "But Brother Tian said my father ventured into the Forbidden Zone, and there's been no news since." Tu Cheng Dong's face showed blatant infatuation, not even trying to hide it. focusing on Lu Xuan as he questioned. Father, this, in turn, left Elder Chen wanting to gouge his own eyes out from sheer awkwardness. Wistfully, Lu Xuan spoke of his predicament. Before passing, my mother entrusted me to deliver her jade hairpin to my father. If I can't meet him, then I. Tu Cheng Dong, fully red-faced, grinned widely. Junior sister, don't fret so. The Hall Master's unmatched martial skills ensure he'll be safe. Even where he ventured, Lu Xuan at that moment sank to the ground, heartbreakingly fragile, adding to Tu Cheng Dong's urgency to shout encouragements. Deliberately portraying anguish, Lu Xuan went on, if I fail to fulfill my mother's final wish, how could I face her spirit above? I beg you, elder brothers, point the way to this forbidden zone, be it by life or death. I must find him. Watching this inspired performance, Elder Chen stood dumbfounded, while the pair were already enraptured and began blurting out directions. Lu junior sister, there's no need for despair. Now that you're with the Qinsha sect, we're family. Tu Cheng Dong clumsily finished. If Lu junior sister is that determined, then let me tell you, the forbidden zone is to the southwest. About 500 miles until you see some palace ruins. Seeing they'd bitten the bait, Lu Xuan grinned to himself. With teary-eyed gratitude, he turned to them and remarked, thank you, elder brothers, for your kindness. As they bid farewell, Lu Xuan added, this path is fraught with danger. Elder brothers can't accompany me. Sister must be cautious. Lu Xuan and Elder Tran walked to the forbidden area and raised his hand in response. You stay safe too. Brother. The two of them stepped onto the stairs, heading toward the hall of the Golden Snake Sect Master. As Lu Xuan walked, he swallowed nervously and said with a serious tone, don't you think this journey has been too smooth so far? Elder Tran squinted at him and arrogantly replied, with my disguise technique. What could possibly go wrong? Hurry up and complete the sect leader's task so we can return soon. Hearing this, Lu Xuan shrugged it off. He walked up, opened the hall door, and said, fine. As the two entered the hall, they saw someone already seated on a chair. Lu Xuan looked a bit forlorn, lowered his gaze, and called out, Elder Qi. The elder in blue clothes holding a book was indeed Elder Qi. Upon hearing the call, he glanced at Lu Xuan and responded with a grunt. Lu Xuan sat on the opposite side, slowly took out his mother's hairpin, and choked up while saying, Elder Qi, I come with a mission from my late mother, seeking my father. Here is the token of my parents. Before she passed, she told me my father's name is Lu Yifeng. I've been through many hardships to find this place. Elder Qi, intrigued, asked, your father's name is Lu Yifeng. Interesting. He took the hairpin and said, the sect master is in seclusion. Once he emerges, I'll hand him this jade hairpin. Hearing this, Elder Tran and Lu Xuan were drenched in sweat, exchanging glances through eye contact. Lu Xuan confusedly asked, you accepted it that quickly, what's next? Elder Tran looked at him and said, ask about his whereabouts. Lu Xuan quickly let tears flow down his cheeks, looking at Elder Qi with a forlorn expression as he said, Elder Qi, you probably don't know how much effort it took to find my biological father. For years, every late night, wiping his tears with his hand, he continued, I recall my mother's last words and then can't sleep. Blaming myself for being unfilial, unable to fulfill my mother's final wish. So please, Elder, have mercy and let me meet the sect master once. Seeing the weeping girl before him, Elder Qi couldn't help but listen intently to her words. Then he picked up the hairpin, looked at it, and said, we've allied with 4 other sects, and the sect master will not emerge for another half-month. At that time, come to the sacred cave, and I'll arrange a meeting for you. Lu Xuan thought to himself, an alliance. Then he glanced over, admiring Elder Tran with his eyes, truly a masterstroke. The beauty trap worked wonders. He gave him a thumbs up, smirked, and said, never mind the alliance for now, we've got vital intel. The two clasped their hands and prepared to leave, respectfully saying, we didn't expect Elder Qi to be so reasonable. With that, we ask permission to take our leave. Elder Qi watched them go, silent. From behind came the sound of approaching footsteps, causing him to glance over, then say, letting them go just like that. Cast the poison spell on them, and I can control the two without anyone knowing. The girl stepping forward was the sect master herself. She crossed her arms, her expression tense as she said, that won't do. The enemy is very cautious. And my poison spell isn't flawless. If they detect anything unusual, all our previous efforts would be wasted. Besides, my clone technique is crucial right now. No mistakes must happen before the three souls unify. Elder Qi raised Lu Xuan's hairpin, glanced at her, and said, "Back to the main topic. Your daughter here is pretty gutsy and sharp. On the contrary, I quite admire her." The sect master snatched the hairpin from his hand, looked at it once, and replied with a haughty tone, "No matter how clever he is. Isn't he still under my thumb?" Elder Qi chuckled softly, clasped his hands, and said, "Sect master is mighty." She put on a stern face, snapping the hairpin into small pieces with one hand, saying, "Let them take the intelligence back. I really want to see how they react when they enter the sacred cave." After Lu Xuan and Elder Chen dispelled the disguise technique, they still felt uneasy. He glanced back, his eyes filled with doubt, and whispered, "This seems way too smooth, doesn't it? Even getting so much information so easily makes me feel really uneasy." The two of them started descending the steps. Elder Chen felt something was off too, so he said, "You're right, we didn't encounter any trouble this time." As they walked, Lu Xuan explained to him, "Those heretical cultivators hail from Mist Valley, while the Golden Snake sect has always been isolated from the outside world. There's no reason they wouldn't feast on the fat meat of the Golden Snake sect." Elder Chen replied, "But seeing the cultivators of the Golden Snake sect, they don't seem to be possessed by the heretics. Earlier, when you spoke with the disciples, I was observing them. These people spoke sincerely and didn't seem to be hiding anything." He cast a glance at Lu Xuan and said, "Moreover, just now Qi Yu mentioned there is a force willing to ally with the Golden Snake sect." Lu Xuan suddenly stopped, so surprised his eyes widened as he stammered, "Are you talking about the Yu Tian?" Elder Qi replied, "The Golden Snake sect has existed for a long time but never had any allies. It's likely after sect master Lu Yifeng was harmed that they were enticed by the Yu Tian. Yet, Qi Yu still hopes the other party can save Lu Yifeng. I'm afraid by the time Lu reappears, he might already be possessed by the heretics." With a confident smile, he raised both hands and said, "Moreover, when the master's true daughter arrived, even he didn't recognize her identity. This proves there's something fishy going on." Seeing him so confident, Lu Xuan judged him openly. Elder Chen turned around and called out, "Lu Xuan." He also looked at him and replied, "Elder Chen," before asking, "Do you really not smell that strange fragrance?" Hearing that, he put his hands on his hips and replied, "There seems to be something like that, but I am not very familiar with the Golden Snake sect. Perhaps it's a special kind of concealment technique used by their cultivators." Lu Xuan crossed his arms, looking serious, glanced to the side and murmured, "Is it really just concealment? Whatever the case, we must not underestimate the Golden Snake sect." After chatting about various issues, the two quickly returned to the flying ship. At this point, they had already reported back on what they had gathered. That's how things stood. Zhang Yufeng, sitting on a chair, listened to everything and felt it was peculiar. Frowning, he said, "It's really hard to believe they would ally with the Yu Tian." Elder Chen pointed at the map on the table and said, "Not only that, I suspect the heretics' base is to the southwest, in the forbidden area of Mist Valley, just 5 miles ahead of us." Lu Muyuan suddenly asked, "Southwest, isn't that the old land of Zhujian sect?" Lu Xuan and Zhang Yufeng were just as surprised and asked loudly, "Is it Zhujian sect?" Lu Muyuan pointed at the map, starting to explain, 3.00 years ago, the Qian Kingdom and the Great Chu Kingdom hadn't yet been divided. There was an extremely powerful sword sect in Mist Valley, and that sword sect was Zhujian. Their power was immense, but they got involved in a royal struggle, which eventually led to their destruction. Zhang Yufeng put on his glasses and began explaining about Zhujian sect. The world-shattering battle back then completely changed the surrounding terrain. The present Mist Valley was formed then. There are still many restrictions left, and traces of that great battle remain. Zhu Lingyun, puzzled, spoke up, "Our Lotus Blossom sect has sent cultivators to investigate the old land. But over the years, no one found anything unusual there." Lu Muyuan seriously said, "It seems we have to investigate once more." The figure in the black cloak behind him also expressed suspicion, saying, "The intelligence we received was too conveniently easy. It might well be a trap." Elder Chen, stroking his chin thoughtfully, said, I think it's best to keep a close watch on the Golden Snake sect. Didn't you mention the sect master would be rescued within less than half a month? By then, whether they're heretics or not, we can find out with an investigation. The two black-cloaked figures behind them chimed in. That's right, indeed. By then members of the Xianming will be here and can lend us a hand. Another elder, with a stoic expression but disdainful of his methods, spoke up. We have connections with many sects and plenty of experts all over. There's no reason to fear those heretics. It would be embarrassing if word got out. I'll lead a team to investigate. Hearing this, Elder Chen turned around, irritated, and asked, Are you implying I'm a coward? Zhang Yufeng crossed his arms and sternly said, All right, regardless of whether the news is true or false, we still have to confront those heretics. He turned his head, looking seriously at the other cloaked figures, and said, Let's do it this way. We'll divide into two groups. Leave some people here to support the Xianming, and the rest will follow me to investigate the area near the Forbidden Region. Elder Chen and the others all responded. Understood. Outside the ship, Zhang Yufeng instructed, Everyone gets prepared. We're setting off tonight. As they muddled through the afternoon, everyone found themselves stepping into the confusing depths of Wu Valley. Before long, Lu Xuan casually took down a demonic cultivator lying on the ground. Completely motionless, he stood there chilly, observing him with a single cold eye. His face was emotionless, with soulless spiritual light reflecting in his eyes as he muttered to himself. Finally knocked out, after dealing with so many demonic cultivators. I can't afford to go easy on them. Last time, I caught a whiff of this scent. I'm sure of it. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, staring at the demonic cultivator sprawled on the ground. Something like a mark appeared on his forehead, making Lu Xuan wonder, is this a spiritual mark? At some point, a little furball had appeared. Resting on his shoulder, Lu Xuan tapped into the system, saying, This game isn't easy. Once spiritual power is infused, the controller can sense it. Luckily, this phantom eye can penetrate the essence of this killing domain. After a brief selection, Lu Xuan picked something and said, Let's try this. A small ghost-like creature appeared, shaped like a little fox. Holding this tiny creature in his hand, Lu Xuan showed doubt on his face. My restraint should have been flawless. Yet it failed. Could it be that this kind of spiritual mark can only be used on living beings? He looked over at the furball, smiled slightly, and said, You've had it tough, haven't you? When he left the spiritual mark on the furball, it was drooling in its sleep, further convincing him of his suspicions. Indeed. He released the sleeping furball, glanced at it, and said, This scent is the same one I detected on the Jin Snake sect members before. Strange, I didn't plant a spiritual mark, so why does this scent appear? Closing his eyes, Lu Xuan mumbled while sensing the scent. This peculiar fragrance can be directly felt through the spirit. If this strange scent only shows up once the mark is detected, does that mean everyone who encountered it before has been secretly controlled? He opened his eyes, projecting his spiritual sense, face stern, saying, Does this mean we were discovered the moment we entered the Jin Snake sect? Not lingering, Lu Xuan carried the furball on his shoulder and left the room. His eyes, icy as ever, piecing together the situation. Looks like the Jin Snake sect has indeed fallen under demonic control. They've repeatedly guided me, even revealing the location of the forbidden area to Elder Chen and me. Could it be? As Lu Xuan walked, he sighed with his eyes closed, surmising, they want to lure us over there. If so, the demonic cultivators are definitely waiting for us in the forbidden area to catch us all in one swoop. Just then, someone approached from the opposite direction. Without saying a word, she landed a friendly punch on Lu Xuan's head, causing him to yelp and stumble back. Rubbing his head, Lu Xuan managed to ask, Who's there? But his face turned a shade of green as he broke into a cold sweat. In front of him stood Lu Muyuan, arms crossed, cheeks puffed, looking utterly furious. She gave Lu Xuan goosebumps as he straightened up and pleaded, Master, ah. Lu Muyuan crossed her arms, full of annoyance, and looked at Lu Xuan, asking, Not staying in your room and wandering all over the place. Tell me, are you plotting something again? Aren't you? Hearing the question, Lu Xuan broke into a slight sweat, feeling awkward, and obediently replied, How could I dare? I was just feeling a bit stressed, so I went out for a stroll. Lu Muyuan didn't buy a single word, moved closer, and pinned Lu Xuan against the wall. With a serious face she asked, "So, tell me, why did you end up in the prison then?" Lu Xuan found it even harder to speak at this question. His face turned pale, avoiding her gaze. He mumbled, "My sense of direction is a bit bad. I just got a little lost." Just as he thought he was doomed this time, Lu Muyuan sighed and said, "You." Then, she gently tapped her finger on Lu Xuan's forehead, adding, "Go clean up your room quickly. The sect master is gathering everyone soon." With that, she turned and left, leaving Lu Xuan bewilderedly touching his forehead, responding, "Yes, all right." After a few steps, Lu Muyuan turned back, gave a light smile, though seeming burdened with something, which made her eyes look a bit sorrowful, calling out, "Lu Xuan, I know you've grown up, becoming a real man, but no matter how you change, in my heart, you're still Lu Xuan. So, no matter what happens, or whatever you're struggling with, you have to let me know immediately." When she got to the last two sentences, she paused for a moment, then smiled softly and said, "After all, I am your master." Hearing Lu Muyuan's words left Lu Xuan feeling a bit awkward. He called out, "Master," but couldn't utter another word. Shortly after, he reached the grand meeting hall on the ship for discussions. Just as he stepped in, Zhang Yufeng spoke up. "Lu Xuan, you're right on time. The reinforcements from Xianming this time will be led by you and Elder Chen. Off you go." Lu Xuan widened his eyes, his face looking clueless, and addressed the sect master. "Sect master, I volunteer to stay." Then, he raised a finger, calmly adding, "But I feel it's best if I stay here alone. The Forbidden Ground is the stronghold of the Dark Cultivators. Having Elder Chen accompany us there would provide extra battle strength." Zhang Yufeng pointed at Elder Chen in objection. "No way, that place is too dangerous. If you're discovered by the Dark Cultivators, it's likely you won't survive alone." Elder Chen disagreed as well, frowning as he said, "Kid, now is not the time for showing off. With me here, at least I can use disguises to communicate with the Dark Cultivators." Lu Xuan remained firm in his decision, adamantly stating his reason. "I'm not showing off, Elder Chen. I've thought this through. You and I will enter Kim Shuen Morn together. If our identities remain undiscovered, maybe I can stay behind and gather intelligence." Hearing this, Elder Chen got furious and exclaimed, "How can you do it alone? If I don't appear and they find something odd, won't we be exposed?" At this point, Lu Muyuan had already entered. Standing behind Lu Xuan, unbeknownst to him, he stood before everyone, presenting an unexpected idea, and said, "Actually, we could release those Kim Shuen Morn cultivators, having them act according to their real identities. The chance of being exposed would be much lower if they act as our inside agents." Wu Yuanyu thought for a moment and found the idea not bad, thus chiming in, "What Lu Xuan said does make sense." Elder Chen also partially agreed, adding, "Moreover, last time when he impersonated the daughter of Kim Shuen Morn's master, the opponent didn't make any sudden moves." Zhu Lingyun looked over at him and agreed. "That's right, Lu Xuan is just a Zhuji stage cultivator. Even if the Dark Cultivators discover his true identity, they won't be too wary." Wu Yuanyu raised a hand, addressing the others. "We have so many nascent soul elders here. If each leaves a protective rune with Lu Xuan, even if he is surrounded by dark sects, he should be able to escape unscathed." Lu Xuan grew serious, and with determination stated, "Master, please trust me. I promise I won't let you down." Lu Muyuan, beside him, let out a sigh, then suddenly grabbed Lu Xuan's hand. She transmitted a portion of the Dao script to him, smiling softly, and said, "I believe in you." The Dao script was infused into Lu Xuan's mind. Lu Muyuan added, "This Dao script can protect its master in times of trouble." Zhu Lingyun displayed some of her own Dao script, looked at Lu Xuan, and said, "My three-colored golden lotus has healing properties." Zhang Yufeng's face lit up with enthusiasm. He took up a brush, and said, "All right, all right, all right, I'll write a Dao charm for Lu Xuan too." Elder Chen, upon hearing this, broke out in a sweat, gave Zhang Yufeng a sideways glance, his face turning pale as he forced a smile, thinking to himself, "Why am I the one who always gets the short end of the stick?" Scene shifts to the Forbidden Ground at Mist Valley, the former location of the Absolute Sword sect, now known as the Sacred Chasm. A disciple from the Golden Serpent sect rushed in, standing at a distance from two silhouettes, bowing with clasped hands, and called out, "Lord Ghostface, the Righteous Alliance has burned their bridges, and they are now hastily approaching this direction." The sect leader inside, wearing a half-face ghost mask, sternly replied, "I'm already aware of this. Dismiss yourself." The Golden Serpent guy replied, "Yes," and then left. At this moment, a bandaged, golden-haired man holding a bottle spoke only after the other left. "Lord Ghostface, since the Righteous Alliance has burned their bridges, do we need to retract Chi Yu now? We're short on manpower, and still need the nascent Soul Master's combat force." The sect leader leaned back, holding a pipe in hand, exhaled leisurely, and said, "It's fine, I've already had 2 Dao transformation cultivators return. Once the 3 souls merge, I'll possess the combat strength of the bridge to void stage, enough to deal with them. As for Chi Yu, leave him there to continue controlling the Golden Serpent sect." The golden-haired guy looked at her and replied, "Yes." The sect leader suddenly remembered something, glanced at him, and asked, "By the way, how's the preparation for the 7 dew powder?" The golden-haired guy opened the jar he was holding to grab the sect leader's attention. Looking intently, inside the jar was a venomous snake being nurtured by other poisonous creatures. The sect leader touched the venomous snake but remained silent, lost in thought. The golden-haired guy responded, "Everything's ready. Once the Righteous Alliance enters the sacred chasm, we'll bury them alive." The venomous snake coiled around the sect leader's hand. She observed it for a moment, then brought it close to her mouth. The snake sniffed around, then opened its mouth fiercely, revealing its lethal venom. She released her hand, satisfied, and said, "Not bad. Taking their lives, their blood, will be an offering to our UU sect." She looked at the venomous snake and commanded, "Everyone, stick to the plan we've woven." In the evening, Lu Xuan stood atop a nearby cliff, looking down at the Jin Snake sect, as well as a Jin Snake sect cultivator he had magically manipulated. After observing for a while, he remarked to the man, "You wait here." The bewitched cultivator replied straightforwardly, "Yes." Lu Xuan quickly used a transformation spell to morph into a Jin Snake sect cultivator. Still contemplating, if they relied on spiritual seals to control Jin Snake sect members, then Chi Yu might just be temporarily controlled. "I just need to break the spiritual seal on him." He transformed into a Jin Snake guy, then leaped down, thinking and analyzing, "That way, I can relieve the control of the dark cultivators. And who knows, he might know something. If I can shatter the seal, Jin Snake sect might become our ally." Lu Xuan landed smoothly, a few streaks of spiritual energy spiraling around him. Then he went straight to Elder Chi's location. Elder Chi looked at Lu Xuan with a suspicious grin on his face, immediately growing wary, thinking, "Didn't we set the bait already? Why is he back?" With a crafty glint in his eyes, Lu Xuan said, "Looks like all the dark cultivators are gathered in the forbidden area. There aren't many left in this Jin Snake sect." Elder Chi realized from this statement that Lu Xuan wasn't one of the Jin Snake sect, and shouted, "You're not Tan Shou Xiu." Lu Xuan smirked, and swiftly dispelled the transformation spell, revealing some faint white mist around him. Elder Chi covered his nose, then clenched both fists tightly, demanding, "Who are you?" Lu Xuan didn't answer directly, instead extending his hand forward, concentrating true chi, his face turning villainous as he said, "You sure do talk a lot." Then, he raised his hand high, conjuring a barrier of true chi around him, causing Elder Chi to fall instantly. He couldn't help but think, as expected, Elder Chi had awakened, with a spiritual imprint on his forehead. Elder Chi clutched his head, confused, suddenly asking, "Where is this place?" Not wanting him to speak much, Lu Xuan grabbed Elder Chi by the collar, lifting him, and said, "This is Jin Snake sect." Elder Chi, hearing this, Elder Chi only grew more alarmed and asked, "Jin Snake sect, first, tell me, who are you?" With a fierce expression, exuding murderous intent, Lu Xuan leaned in and said, "Who I am isn't crucial, but I saved you. You were controlled, mentally sealed, turned into a puppet." Elder Chi became serious at those words, looking at him and asking, "Controlled?" Lu Xuan, however, didn't answer and questioned back, "Tell me, what happened to you before?" Elder Chi turned pale, still didn't respond, and looked at Lu Xuan with suspicion, reversing the question, Who exactly are you? I don't recall our sect having a cultivator as strong as you. Lu Xuan sighed, a bit speechless. Honestly, I didn't want to deal harshly with you. His face transformed into a malevolent grin, sending shivers down Elder Chi's spine. Who screamed? You. In an instant, the hall echoed with Elder Chi's piercing screams. Elder Chi lay battered on the floor, defeated by Lu Xuan, who still bore a lethal grin, waving his fingers dismissively, saying, "Finding the soul myself is quicker and saves time." Lu Xuan began casting an incantation, spiritual energy circulation surrounding Elder Chi, suspending him mid-air. As Lu Xuan detected something, he declared, "So that's it." The Jin Snake sect's master rushed into the Dark Cultivator's forbidden zone. In trying to save him, the entire Jin Snake sect ended up under the Dark Cultivator's mandala curse, controlling everything. The eerie face of Lu Xuan obscured one of his eyes, leaving the other with a fierce glint as he continued. But this mandala curse is indeed bizarre, only able to control Zheng Qi's previous memories. The question is, has the sect master been overtaken by that dark cultivator yet? He touched his finger and cast a spell to alter Elder Chi's memory. As his true identity couldn't be revealed, resolving the consequences entailed a reasonable approach. Lu Xuan's formidable power shot skyward, accompanied by immense pressure that startled the cultivators outside. The streams of spiritual energy then slowly descended. Meanwhile, inside, Lu Xuan leisurely held a talisman between his fingers, saying, "Setting up the barrier means everything's done." He spoke and then flew out of the hall with a protective barrier surrounding him, causing the cultivators to retreat cautiously. "Who are you?" one of them asked. Annoyed, Lu Xuan gave them a stern look and snapped, "How come all you said was just one sentence? Can't you see what I'm doing?" The cultivators realized he was an enemy and readied themselves, shouting, "Everyone, charge!" And with a collective affirmation, they all rushed in to gang up on Lu Xuan. Yet, he remained completely unfazed. Instead, he smirked, flicked his hand to unleash spiritual energy, and placed it upon his chest. As the dark cultivators closed in, they were suddenly blasted away from the courtyard in front of the hall by Lu Xuan's earth-shattering power. Accompanied by their screams of "Ah!" they were swept along by the overwhelming spiritual force, leaving them tumbling and toppling over one another. With just one move, Lu Xuan's hands still outstretched, the power gradually dissipating, he coldly declared, "Here." His face was filled with ennui as he sighed, lamenting, "If dark cultivators were all like you guys, things would be so much easier." Switch scene to the former site of Juejian men. Inside, two girls stood out, one with golden hair, the other with white. They were holding hands, blushing while gazing at something with evident enthrallment. The white-haired girl, her eyes brimming with admiration, spoke, "If one day I could be like the sect master, that would be wonderful." The golden-haired girl scoffed at this and asked, "You, maybe next life as a dog for the sect master, and you'd still have to stand in line." The white-haired one, lost in her infatuation, replied nonchalantly, "Even being a dog wouldn't be too bad." The two girls then resumed their imaginative daydreaming of the sect master. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps came from behind, startling them to open their eyes wide. They spun around simultaneously, their expressions turning serious as they yelled, "Who's there?" It was none other than Lu Xuan, with his villainous yet strikingly handsome face resembling someone undergoing tribulation. He looked at them, flashed a gentle smile, and launched into his charm offensive. "Aha, our dear charming ladies." A hand reached out towards the two girls, its nails sharp like they had just torn through something, making the two of them cling to each other, scared out of their wits, unable to utter a word. The person who got impaled by that hand was none other than Lu Xuan. His eyes were completely white, devoid of any sign of life. He fell forward, causing the two girls to freak out, tears and snot flowing freely, on the verge of fainting. The Yimshi, after finishing off Lu Xuan, angrily scolded the two girls, "Someone barged in here and you didn't even notice. You useless fools." This Yimshi was actually Lu Xuan in disguise with his transformation technique. The two girls breathed a sigh of relief, then immediately knelt on the ground. The blonde one, feeling ashamed, said, "It was my negligence. I beg forgiveness from Yimshi." The blonde girl looked at Lu Xuan with wide eyes, puzzled, The poison doctor sent a message saying that the Yimshi's life token shattered in the Four Corners mystic realm. How could this be? Upon hearing this, the blonde girl suddenly realized something. Glancing at the white-haired one, she turned to the Yimshi, shouting sternly, "How dare you impersonate?" Lu Xuan couldn't let himself be exposed so quickly, so he switched to bluff mode, pretending to be angry, and shouted, "You're doubting me. As a protector, my means are beyond your imagination." The two girls, terrified by his piercing voice, immediately knelt down, trembling. The white-haired girl, still naive, tried to ask her questions. "But if you are the real Yimshi, how did you escape from the Four Corners mystic realm? There's still some time before it even opens." The blonde girl, sweating in concern, quickly tugged at the white-haired girl's sleeve, saying, "Enough, stop talking." Lu Xuan approached them with murderous intent. He glared at them, baring his teeth with a cold sneer. "You fools! If I can fake my death, I can certainly escape from the Four Corners mystic realm. How could such a trivial restriction confine me? Now get lost, I have matters to discuss with Ghostface." The blonde was scared out of her mind, sweat pouring down her face as she thought with dread, "This is bad. I've defied the Yimshi. It said she has a terrible temper." The white-haired one was no different, trembling continually, her eyebrows furrowed in distress. She thought to herself, "The Yimshi is one of the 12 protectors of Yu Yutian. Wielding numerous techniques, including puppet mastery, it wouldn't be strange if they feigned death or not." With that thought, the two girls immediately stood up, raising their hands amicably, giving way for the Yimshi to proceed inside. The blonde offered, "Let me guide you. This way please." The white-haired girl, more alert than ever, chimed in, "Yimshi, you've endured much, just after a grand battle. It's my blind eyes that questioned you, alongside my lack of cultivation. She gave a light, awkward smile, heavy with the atmosphere, saying, "I hope the Yimshi is generous and doesn't hold a grudge. Do take a short rest here." To relax a bit, the two girls led Lu Xuan to a place of restoration, a blood pool emitting a thick blood mist. Standing before the pool, Lu Xuan grinned, inwardly delighted. This is their blood pool. It seems the demonic cultivators use it to heal wounds quickly. If I can replicate this. Just imagining it made him internally rejoice. He raised a hand, authoritatively ordering, "Leave me now. I need to study the Zhushe Jiyan blood eye." Before he could finish his thought, the two girls approached, each grabbing one of his arms, affectionately saying, "Let us serve you, Yimshi." With that, they swiftly pulled him down into the pool, catching him off guard. Emerging above the water, he took a breath and was about to shout, "You all." Before he could finish, the pair of orbs from both the blonde and the white-haired girls bumped into his cheeks, leaving him wide-eyed. The words got stuck in his throat, his face turning a bright shade of red, blood dripping from his nose uncontrollably. Lu Xuan almost fainted, desperately reminding himself, "See no evil, hear no evil." The white-haired girl cheerfully said, "This blood pool might not compare to the Yimshi's usual one. But with the two of us helping, you won't feel as tired." The blonde added gently, "Yes, we were a bit rude before. I hope the Yimshi won't hold a grudge." Seeing the Yimshi silent, face down in the pool, the white-haired girl felt something was off, breaking out in a sweat. She called out, "Yimshi." Worried, she tried reaching out, asking further, "Are you all right?" The blonde, equally puzzled, observed the Yimshi face down, unmoving, wondering, "Did we not serve well? Should we get someone else to come?" After a moment, Lu Xuan floated back up, his body bobbing on the water. This scared the two girls out of their wits, calling out loudly from behind, "Master Lianqi." After a while, they managed to fish out the fake Lianqi who was nearly drowned, then led her to Ghostface. Lu Xuan's nostrils were stuffed with paper because he kept having nosebleeds. His face was still red as he bared his teeth, glancing at the blonde, thinking, "Just wait till I erase their spiritual mark. Then I'm gonna teach them a good lesson." As he was thinking, the blonde looked over at Lu Xuan and said, "Master Lianqi, we've arrived." Lu Xuan surveyed the scene before him. Figures in black robes surrounded a highly mysterious pool, with only a single beam of light shining down from the cavern's ceiling into the pool. The pool before him was the demon transformation pool. Lu Xuan gradually approached them, thinking seriously, "This place is the target of the main mission. The demon transformation pool. As he approached, it seemed Ghostface noticed him. She looked over at the bandaged blonde as if plotting something. He also glanced at her. Saying nothing, the restrictions around the area seemed to multiply as Lu Xuan got closer. He frowned, feeling an urge to act, but reminded himself, even though I really want to destroy this place in one go. The layers of restrictions are deep and unfathomable, not so easy to act rashly. A man in black with a red mask looked at Lu Xuan and said, "Lianqi, I thought you were dead." Lu Xuan glared at him with a look of disdain and arrogance and replied, "Rest assured, even if you're dead, I'll still live well." Hearing that, the man wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed wickedly and said, "Interesting. So, what's next? Since you're back, tell me, what really happened in the Four Directions secret realm?" Lu Xuan smirked, thinking, is this guy testing me? He walked to the demon transformation pool and began narrating. This time, entering the secret realm, I followed the plan to go deep into the Lac Long Trench. Unexpectedly, Tian Mian's identity was exposed, discovered by the patrolling elders. I hadn't had the chance to set up the bloodseed, but got surrounded by the elders. In the chaos, I could only use a puppet to feign death and sneak into the base to escape the calamity. The red masked man was surprised and asked, Tian Mian was exposed, how could that be? With his skills, how could a mere nascent soul cultivator see through him? Lu Xuan clenched his fists, his face sour as he snorted. If that were the case, I wouldn't be in this sorry state. That fool didn't know his limits and recklessly attacked the patrolling elder. He got caught, ruining our entire plan. The other men in black were extremely angry upon hearing this and snarled. What? They approached Lu Xuan, bombarding him with questions. Tian Mian betrayed us. How could that be? Tian Mian is, after all, one of the 12 guardians. How did he fail against a patrolling elder? Seeing them in such a frenzy, Lu Xuan chuckled inwardly, thinking, looks like they've bought it. Just at that moment, Ghostface slowly approached Lu Xuan and the black-robed figures. Then spoke, the report isn't fake, there's more to it. Seeing her, the black robes immediately knelt, making Lu Xuan feel a sudden chill as he looked questioningly at them. Ghostface took a drag of her cigarette and walked up to Lu Xuan. She gazed at him with piercing eyes and reminded him, if you dare to act alone, with reckless bravery, losing as the Lianqi, you still didn't reveal anything. Tell me, am I right? Listening to her words, Lu Xuan's eyes shone brightly, sweat pouring down his forehead continuously, and his awkward smile froze. He looked straight at her and asked, what do you mean? Lu Xuan bluntly questioned, I finally managed to escape and bring you this information, and you have the nerve to doubt me. He pointed a finger at her, furious, unless you're eyeing my position as guardian, wanting your people to take advantage of the situation. Gui Mian crossed her arms, chuckling with amusement. Seems like you won't confess until you've hit rock bottom. She waved her hand, capture her for me. Hearing this, Lu Xuan shivered a bit, then glanced back at the cultists behind him, threatening, Gui Mian, if you dare lay a hand on me, the Celestial Master won't let you off. At that moment, the bandaged guy behind Gui Mian suggested, you can use the mandala incantation. Surely he isn't a Dark Master. Lu Xuan was left speechless, gritting his teeth, wondering to himself, when was I exposed? Was it the moment I set foot in here? I'm out of options now. Lu Xuan decided to stop hiding his true nature. He burst out laughing, since it's come to this. In a flash, he wiped off his disguise and pulled out his sword, continuing, I'm done playing pretend. The guy in the red mask saw him and flew into a rage, lunging forward and yelling, you sneaky brat, almost had me fooled. Lu Xuan only stared at him with piercing eyes, and in mere moments, that guy was obliterated, his body sliced into pieces by Lu Xuan in the blink of an eye. The cloaked figures were stunned, jaw dropped, exclaiming, in just one strike. Another tried to reassure, what's there to fear, we outnumber him. Seeing Lu Xuan turn the masked guy into chunks, he decided, everyone charge together. Facing one person shouldn't be this tough. But before they could attack, Lu Xuan, with a chilling expression, charged at them. In front of Gui Mian, there were only horrific screams and splatters of blood flying as Lu Xuan cut him down. This left her stupefied. Her eyes widened in shock, saying, this guy. She glanced at Lu Xuan, those emerald eyes shining in the dark, along with the sword that claimed so many lives. and asked, "Just who is he?" After finishing off the small fry, he turned his icy gaze to Gui Mian, causing her previous smugness to fade as she broke into a sweat. She looked at the bandaged guy, urgently shouting, "Activate the sacred pool formation." He was surprised at her fear but followed orders. The sacred pool formation began, and her body started to transform. Powerful streams of energy surged forth. She clasped her hands, absorbing it, shifting from nascent soul early stage to mid-stage. The purple energy wrapped around her body and arms. Lu Xuan stood face to face with Gui Mian, watching to see what she would do. In moments, she reached nascent soul late stage, baring sharp teeth, crazed like a beast, screaming, "This isn't enough." In no time, Gui Mian achieved the peak of nascent soul, her body enveloped by that power. The cultists around chanted, "Gui Mian, long live Gui Mian." Lu Xuan looked at her cautiously, thinking, "Good thing I stepped into the forbidden area first. Otherwise, if I fought their master, we'd be toast immediately. Plus, these evil cultivators are definitely trying to lure us here." He then shouted, "The bizarre energy of the demon transformation pool is truly overwhelming." The group of evil cultivators surrounded him again and charged forward, but were instantly wiped out by a single sword aura from Lu Xuan. There was one left in front of him, trembling uncontrollably. Ghostface raised a hand and sent energy into his body, then shouted angrily, "Who the hell are you, to dare disrupt the plans of our Yu Tian?" Lu Xuan was taken aback, thinking, "This is going nowhere." He shouted back, "I'm not blocking you. You're blocking me." He then glanced to the side, searching for something with a focused expression, thinking, "I need to find the flaw in the 9 nether bloodkill array." With that thought, Lu Xuan swiftly flew away from the spot, causing Ghostface to growl and extend her hand forward. "Think you can run now?" She quickly summoned a massive, fearsome war machine that emerged from the smoke. Lu Xuan wasn't having it. He raised his hand and manifested 2 circular magical artifacts to protect himself as the giant war machine swung its powerful sword down. Thanks to his barrier, he remained unscathed. His expression turned serious as he clasped his hands together and summoned an enormous and terrifying sword intent. He then waved his hand forward, commanding the sword intent to strike decisively through half of the war machine's face. Lu Xuan's sword pierced through its face and embedded itself into the ground, causing a significant tremor. Lu Xuan still had his hand extended forward, his palm shimmering with spiritual light as he observed the scene below. Then he became genuinely surprised, eyes widening in thought. "This is..." He watched the evil cultivators emerging from the demon transformation pool, thinking, "Aren't these the ones I just killed? What's going on?" Eyeing Ghostface, who was grinning triumphantly, made Lu Xuan freeze in disbelief, wondering, can these evil cultivators actually regenerate? Unexpectedly, he dashed towards the group of evil cultivators, shouting, "Break!" Lu Xuan pointed his sword directly at Ghostface, with force as powerful as a roaring thunder. But just as the sword tip was about to reach Ghostface, she raised a hand and blocked his sword. She laughed arrogantly, saying, "It's useless. The so-called sacred pool's energy is beyond your imagination. Today, I'll recruit another member for Yu Tian." Hearing this, Lu Xuan was shocked, glaring at her with eyes brimming with suspicion and fury. The blue light from the Yaomar transformation pool shot up into the sky, surrounded by the purple demonic aura of Gui Mian. Down below, she was in combat with Lu Xuan. She launched an attack that forced Lu Xuan to thrust his sword into the ground to brace himself, clenching his teeth to withstand it, then struggled within and thought, "Even if I hit her with the blood pool, she'll be able to heal endlessly, but my spiritual power is more than half depleted already." Gui Mian sneered, "If you've got any more tricks up your sleeve, just go ahead and use them." Lu Xuan wasn't in a rush. Instead, his eyes scouted the place with his spiritual sense, thinking, "I need to understand these restrictions first, or I won't be able to fully use my martial skills." With this in mind, Lu Xuan focused and extended his spiritual sense towards the Yaomar transformation pool. To the naked eye, it wasn't easy to notice, but there was a thick demonic aura surrounding that place. The dark cultivators also had a purple aura on them, making him think, this force has tainted them. And that's the energy of the Yaomar transformation pool. A horde of dark cultivators charged at Lu Xuan, but he unleashed a sword strike with his spiritual energy forming a barrier. keeping him at bay. Tiger break. Those dark cultivators laughed triumphantly. Seems like this kid is running low on spiritual power, and his sword intent is about to fade away. But before they could laugh for even 5 seconds, slashes of sword light passed over them, shattering them to pieces. Quickly, a storm of sword energies slashed through, scattering the dark cultivators. The sword energy echoed everywhere, carrying Lu Xuan's vibrant blue hue. He gradually understood their weaknesses and thought, as I expected, attacking their bodies is useless. Strike the snake's head. The dark cultivators, no longer stunned, spoke of Lu Xuan. This kid isn't as simple as he seems. The dark cultivators revived yet again, but Gui Mian scowled and said, no, the transformation pool hasn't fully recovered. If we keep getting killed like this, it'll be dangerous. Offer your true blood to me, and after I kill that guy, I'll bring you back. Immediately, the dark cultivators started transferring their true blood to Gui Mian, shouting in unison, yes. Seeing this, Lu Xuan urgently gripped his sword and charged forward, saying, this is bad. Gui Mian, now empowered, screamed and charged towards him. Just as Lu Xuan dashed forward, he intended to disrupt this process, was blown back by that formidable force. Gui Mian, having successfully advanced to the early fusion stage, grumbled, HMPH, making me lose so many subordinates like this. You deserve to die. Now is the moment of your death, she declared, unleashing an even more powerful Huang Quan Chi Dao, causing Lu Xuan to stare blankly, thinking to himself, not only has this guy's power increased, but it's also equal to mine now. If I can't destroy the demon transformation pool, and it turns into a tug of war, my chances of winning aren't great. Gui Mian laughed smugly, saying, you seem quite shocked. Annoyed, Lu Xuan immediately asked, Gui Mian, what is the origin of your Yu Tian? Why are you causing chaos in the cultivation world? Gui Mian, upon hearing the question, leisurely replied, chaos. This lower realm is merely a feeding ground to nurture our Yu Tian. We come to this territory specifically to kill some sacrificial offerings. So how can you say it's causing chaos? Lu Xuan retorted, from ancient times, all I've heard about is ascension to the celestial realm, never about any Yu Tian. Gui Mian burst into laughter. Ha, the celestial realm, so what if it's the celestial realm? Isn't it still just a slaughterhouse for Yu Tian? Lu Xuan, upon hearing those words, felt contemptuous and said seriously, bragging without shame, the cultivation world has countless ascending celestials, no matter how strong you are. How can you possibly oppose the entire celestial realm? Gui Mian raised his hand, laughing arrogantly, and dismissively responded, celestials may be high above, but before the demon emperor, the strongest celestials are no more than ants. Lu Xuan, hearing this, coldly repeated the phrase, demon emperor. Gui Mian wasted no time, unleashing demonic energy as he charged forward. Lu Xuan shouted, we've talked enough already, darling, your spiritual energy can't hold on much longer. Can it? This move will end you. Simultaneously charging forward, Lu Xuan yelled, then let's see who ends whom. At that moment, 2 beams of light streaked across the sky, followed by 4 figures flying at incredible speed. In the Ghost Valley, someone remarked, in front is the old domain of the Absolute Sword sect. It seems there are no demonic cultivators ambushing here. Could it be that the demonic cultivators aren't here? Another voice replied, this is just the outer region of the old Absolute Sword sect domain. The demonic cultivators might be hiding deeper inside. The man in black behind spoke to Zhang Yufeng. What should we do, sect master? Shall we go in and take a look? At that moment, a powerful violet spiritual force struck down in front of them, causing Lu Muyuan to be slightly surprised and ask, this is